Yeah, at least you're being honest, Christine. At least you're being honest. I'm getting tired of seeing me too, to be honest. I am. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, as most of you know, and today we're going to be covering yet another potentially dangerous day out there for some severe weather. Let me switch it over to here, and let's go kind of look at our latest severe weather outlook. How much sleep do I get? I got a good 9 hours of sleep last night, actually. So I'm feeling great. Feeling great. I'm feeling good to go. I am ready to cover the storms. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. And as some of you are aware of, is we do have a 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather today. And that is going to be mainly over this area here near Hot Springs, Little Rock, Conway, and a little bit more conditional up here near Jonesboro, but still going to be possible depending on how far our warm front goes over here near Paragould, Kennett, Cherokee Village, Mountain Home, and Poplar Bluff. I think you Table Talk Geek for the 199. Will Wilmington see severe weather? I think so. I think you guys are going to be at least through our day 3 outlook. Maybe on day 4 there will be a small risk. Memphis, Tennessee right now is in the slight risk right now. But we'll be going over what all these colors mean on the map for now. But around this, we have Tyler, Shreveport, Pine Bluff, Cape Girardeau, Evansville, and Owensboro. Up here in the 3 out of 5. Again, northern mode is a little bit conditional today, so still going to be some question marks in whether or not, our warm frontal boundary can go up there. Even if we do still get elevated thunderstorms up there, there is still a chance that those storms could make it up there with a severe weather possibility. Also, around all of this, we also have a slight risk. That's in the 2 out of 5 category there. That's going to be extending all the way from parts of the Midwest down into Missouri and also all the way down to the Texas and Mexico border. And then we have a marginal risk out there, kind of completing the picture. We definitely have a Bronchiosaurus looking shape here with this. And there's probably a tree leaf over here he's trying to eat. But that's what we're looking at right now. That extends into parts of the Ohio Valley and also into West Virginia and parts of Virginia as well. So that is the risks that we have today. But let's kind of break down what these risks mean, why are they there, and what our timing is for today, and if we have any failure modes or anything like that. Thank you, JD, for the $2. What is Rolla, Mississippi or Missouri looking like? It looks like you are in. It looks like you are in the slight risk over here near St. Robert. So most likely damaging winds, it seems like. But we're going to go over where the tornado risks are today, right now. So out over here, we do have a strong tornado risk today, and that's going to extend from Tyler through Shreveport, Pine Bluff, Hot Springs, just to the east of Fort Smith, Little Rock, Conway, Jonesboro, Cape Girardeau, Dyersburg, Union City, Sykeston, Paducah are all going to be in that threat for strong tornadoes. Now, in the hatched region here in the yellow, that's a 10% chance for strong tornadoes. And then in the red region here, that's going to be a 15% chance for those strong tornadoes. And this is the main reason why we have a moderate risk out there. If storms can become discrete, latch on to the warm frontal boundary, we could have potentially some strong tornadoes further up to the north, depending on where that warm front is going to be. So today's going to be another one of those days where we're monitoring our boundaries to see what is going to be possible. Around this strong tornado risk, we have a 5% for tornadoes that it goes into Louisville, parts of Illinois, down into Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, through Louisiana, and also down here into the Texas region. And then we have a 2% that extends all the way up into parts of Illinois, Indiana, again, and then further into Kentucky, to the eastern portions of Kentucky. And then it stops just to the north of Austin and Houston. Also today, we're going to be watching out for some damaging wind potential right in this region. That's the red region that's 30% chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and above. The yellow is a 15% chance and a 5% chance here in the brown for those same threats. Now, coming over to here, our hail risk, you can see that we also have a chance. Okay. Just making sure. I heard a text message sound. Just making sure I'm not doing anything the wrong way. Or looks like I'm doing all right so far. But yeah, as you can see, we have a 2-inch hail risk and above over here near Shreveport, Tyler, Pine Bluff, Hot Springs, Conway, Fort Smith, Jonesboro, Memphis, Cape Girardeau again. And then we have another very large hail risk of the same thing here in the San Angelo, Brownwood, Fredericksburg, Kerrville, and San Antonio area. And yeah, in the red, that's a 30% chance of that 2-inch hail and above. And in the yellow, that's a 15% chance for that same hail in this dashed hatch region. And then around that, we have a 15% chance for some quarter-sized hail in the yellow with no dashes on it. And then in the brown is a 5% chance for the same thing. So as you can see, it is setting up to potentially be a dangerous day. Now, there are some things that we are watching out there. One of the things is this boundary. So we got yet another boundary. Yesterday, we probably said the word boundary about 1 billion times. And today, we'll probably bring that total to 3 billion times. But yeah, as you can see, our boundary is out over here into central Arkansas, moving up into Tennessee. This has been lagging a little bit behind our WRAP forecast. It's kind of hard to show that right now because we just got the the latest WRAP forecast after our surface-based CAPE came out. But essentially, you can see where these red lines are really close together. That is our boundary. Any storms to the north of this boundary will have that hail risk still, that damaging wind risk. And anything to the south of the boundary will have our strongest tornado risk. And then potentially, if we get some storms fire here near the boundary itself and latch onto the boundary, that could also promote a strong tornado risk out there. So eventually, as we move throughout the day, you can see that boundary is supposed to slowly go up and kind of stall out there in northern Arkansas and potentially also into like Indiana, also into Kentucky as well, with a pretty widespread warm sector out here. Okay, so basically, we should have enough storm fuel if any of these discrete storms can get started. Now, another thing that we're going to be watching out for is our 300 millibar winds. Where's all of our forcing? So we have some forcing over here above the boundary. That's going to be causing some storms up there. And we got to watch down over here where our, the right out here in our open warm sector. If we can get enough forcing, if we can get maybe some confluence bands out here, that could be, a recipe for more discrete cells. So we're going to be watching all these different parameters today. Also, our lower level shear out there is already in the 40 to 45 knots. So when any storms actually get started, could certainly see enough spin in the atmosphere. And then in a 500 millibar range, we do have some winds overspreading the region. A little bit of a glancing blow here from our storm. You can see a lot of our wind barbs are kind of parallel, barely perpendicular there. So, there's definitely more of a tendency for these storms to either be clustered or linear. But if any of those, more discrete, semi-discrete cells can become mature, even with a minimum amount of forcing, then we're going to have some issues. And it could be kind of something similar to what happened yesterday. Or not yesterday, the day before yesterday, when we had that line of storms came in, and then we had some maturing supercells out in front of it. That forcing associated with that line of storms allowed for those prefrontal supercells to mature pretty much right in front of that boundary. And for a brief moment, we had a strong to very intense tornado threat. And that could be possible today, although there are some things like jet stream translation speed that's a lot lower today than it was a couple days ago. And our forcing is also not as great yet as it was that day. So those are all the things we're going to be watching how far north the warm frontal boundary, like for instance, if our warm frontal boundary only makes it to here, that's where our strong tornado threat is going to stop. So everybody to the north of this region wouldn't really have that too big of a chance for strong tornadoes. But if this boundary goes all the way up into this region, then everywhere to the south will be in that strong tornado potential. Again, monitoring this line early this morning, it's been lagging a little bit further to the south than what some of our models have been saying. So will it catch up? Will it make up ground? Will this low pressure system be a little bit stronger and force that warm frontal boundary a little bit further to the north? Or will it stay still lagging behind our forecast, maybe setting it up over here into northern Arkansas instead of all the way up in here into parts of Missouri? So those are the things that we are watching regardless. I do think that this boundary will lift to the north. I do think we will have a pretty decent warm sector out over here where little discrete storms can fire, and if they can mature, that's where our strong to potentially intense tornado risk will be located. At that point, it's a little bit conditional today, but not as conditional as yesterday. So I think even if a couple of things go wrong, we could probably still see that risk out there. So let's kind of come over here to our timing now and look at what the HRRR, this is the 16Z. And thank you, Jessica, for the $2. You're freaking out in Conway, Arkansas. I'm sorry about that. I know it's a little bit scary out there, especially since you're kind of in that bullseye for severe weather today. But I promise you, as long as you stay weather aware and you stay glued to your screen and have some way, to go to a shelter. I posted something yesterday, and I'll probably share it here. Let me just get it up since we're talking about storm shelters in the area. And thank you, Sprint, for the $10. I do appreciate that. Praying for everyone's safety today. Thank you, Evan, for keeping us updated as the day goes on. Absolutely, absolutely. So here it was the risk yesterday, and essentially there's a bunch of tornado shelters that are like public tornado shelters that are in the area. As you can see, my browser is flagging this as risky, but I can promise you it is not a risky site. This is somebody who's been making these maps for a long time and updating them, and essentially all throughout this area near like Hope, Fort Scott, coming over here near Arkadelphia, Hot Springs, Little Rock. To see if there's anything in Conway. Where is hard to see the cities. I will say, yeah, looks like there are a couple of storm shelters in Conway as well. There's one in Ida Burns Elementary School as well. So as you can see, if you don't have a storm shelter but you want to use one, I'm going to post this in the chat. This is your storm shelter. Yeah, you better watch out. Finding storm shelters is risky business, apparently, according to my website. It's just the guy made the website itself, so I'm sure it's just something that he didn't add maybe on the back end is flagging it for like your regular antivirus. But I can promise you, this guy is legit. His name is Craig Cease. He's got a PhD. He's a meteorologist focused on tornado protection, founder of Find Your Tornado Shelter LLC. He's a STEM advocate. So, yeah, as you can see, this guy is legit. And he's out there looking out for you guys, and he's got that map. So that map link is in the chat. So if you haven't, I would go through there, see if there's a storm shelter near you, and kind of make plans to go check it out before the storms get started, and make sure that you have a plan in place to go there if you do get put or are close to a tornado warned cell. But yeah. So in terms of timing, though. Yeah, we'll check Wolf City too. Wolf City's down over here, north and east of Dallas. But yeah, in terms of timing, as I push this forward, you can see that over the next hour or two, this is when we're going to start to see, more supercellular activity. As you can see, like back over here near Waco, College Station, Tyler, east of Dallas, that would be pretty close there to Wolf City. Will either be just to the east or just over Wolf City there for the person that was asking in chat. Hey, thank you, Eric Osborne, for the $4.99. Thoughts on DFW? Right now, you guys are just to the north of our current boundaries out there, which we'll be talking about after we go through our forecast. But there's a decent chance that a lot of these cells out over here are going to be elevated behind our frontal boundary. So there will still be a hail risk, but the tornado threat should be relatively low depending on where that boundary sets up. So some of these could be elevated. Maybe the ones further to the east have a higher chance of actually carrying a tornado threat there. But overall, we do have to watch out where our warm sector sets up. And so although the map looks kind of scary now, which it will, probably as we go into the day. There will be some tornado warnings today. Most likely, I don't think this is going to be a day that's just going to completely fall apart. But there is a tendency here for clustering. So that basically means as we go into 4 p.m., our line of storms could be more of a linear line with these little prefrontal supercells further up to the north, or maybe even some further to the south that are, more discrete, semi-discrete. These ones up here would be trying to latch onto the warm frontal boundary, which is why our moderate risk has been extended and our strong tornado risk has been extended a little bit further up to the north. The HRRR is saying by 4 p.m. our warm frontal boundary is up here. And so if it's a little bit further than the south of that, these storms will be elevated. But if it really is up here, or maybe even farther to the north, these storms will have a strong tornado threat as they move into southern Missouri. Now, as our line continues to push off to the east through 6 p.m., as you can see, we still do have those little discrete cells right in front of our line. These will have to be watched for that strong tornado threat. Further down to the south, you can see not too many discrete cells, maybe some embedded tornadoes still possible within this line as that moves into Hot Springs and Conway. Also up here near West Plains and Cherokee Village. But you can see over here in our slight and marginal risk, you guys are north of that boundary with a lot of this shower activity, maybe still having some severe potential, but most of that will be to your south. There's going to be a pretty sharp cutoff on where our severe storms are. Also, note over here near Memphis and Jonesboro, we do have a discrete cell and some cells trying to pop up here by the time we go into 6 p.m. Those will also have to be monitored throughout the night. And then eventually, as we get into 8 and 9 p.m., you can see that we have even more trying to fire here. Over up here into Jonesboro, a QLCS damaging wind threat will also be prevalent as this MCS moves through the northern Arkansas area. This will actually bring, potential for some briefer and weaker tornadoes, but some of those might be stronger tornadoes as that pushes through Cape Girardeau by around 11 p.m. And you can see that we do have maybe some more semi-discrete to discrete storms by 10 p.m. And then back over here, our boundary is stalling. So those storms would most likely be outflow dominant. And then by the time we go into 2 a.m., our tornado threat should be on the lower side, but it really just depends on where the boundary is at this point. Where is our instability? Is it falling apart? Do we have capping inversion? All those things we'll be able to figure out over the day, which is why we're going to be watching our meso analysis all throughout the day. So it's not just watching radar and trying to guess which storms are going to do it. Like yesterday, we were watching the storms all day yesterday with our meso analysis, and we knew exactly what was going to happen pretty much throughout the entire day. Sometimes even before an hour before storms would get warned, we were already looking at them, sniffing them out, and seeing if they would be possible. And we did really good yesterday. And we're going to be doing the same thing today, watching boundaries. Where's our real-time data? Where's everything set up? So, there's not some air of mystery around each supercell. We will know whether or not that supercell is in a favorable environment or not. So, not going to be keeping y'all guessing today. If you stay tuned, you'll have that little secret sauce in your preparedness plan. But yeah, so as these storms continue throughout the night, they should still be a damaging wind threat. I guess there might be a small possibility, depending on where these storms set up, for a tornado threat, like a smaller tornado threat. But it's still kind of up in the air what of our late night event will be like. Hopefully by the time we get to around 12 a.m., the atmosphere and how it's setting up is going to be quite obvious, and we'll be able to make a pretty good prediction for the rest of the night. But yeah, that's going to be pretty much the entirety of today. And then also you can see that as these storms kind of move throughout the, Arkansas area, they start over here near Texas, that frontal boundary kind of stalls here in central Arkansas. And then as you can see, by around 8 p.m., these storms really don't move that much. And then we start to set up for something else that is also going to be potentially very dangerous, which is going to be our flood threat. So if I bring this up and then take off our severe weather outlook here, you can see as I clear out the rain that we have a high risk for some flooding. Look at that. So that's going to be for Hot Springs, Little Rock, Conway, Fort Smith, Jonesboro, Poplar Bluff, Les Plains, Fredericktown, Cape Girardeau are all going to be in that high risk for that flooding. Moderate risk of flooding still could be pretty dangerous up there near St. Louis, back over here near Kentucky, where we already have flash flood warnings, and then more precipitation is going to be on its way. Back over here south of Little Rock, near Pine Bluff, north of Tyler, north of Shreveport, over here in parts of Texas and Arkansas, over there near Tahlequah, Springfield, are all going to be in that moderate risk. So if you're in this pink or red area, the red area is a 3 out of 4, and the pink is a 4 out of 4 for flooding risk. So you guys really need to pay attention because, again, once that boundary starts to stall, it's just going to be training rain over the same areas and over the same areas and over the same areas all throughout the day. So you guys really got to be paying attention to your water levels in your rivers, on your lawn, on your streets, monitoring them. And if they start to rise, definitely think about seeking higher ground because, again, high risks of flooding aren't issued very often. They're actually quite rare. And we do have some pretty decent confidence that some very dangerous flooding is going to be possible as we go throughout the evening and into tonight, into the early morning of tomorrow. So that's today's forecast there. And I quickly want to go over what's happening tomorrow because some of the same of you guys are going to be in the same areas, not just for today, but also going into tomorrow as well. Let me take off our hydrological outlook here so we can look at it a little bit better. Tomorrow, we also have yet another severe weather risk. We're talking about areas all the way from Houston, New Orleans, into Shreveport, Jackson, Little Rock, Memphis, Huntsville, Nashville, going up into Louisville, Cincinnati, near Columbus, and Pittsburgh as well, are all going to be in a severe risk for tomorrow. Our main risk down here is going to be for stronger tornadoes. Really just depends on where our moisture sets up today, though. Where does that boundary set up? If it sets up a little bit further to the east, we probably won't have much of a risk for strong tornadoes. If it does stall here and we get enough of recovery throughout the day tomorrow, then yes, there will be an area down here near Greenville, Monroe, Shreveport, and parts of Texas that are going to also have another strong tornado risk, with the 5% risk going up through Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Memphis, Jackson, Nashville, and then looking at our wind risk, a significant wind risk all the way from Shreveport, Jackson, Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Memphis, and Jackson near Nashville again. So that's going to be like a 75-mile-per-hour winds and above are going to be possible here within our dashed region. And then further up to the north, a little bit lower chances for those kind of winds, but still some severe winds could exist as far north as Pittsburgh. And then looking at our hail threat, another significant risk for hail down here near Beaumont, Shreveport, Monroe, and Pine Bluff, Arkansas, with that 2-inch hail being possible and above. So as you can see, over the next couple of days, it's going to be pretty active. And then even moving into the day 3 outlook, we have another slight risk highlighted down here near Mobile, Montgomery, Dothan, Panama City, and Atlanta, with a marginal risk extending all the way up into Greensboro, Richmond, Washington, Charleston over there in West Virginia as well. So a lot of folks over the next couple of days got to be weather aware. And yeah, that's just kind of our little bit of our forecast there. Let's go over, take off our severe weather risks. And obviously tomorrow, before we go deep into coverage, we'll be talking more about tomorrow's risk as well. But overall, the timing, I can show you guys that. After this line of storms kind of stalls out here into central Arkansas, we're going to have yet another low pressure system eject into the region by around 7 a.m. If the moisture can recover enough, we could get some more discrete storms outside of that line over there near the Shreveport area. You can see we have a couple of potentially discrete storms moving through that area. Then another little confluence band over here near Monroe. Overall, it does kind of look messy. So, clustering of storms will be a problem. But if we can get any mature storms, through the time period of around 4 to 9 p.m. tomorrow, some of these storms will have a brief, but still a strong tornado threat there before we move into the overnight periods where the environment gets a little bit less favorable, transitions more into a damaging wind risk as the line moves into northern Alabama and central Mississippi. Okay. Hopefully that helps some folks. Let's go see where our boundary is now. I am kind of curious what our latest METAR data is saying. Yeah, our boundary is still draped over in this region as far as I can tell, right over in here. So it's still kind of sitting down here a little bit further to the south. If we zoom in, we can kind of maybe get a little bit of a better picture. Yeah, actually it's more like right in here and then potentially, yeah, right down there near the Dallas, Texas area. So our instability is going to be building here into the southern portions of Arkansas. So the boundary is still moving north. So again, if any of these little storms out over here near Hot Springs or in southern Arkansas can develop, that's going to be a problem. Anything south of that boundary that forms, matures, latches onto that north or that warm front is going to be an issue. Also, we have some attempts here at some convective initiation over here near Marshall as well. If we come back over here near Dallas, I know we got some people worried and thinking about Dallas. We got thunderstorms all over, but why are none of them severe? Well, our boundary, our stalled cold front is way over here. So these storms really got no moisture or really anything to work with back over here. So these storms that are firing over here are, they're a little bit elevated. But look over here.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Oh my gosh, I thought that was a tornado warning. I was like, what? Where's the storms at? We got a new tornado watch that was just issued. We'll be going over that in just a little bit. But these storms back over here, north of College Station, these are south of the boundary. So these are going to be kind of our first storms here. Also, these ones over here as well that we're going to be watching to see if they have that potential to mature. Let me go over and find this tornado watch here and give you guys the latest graphic on it. There we go. So here's our latest graphic. We now have a tornado watch out here. Several tornadoes likely for Tyler, Mount Pleasant, Shreveport, Texarkana, Camden, Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Conway, Searcy, and also Harrison. We have widespread hail of up to tennis ball size likely and scattered gusts of up to 75 miles per hour likely. So if you live in this area, it's time to be making those preparations. The day is slowly getting underway. Do I think there could be a chance for bad tornadoes on Saturday and Sunday? I think yes. For Saturday, I think Sunday is still a little bit conditional. Really just depends on what these next few days do. And so does Saturday, actually. So it really just depends. If we get this frontal boundary that is draped over here, once the storms start firing and becoming mature, moving off over into this area, if that boundary is a little bit more progressive, it might completely shut off our strong tornado risk if we just have too much of that outflow, that cooler air working throughout the area. So really just depends on what happens today going into tonight. Where's our boundaries in the morning tomorrow? And then are we getting a moisture? Are we getting moisture kind of pumped back in? Are we getting some more instability? Is the atmosphere recovering? All those question marks still for Saturday for down here. But overall, at least according to the models, the environment should support a brief, but still a strong tornado risk. Several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes possible. Yeah, let's go read the actual statement that they post with this stuff. Let's come back over to here. So this is what they're saying with this tornado watch. They're saying primary threats include several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely, widespread large hail and scattered very large hail events to 2.5 inches in diameter likely, scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible. Summary. Supercell development is expected along a surface front and into the warm sector this afternoon from northeast Texas northeastward into Arkansas. The storm's environment will support the potential for a few strong tornadoes, EF2 to EF3 tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging wind gusts.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Remember, a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. Persons in these areas should be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listening for later statements and possible warnings. Strong tornado risk. Yes, strong tornado risk is possible here within the Hot Springs, Conway, Arkansas, Pine Bluff. And the reason why they are, issuing these watches now is because we are starting to see storms fire in our warm sector. Now, how fast will they get started? That's kind of a question mark. These ones are trying to get organized, but they're not quite there yet. They're still kind of in their baby stages. So, still a little bit of time here before our threat gets fully underway. But we got to keep an eye on it. One of the things that I'm noticing north of our boundary is we're having a lot of precipitation fire here. This is also something that we're going to have to monitor. Let me take off these arrows so you guys can see the map a little bit better. There we go. But yeah, if we get a whole lot of precipitation up here north of our boundary, one of the things that could do is cool some cooler air up here and keep our boundary further to the south. So still some question marks on just how far north it is. All these little things are going to be working together to kind of mediate whether or not we're going to see severe weather, tornadoes, all of that kind of stuff, and where it will be and the timing as well. Will it hit Georgia? Eventually, there will be a little bit of a severe weather threat in Georgia, but this is going to take a couple of days. I mean, our boundary's over here right now. By tomorrow, it should be back over here. By the next day, it should be back over here. So we're talking about 1, 2, 3 days, and our boundaries only moved that much, right? And then by the time it moves over into the eastern portions of the United States, there's a lot of question marks on whether or not we'll still have favorable kinematics for severe weather that day. But you can't rule out maybe some severe gusts or a marginal to slight risk over here as well. Just got back from Florida 3 weeks now. We are going to Selmer, Tennessee. Are you guys going to help cleaning up there or something? If you are, then good on you. I wish I had time. Selmer, Tennessee is not too far away from me. I wish I had time to do all that. I think we have one of our storm chasers about to go live. Let me just double check. They were scheduled for one. Yeah, the waiting for PA storm tracker. So the first storm chaser that we have on our roster is going live here in a couple of minutes. Pagey Tornado. When is Pagey Tornado going live? Going live in an hour, and Storm Runner Media is also going live in an hour. Can we go over the southern Missouri? My water well just got struck by lightning. Southern Missouri is a conditional threat. Again, it really just depends on how far north our boundary goes. If it comes up to here by the time, we got our line of storms and it just doesn't go much more north than that, then we're mainly talking about elevated severe weather. Some damaging winds, some large hail will be possible, but the tornado threat will be near zero. But if our boundary, like some of our models are saying, goes all the way up into this region, then areas like just south of, near Cape Girardeau, West Plains, Poplar Bluff, and Sykeston, Kennett as well will all be in that elevated chance for some strong tornadoes. Why does my tornado watch map exclude Oklahoma and Texas? Because Oklahoma and Texas aren't in the tornado watch. That's why. Unless a new one was just issued. Let me check. Yeah, no tornado watch has been issued for Oklahoma. Also over here, convective initiation appears likely. Convective trends will be monitored for the possibility of a watch. So we got a couple of little popcorn thunderstorms out there that are trying to get started. You can actually see them on the radar. We'll go look at them in just a second. But this is the a mesoscale discussion. Watch probability of 60%. So it does seem like we could get another potential tornado watch over here near Mississippi and Tennessee as well. The shear is going to be a little bit weaker over here, but as the storm ejects off to the east, that will get a little bit stronger as we go into the nighttime hours. And if we come over here to our radar, you can see that we do have showers and thunderstorms trying to work their way into here. And also, we do have some cameras out here that we can use, like this one. This is on a fire station. You can see some rain is falling there. Let's go check on this one. That's also a government cam. Pretty sunny out there, so that instability is going to be building. You can kind of see off in the distance over here, we got some storms trying to bubble up and maybe a little anvil cloud off into the distance there as well. Shoot. Okay, I don't think I can use those. What are these? Let me check, see what kind of cameras these are. No, I can't use that one. All right. But yeah, we do have a couple of cameras here in the Memphis area. And then we have some government cameras over here as well. This is the Crockett EMA. You can actually see a storm just off in the distance over there as well. So some of these storms are bubbling up. They're not severe yet, but they could eventually become severe. So we got to be watching out for that potential as these storms kind of continue to try to get their act together here in northern Mississippi, and these will be tracking up into Tennessee, and then also eventually into parts of Kentucky. And in fact, we do have some storms trying to bubble up over there in Kentucky now as well. So couple of areas to watch out there, even early on, for some, some tornado potential actually could exist with these. Again, the wind shear isn't too strong, so it'll probably, start off as mainly a hail threat. But yeah, eventually we could get more of a tornado threat over here if those storms can mature and tap in just right to that severe or to that instability and the shear and the spin. How's Mena, Arkansas looking like? Let me see where Mena is. Mena, Arkansas. Yeah, Mena, Arkansas is currently right now pretty much where the warm front is. We turn back on our METAR data. Let me go to our wind direction. You can see that warm front pretty much rises all the way to your area. And that's just to the south of you right now. So you're still kind of in that boundary. So these storms that are firing near you will probably initially start off as non-severe, just rain and showers. But eventually, we are forecasted to see this area, these arrows here, flip around from south and north. Meaning there will probably be enough instability to support severe weather as some of these storms back over here run into some more instability as they move off to the east. But again, kind of the main areas I'm watching right now, at least according with all the data that we have, is these storms down here, these pockets of storms back over in here near Marshall. You can see they're in the warm sector there. And then we really don't have too much trying to fire off further north than that yet. So it's just kind of these guys here initially that are catching my eye as maybe our first storms to keep an eye on to see if they can mature. And if they can, they're going to be in a decent shear environment and could start off our strong tornado threat. Right near Mena here. All right, well, stay weather aware. Guys, you're not in the main, you're a little bit north of the boundary right now. So you should be pretty calm and just a little bit rainy there. But as soon as that boundary starts to lift into your area, storms that do track into that area will certainly have some severe weather potential. Winds Answer Media should be live soon. I've already got a full roster for Storm Chasers today. I don't even think I have any space for him, unfortunately. Tell him I send my best wishes. Hopefully, hopefully he stays safe and he accomplishes what he's trying to do today, which would be getting the word out about the storms. All right, let's go take off our METARs. What about Neosho, Missouri? Let me see where Neosho is. Neosho, Missouri. So yeah, Neosho is back over here. You guys are well north of the boundary right now. So most of the thunderstorms around you are mainly going to be a lightning and rain threat. These ones should struggle to become mature. So is that boundary going to rise all the way up into you? It's a lower chance than maybe like somewhere over here in eastern Missouri. So maybe a little bit of a severe weather chance, but for now, it seems like you guys are going to be mainly just rain and thunder for most of the day as that boundary is kind of off to your east. Regular storms cross the boundary and become severe. So one of the things that we saw yesterday a lot was we would have storms that would start off south of the boundary, right? And then it would go over the boundary, the frontal boundary, and still keep some severe characteristics for quite a while. And so that is certainly possible. But it is just kind of it's a question mark, how long that can last. And then, every now and then these elevated storms, they can, produce some severe hail. Usually it's not too much in the realms of damaging winds, but sometimes you get both. So, just because you are north of the boundary doesn't necessarily mean you have zero severe weather risk. It just means it's on the lower end. And a lower tornado threat. And again, our boundary right now is located, if I come back and turn back on our METAR data, it's located, let's come back over to our wind directions. Bam, bam. It's located pretty much right around here, starting to extend into Conway, down in here into Texas. And then it also extends all the way up into Kentucky, it seems like. So, any storms that fire south of this, but you can see a lot of our storms, at least that have lightning producing up here in northern Arkansas for now, are non-severe. But again, this boundary is forecasted to make it at least to northern Arkansas. So, if you live in like the northern Arkansas area, be watching out. And if it rises to the north any further than that, Neosho areas like Springfield and Joplin could start to also see your severe weather chances go up as we go into the nighttime. Yeah, the METAR data is awesome for monitoring where our boundaries are setting up. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, thank you. Is Chazzy sneezing or something? No. Uh-oh. Is it the Radar Omega sneeze happening? I think Radar Omega sneezes. I'm pretty sure. Every new radar update, if I remember correctly. Let me see if there's a way to turn that off. Let me see. Not there. No info, maybe. There's usually like an alerts, weather alerts. I don't know. Will Selmer, Tennessee get it bad tonight? Let me check. Selmer, Tennessee. Oops. What did I do? That again. Selmer, Tennessee. There we go. Radar is making that sound. Yeah, I think it does it like every new scan. Unless it's Chaz. I don't know. Has it been, does it seem like it's, how many times have you heard that sound? Where'd Selmer, Tennessee go? Dang it. Selmar, Tennessee. I got distracted by a question. Okay, yeah. So you guys are in an area that will has a potential severe or tornado watch coming. About a 60% chance of that, and that's mainly with these storms. All these storms are firing in the open warm sector, so if they can mature, they can become a damaging wind threat, a hail threat. It seems like they're going to mature. There's plenty of instability out here. A little bit of forcing and might just be enough to get these storms going with some mergers. You can see the mass of the storm grow and start to produce some pretty large hail. So definitely want to be watching out there. A little bit of a lower level jet off in this region, so you cannot rule out tornadoes. They shouldn't be on the strong side of things, hopefully. The strongest tornado risk is going to be back over here into central Arkansas. You're a retired severe weather meteorologist. Your map does show parts of Oklahoma and Louisiana in the tornado watch, yet you told us it doesn't. What? Yeah, I mean, there's a tornado watch over here, and we've already gone over the tornado watch. I don't get where the confusion is. We'll go over it again just in case there's some confusion. So, tornado watch out here for Harrison, Searcy, Conway, Little Rock, Pine Bluff, Camden, Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Tyler. That's in Texas. You see, there's a little bit of a spot there in Oklahoma and Shreveport. Several tornadoes likely, widespread hail up to 10 ball size likely, and scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely. I don't understand. Uh, should North Alabama be concerned about the little bubbles popping up? It's so hot here today. Yeah, I mean, little bubbles popping up. I mean, I wouldn't say be like concerned, because the kinematics really don't support much of a tornado risk out here. But there are maybe a little bit of a hail risk with some damaging winds out here. Wouldn't be impossible. Some thunderstorms. I haven't really looked at the Alabama environment, but as far as I am aware, we're just barely in, yeah, just parts of near Florence. Tomorrow though might be a little bit more active for parts of Alabama, but the little pop-up thunderstorms near Alabama should behave themselves today. Mainly just be thunderstorms, maybe some small hail threats in there. Louisiana too. No, it's okay. I understand if some people are frustrated today, a little bit stressed out. You know, it's been a long couple of days. People have been staying up day and night, monitoring their severe weather threats. So everybody's a little bit on edge. We talked about this yesterday. It's going to happen again today. Everybody's going to be a little bit on edge. Let's be honest. This area down here has been in a severe weather risk for multiple days. Multiple days. They've had some pretty strong tornadoes come through their areas as well. Not just throughout these last couple of days, but even a couple weeks ago as well. So, people are probably on edge. And I think we all need to have some patience with each other. Some people are going to express their frustrations. Some people might try to take their frustrations and stress out on you. But you need to understand that, it is just generally a stressful situation. How many of you, all right, let me see. I thank you, Jason Edie, for becoming a WIMD member. Do I see the tornado alley shifting more to the east? It just depends on the type of year, where the El Nino, La Nina is, where some of our broader scale kinematics are. All the storms that came through West Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee the other night never made it to Virginia. You were shocked. Yeah, it doesn't always happen, especially when you're like a marginal risk. That doesn't mean like a guarantee for, severe storms. It just means that there is a possibility there. But it also means like you're either going to get rain or not, Sometimes you see some rain, sometimes you see some thunder, and every now and then in a marginal risk, it'll be severe weather. But the most of the time, you just see rain. Rain and thunder. Pets try to get away from a storm. Yeah. It is stressful. I'm stressed. Chasers are stressed. The people at the ground are stressed. Everybody's stressed. I'm even going to be a little bit shorter with people today than I usually am because I'm overworked and my brain is going to want to be getting to the point and not having to explain things over again because it is trying to conserve energy. But yeah, little update on our storms over here near Mexia. They are slowly getting started here. You still see we are starting to see a little bit more reds in some of these storms. So they are trying to intensify. Yeah, you too, Tim. You too. Stay safe out there as well. We still got to treat folks the way we want to be treated. It's hard. It gets harder. I'm telling you. I'm not sure if you guys have ever worked a 12-hour shift or, you've been out there and, you've been worried about severe weather all day, every day for the past week and a half. Your brain gets tired and the mechanisms that filter your brain from what comes out of your mouth become harder to control. So there will probably be more stressed out and a little bit off the wall comments today in everybody's live streams. But that's just how it is. It's been stressful. And I think it's okay to talk about it and accept that is just the way that our brains are probably going to be functioning today. Especially for the folks that are here or people that have been covering the storms or forecasting them or folks that live in this area, we're all going to be a little bit on a short fuse. What time is it supposed to be in Texarkana? So your storms over there near Texarkana are trying to get started over here. These are some of our only warm sector storms that are trying to mature at this point, kind of in that area that will eventually kind of move into a better environment to produce tornadoes, just depending on when they get mature. So, probably over the next 2 hours or so for Texarkana, unless some of these storms near Shreveport get their act together a little bit earlier. You're probably seeing some bubbling of some of the clouds over there south of you because of that as well. Hey, thank you, Hannah, for the 10. Can check Wolf City. Yeah. So your storms right now are elevated. Again, if we come over here to our boundary, let me go over to our wind direction. You can see that you are just still north of that boundary. So most of your severe thunderstorm warnings or most of your severe weather, if it do get some, is going to be elevated, mainly a hail threat, not too much of a tornado threat. But you can see down here, we do have some pretty fast winds coming out of the south, going up to the north, transporting that moisture quicker. So that boundary should start to rise up to the north a little bit, and then that's when your severe weather threat is going to get a little bit worse. And again, that's going to be, let me go over to our models. I know you're probably going to want to know timing. So looks like we could get some storms back over here, but those are going to be elevated storms. It's really just dependent on how quickly these storms that are around you right now get going. I mean, this is the current prediction for right now from the HRRR, and as you can see, as we move a couple hours, that kind of fires off to the east. So it's either going to fire very close to you here in Wolf City, or fire just to your east. And those are going to be carrying a little bit of a tornado threat and some hail if the boundary comes up to your north. If you notice it getting a little bit warmer than it is right now by a decent amount, then that's probably the boundary either right over you or just past you. It's thought of the mean, is the boundary in the room with us right now? It's the boundary by Gun Barrel City. Let me see. Gun Barrel City. Has anybody been keeping count of how many times I've said the word boundary? No, you are just south of the boundary. So these storms that are popping up around you, they are going to have a tornado and severe weather threat when they mature. How's the cap in Texas? Let's go check the cap. Where's the cap at? Cap's pretty much non-existent. I mean, these storms back here, as you can see, the boundary is off to their east. This is over here near Dallas, those storms that are near Dallas. So all those storms are to the west of the boundary, but this is kind of an old forecast. It'll be interesting to see where that sets up. But as you can see, as we go into the future, the boundary actually moves more east than it does to the west, right? So if you're already to the east or the west of the boundary, it's probably not going to come and get you. It's nice and cloudy, and it's nice and cloudy in central Arkansas. That's not good. I think you're up to 3.4 billion times saying boundary. That's that. You know what? My prediction then is becoming true. What is the boundary? The boundary is a stalled cold front. So pretty much, we had that very dangerous storm coming in a couple of days ago in a pretty decently large low pressure system. But that low pressure system, let's zoom out. That low pressure system has left that boundary just kind of draped over this area. And we've been seeing smaller low pressure systems right up that boundary. And that's why we have multiple severe weather threats, because we keep getting these little low pressure systems form. And south of the boundary, the frontal boundary, the stalled boundary, we just have a lot of instability just sitting there. So any storm that comes through, there's going to be a lot of storm food for the smaller storms it creates until that boundary moves on, which is, today should start that forward progression. The boundary's been hanging out over here in southern Arkansas for about a day. Today that boundary will lift to the north, become a little bit more oriented like this, and then start to move to the east throughout these next couple of days. And then it'll become a Pacific front or a cold front. But as of right now, it is more of a stalled front, turning into more of a warm front as we move throughout today. Everything I'm saying is confusing, but I promise it makes sense. How many times did I say boundary in I think I said it another 1,000 times within that 5-second span. I said boundary 9 times since I've asked. Thank you. Please keep an active count on how many times we've said the word boundary. Can we get a boundary free themed freestyle rap? No. No, sir. Yeah, these storms right here, they're the first ones. And then these ones over here near Shreveport. And then also back over here as well. Still keeping an eye on these guys. Let's see. Do we got another look at these storms? Oh, yeah. Look at that. There's a big old blob of rain. Why does it seem like there's hail in here? Come bring this full screen for a little bit. There we go. Now you can really see the storm. Especially if you're watching me on your television, which, by the way, is the best way to watch this stream. All right, let's see what's happening over here. Do we got any views of some storms? Looking at these are what the popcorn storms are looking like. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep our. No, I'm just kidding. We don't have to keep our eye on popcorn storms, but they are cool to look at. Like this one's pretty cool. Yeah, we're watching blips. These storms, though, they will eventually become dangerous. And as of right now, they are non-threatening, I think. Although our camera's shaking around quite a bit, which is making me think these little white things we're seeing that are falling out the sky might be ice or small hail. What states are the storms going to go through the few next days? Mainly the southeastern states like Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, going into Alabama. Check out some of these other cameras. Man, it looks like a beautiful day over here. It's actually a really nice view. If I was actually outside in this view right now and I knew nothing about severe weather, I would think, man, I think today's gonna be a good day. Be outside all day. Let's go play some golf. But then all of a sudden it hails. Like one of those days. I'm gonna see if we can get like a full thunderstorm in view to look at. But I don't think we can. We only have access to a couple of these cameras here. What about these guys over here near Hohenwald? Can we look at these? No. How about these? Yeah, we can look at these. But yeah. That's the latest on that. Is let's see if okay, yeah, looks like PA Storm Trackers is officially live over here near Newport, Arkansas. They are 246 feet above sea level. It is 63 degrees at where they are. As you can see, there are low hanging clouds in the region. There is a bug, a smashed bug on their windshield on the right side of the screen. It is most likely a beetle or maybe even a bee, hopefully a wasp. We need less wasps in the world. Is there a camera in Radar Omega for the Texarkana area? No, but there's chasers there. Old Brad Arnold and Vince Welty are down over there near Texarkana. They're probably eyeing in on these storms right here, which is our first potential, stronger storms of the day. And we can even see that they're starting to produce lightning now. Won't be long before they try to produce hail. Let's see how tall these thunderstorms are. Yeah, we already got cloud tops up to 40,000 feet in some of these storms. This one over here has got 45,000 foot cloud tops, 46,000 foot cloud tops on that one over there. But they are starting to get matured a little bit more. Love bug season. My goodness. My front door is getting like I have a fan. I have a little porch and a fan out there, and the wasps are starting to make that fan their home. And every time I go outside, I get greeted by multiple wasps. So nice. They haven't bit me yet. Is Arkansas going to eat it again today? Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, the warm sector is rising to the north. We do have our latest meet. Wow. Latest METAR data is in, though. You can see kind of just hanging out. Hasn't really moved that much. The last 2 hours, it was back down here, and it only moved up a little bit since then. But it is slowly getting up there. We'll see if we can make it all the way up in there into Missouri. You can see Boot Hill of Missouri is now touching that warm front. All that convection is behind that warm front there in Mississippi and Tennessee. But where you see these lines close together, that's that warm frontal boundary. Slowly rising. New watch is possible for Eastern Texas. All right. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. Strong to severe thunderstorms are possible over here in kind of eastern central Texas. Watch probability of around 60%. Storms can get started there. They can have a tornado risk and some hail. Some very, very large hail possible. Jackson, Tennessee is going to be a little bit later, but you do have some storms around you. If any of these can mature to your south and then rise up India, they will carry a severe weather threat. Still want to keep on monitoring these cameras. Ooh, it's starting to look a little stormy over here. Yeah, you see, we got a lot of popcorn showers, but those could become dangerous later on today. So that's kind of the beginning of the northern Mississippi, Memphis, Jackson. Over the next couple hours, you guys will be dealing with these storms. Seeing a bit too much of me lately. I don't take offense to that. I agree with you. I've been seeing a little bit too much of me lately as well. Thank you, Red Feather, for becoming a WIMD member. I've said it multiple times and I'll say it again. It's never a good thing if you see my face. You guys think you like me, but secretly, subconsciously, inside of your brain knows that I am not good news. Just watching from work and checking the forecast. Yeah. The latest information is that we have a tornado watch out over here near Longview, Shreveport, Hot Springs, Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Conway, also Batesville, Cherokee Village, and Mountain Home. And then we have a potential either tornado or severe watch coming in this region, and then another potential tornado or severe watch possible over here in this region. But they haven't been issued yet, but they're talking about you guys. Well, I appreciate that, Colleen. Arkansas has been getting pressure washed for a few days now. Yeah. Yeah, you guys have been getting a lot of rain over there. And unfortunately, that is not going to stop anytime soon. A couple of storms trying to pop up over here near Pine Bluff, near that boundary. Let me get our storm chaser underneath this. I think I figured out what happened. No, I didn't. Never mind. I don't know what happened to my boundaries. Was that going to fix it at all? That's not even the right. What about this? Right? It's extremely calm in Lamar and Johnson right now. We keep getting the worst storms, either city or this tiny city lately. The tornadoes tend to try to spin up on or just north of here. Yeah, I mean, the thing about today is that pretty much anywhere there's an open warm sector, pretty much in this region, will have that chance for some strong tornadoes. Drew that a little bit, add that to right there. So that's why the tornado watch is already issued. And it's calm, sure, but that is deceptive. We just looked at one of these cameras out over here. I think it was down near Memphis. Yeah, I mean, you look at it right now and it feels nice and calm, barely windy. You see some blue skies, some sun poking through. Doesn't look threatening at all, but the environment is there. Well, I think it's probably going to be mainly rain, unless you live in southern Illinois. It really depends on whether or not that warm front can get up to you. Yeah, don't trust the environment. Is all I'm saying today. It can be a little bit deceiving. We'll keep an eye on these storms out here. Sometimes early on they can produce some pretty cool looking clouds, but right now they kind of look like just your average summer pop-up thunderstorms right now. I don't have much of an opinion on that yet because I don't know. I haven't really read too much about it. Just been preparing for this stream today. But as far as I've heard, yes, a lot of the online resources from the NWS is about to shut down at midnight due to a cancellation of a cloud contract from Doge. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure what exactly will be affected, but I can tell you right now, anything that shuts down is not going to be good. But I just don't know what it is, so I don't really have too much of a comment on it. I haven't really been brought up to date on that situation. Thank you, Hares, for becoming a Windy member. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it looks like some flooding was happening last or yesterday over here in Clarksville. Look at that. All right, these storms are continuing to try to get a little bit stronger down here. They are still trying. National Storm Library is included in this. What is that? Is that like all the storms that's ever happened? All the NWS is shutting down? No, just the online resources and research. As far as I know. Apparently a lot of that is connected to a certain cloud, and that contract has been canceled by Doge, and all those resources are going to be gone, but I don't know exactly which ones. In Texarkana, I'm hoping it's not going to be the SPC mesoscale analysis because that's like my whole thing. If this shuts down at midnight, I'm going to be very sad tomorrow. I might even cry. That's terrible. It's terrible what's happening over there for sure. Let's see. Okay, how much longer? 20 minutes for Pagey, 20 minutes. Or it looks like Stormwater Media pushed their stream back 65 minutes. Brett Adair is live out there. Brett Adair. I love saying his name. It just rolls off the tongue. Where is he at? He's over here near Ward, Arkansas, near Baby, Arkansas, Arkansas. He's sitting at the sit-go. Brett Adair's over there. That's also fun to say. Why has the tornado watch been worded differently when comparing to the NWS tweet and the SPC tweet? NWS tweet just says several tornadoes. Well, because okay, so the why it says something different is because they released the watch, right? And then they also include, like an explanation, right? And in the explanation, it says, the environment will support the potential for a few strong tornadoes, very large hail. So, just their base graphic says it, but you got to read it all. Read it all to get a really decent understanding. Cumulus storms hit Little Rock. It's your main storms are either going to fire down over here in Texas, or if we can get some more storms to fire, over out inside of the warm sector. You can see we do have some baby cells out there. Some goo goo gaga storms trying to get started. Any of those can become mature south of that boundary, then those are going to be, kind of the first threat for you guys. But as of right now, we're just kind of monitoring our convective trends and trying to figure out what's going to happen. Monitoring the main thing that we're monitoring though is our boundary. How far north is it going up to the north? Because again, if this thing just sticks put right here, northern Arkansas is not going to see anything. mainly going to be like a southern Arkansas and Louisiana, but the forecasts are saying it should rise all the way up to the Boot Hill of Missouri. Wow, that's actually a trend down to the south. Interesting. We shall see. We shall see what's right, the wrap or the real-time data. Weather Channel predicts a heavy frontal line in this evening. Yes. That will be one of the things that's pretty much guaranteed today. One of the more conditional things is whether or not we see any of those prefrontal supercells start to get started. Also, we have a special weather statement now issued on the storm near Gun Barrel City. Winds of excess of 30 miles per hour and half-inch hail. So these storms are already starting to produce hail. And thank you, Nick, for the $10 on my stream by chance, and just wanted to say thanks for being here live. Yeah, we always go live before the storms because there's a lot to learn about a storm before things get started. There's a lot to learn. Folks over here in Batesville and Cherokee Village are probably looking at their phones freaking out because they're in a tornado watch. But if they were over here, they would learn that, it all depends on whether or not that boundary reaches up there. It's not a guarantee. So, and then we watch that boundary and we tell you where it is and where it isn't. And, there's definitely a difference, right? If you live in Mountain Home and you see dark clouds around you, right? And you're worried that you're about to see tornadoes because you're in a tornado watch, but you don't know the boundary as of currently is down here, then your anxiety is going to be a lot higher. But if you're getting some rain and thunderstorms and you're watching this channel and you know the boundaries to your south and the chances for tornadoes are near zero with these storms right now, then, that's a lot less anxiety. You do learn a lot from watching the storm environment before the storms get started. You learn where the forecast might fail. Like yesterday, when we were watching the storms yesterday, we already kind of had an inkling that our boundary was way further south than it was supposed to be. And then it kind of rose back up here into Tennessee. And, we were mainly highlighting this area over here with some convection moving on to the east as our main tornado threat. And then we had some storms try over near Shreveport, but they quickly hopped over that boundary. And we immediately knew that those storms were not going to pose much more of a tornado threat for the rest of the day. And we knew that between about 4 hours before like, really anything. How much tornado could a tornado if it, oh, okay. I thought you were going to make like some sort of funny thing there, but that was not. 50 years. Thank you. Okay. Got a warning for 10 inches of rain. Yeah, that's a big threat for today is the flooding. If I don't think there's I even think, even if our boundary stalls where it is, we should still have a strong tornado threat, even further to the south. But one of the more guaranteed things that is going to happen today is that flood threat, no matter what. So definitely be weather aware. A lot of the folks that are in this tornado watch are in that high risk for flooding today. Let's go check back over here in Mississippi and Tennessee. We'll come back over to this view and spy on these storms real quick. Yeah, storms are still struggling out here. Yeah, going on. We got raindrops on the camera ruining everything. Okay. Still looking pretty clear over here near Crockett. See some rain coming out of the bottoms of these clouds over here. Dang, this field looks a little flooded. Don't think that's water is supposed to be there. I don't think that's a pond. I think that's supposed to be a field. Back over here in the Memphis area. Ooh, we got some bubbling cumulus. Almost a cumulonimbus happening over here. That might drop some rain in a little bit. Still very blue skies out there, though. We continue to watch them. Hey, thank you, Julie, for the $20 donation. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the latest update over here. Storms really aren't there just yet. They are still trying to bubble though. We're kind of in a bubble alert. We got over here though. Definitely keeping a close eye on how these storms progress. These storms are just south of our and to the east of our boundary, so they have instability. Let me see if they have shear. They got a little bit of shear, around 35 knots of shear. Where's the boundary for today? Currently, it's over here into central Arkansas, slowly moving up to the north. As you can see, if we push this all the way back to about 4 hours, it's slowly getting further and further to the north. But it's moving a little bit slower than our RAP model was saying earlier this morning. So we definitely have a slower northward advection of our moisture than what was forecasted. But, southern Arkansas is pretty primed there with a decent amount of instability. So, in our early portions, that's going to be kind of our main area until this boundary decides to lift further up to the north. But it looks like it might stall over here, meaning that most folks in like northwestern Arkansas and like southwestern Missouri, if this forecast is right, are mainly only going to get an elevated thunderstorm threat with a small chance for severe weather. The south side of the boundary is what we're worried about. That's where all the funny business is going to happen today. Just notice my camera is got me a little bit far off on the right side of the screen. Let me fix that. For all the OCDs out there, find me later. Any advice to help protect cars? Just get them in the garage. If you don't got a garage, try to put a blanket on top of it, I guess. Why isn't my little camera thing popping up here? Oh, there it is. There we go. Wonder. I got a thing on this? Yes, I do. Later tonight, it looks like the boundary shifts south of us. I mean, it's going to rise north throughout the day. That is for sure. All right, let's go look at our cloud tops over here, see what these storms are up to. Yeah, they're still getting up there. Cloud tops now getting pretty close. Yeah, over 50,000 feet. So these things are going to start to produce some severe weather down here in Texas probably shortly. Check the bill on these storms. Vertically integrated liquid kind of tells us the potential size of the hail. Yeah, it looks like the closest storm we've got to producing some quarter-sized hail is this one over here near Powell. Oh, maybe in 5 to 10 minutes, they might put a severe thunderstorm warning on that. Yeah, it's pretty tall storms down there. That is for sure. They are getting up there. These are the first ones. So one of the things that we got to watch here for is these guys. The boundary is pretty much just like this, like right behind them. So they're just pretty much going to be riding that up to the north. And one of the things that could keep these storms a little bit less of a problem is if they get just a bunch of mergers, right? That could screw up their ability to eat that warm and moist air. If they can stay kind of merger free and tap into the shear environment, that's when they're going to start producing tornadoes. And thank you, Jake, for the $2. Thanks for tracking this. Sending love from Midland. All right. Yeah, there's no tornado warnings right now. Can be expected in Tyler. Potentially some tornadoes. You're in a tornado risk, and strong tornadoes will be possible. That's to be coming from these storms. So it is time to be weather aware. You can tell Aaron Jack, he's a smart guy. He's already clued into these storms. He's probably been watching that boundary all day, and he's like, "Yep, these are the first ones." Thank you, Jessica, for the 5. currently pouring rain in Conway, Arkansas. Will this help decrease the tornado chances? Depends. It depends. That boundary is still, I think, just to your south. I think it's hanging out near Little Rock and Hot Springs right now. But if you notice it start to get a little bit warmer, like it's going to get a little bit warmer throughout the day, anyways. But if you notice quite a difference, that means that warm front has lifted past you, and that's when your severe weather threat's going to start to get elevated, depending on whether or not these storms form and mature. Thank you, Peretta, for becoming a Windy member. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fry family, and thank you for pledging $1 per month to help support the channel. Goes a long way. I have no thoughts on that, Sammy. Not a real thing. Broken Bow. Where's the boundary over here? That's a good question. I think it is lifting into this area. Might have to watch these storms. Let me check. What our METAR data is saying. Hmm. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of north of it right now. Let me check over on our. Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of north of that warm front a little bit. So these storms will probably be elevated. They're probably going to ride just north of the warm front and remain elevated. So as of right now, you're kind of chilling. But like over here near like Ida Bell, Broken Bow, Wright City, it is very possible over the next hour or so that warm front will lift to your north, and then maybe some of the storms that are firing down over here near Sulphur Springs will be a problem. Tyler, Texas, under a tornado warning. No. No one's under a tornado warning right now. You're under a tornado watch, though, which means you need to be watching out for tornadoes. And the storms you need to be watching out for are these guys to your west. These are going to be kind of our first storms that are firing in a decent environment for those tornadoes. And thank you, Nick, for the 5. What is it looking like near Little Rock? Is it expected to come through? Half of the office has received a tornado office alert, but I can't tell why. Well, you guys are in a tornado watch right now, so that's why your office is getting that alert. But yeah, the boundary is pretty much sitting right over you. So the storms that are bubbling up around you, they're probably not going to be much of a severe weather threat until about an hour or two from now. Because even though the boundary's moving slow to the north, because it's right over you, giving it another hour or so, it's going to be well to your north. So you're definitely looking like that tornado threat will exist with any of these little bubbly storms that can mature. Good morning or afternoon. You're the 700th like. Thank you for liking. It helps us in the YouTube algorithm, but I would prefer you guys share the stream. If you guys live in this area, sharing the stream allows us to actually reach people in the path of the storms. Liking the stream, it does help, and it shows, that you appreciate the channel and what we do here. But it boosts the algorithm within YouTube, which might not be people that are in the path of the storm. They might just be people that YouTube sees are interested in weather. But sharing the stream like on your social medias and all that kind of stuff will reach like your local neighbors, your coworkers, and all that stuff in this area. So that's the most effective way to help us, reach folks that are in the path of the storms. The storm's moving east. These ones right now are kind of moving northeast, almost due north, but kind of northeast. They do seem a little clustered right now. Let's go check in on the velocities. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotation in these storms just yet. Does Sulphur Springs be worried? You guys are you're right on that line of the boundary. If any of these storms can mature, these will be moving towards Sulphur Springs. You're not in a tornado watch yet. Not really. So, it's going to be like a 50-50. Just depends on if that boundary gets pushed to the east before some of our bigger storms get to you. or whether or not they can mature before they even get to you. There is a chance, I think, that you guys get put under a tornado watch here in a little bit, depending on how things get started here initially. Is Bentonville, Arkansas, okay for now? Yeah, okay for now. The storms aren't all of Arkansas is okay for now, but the thing is that the environment is improving, and the warm sector is getting set up. We're just waiting for forcing to come in to kind of force these storms to kind of get going, which will either be before our frontal boundary forms, which is trying to get started, or after, or right before it gets right to you. Just depends. A lot of question marks there. Still not a slam dunk game. Now let's come back over here. We've been talking a lot about this area. Let's come back over here to Memphis and Tennessee, where we do have a chance here for some severe weather, a severe weather watch, and maybe even a tornado watch. And our storms are still a little bit on the smaller side. Let's check this one. Yeah, we don't have any views there. Let's come back over to here. Yeah, still have that storm back there. Here's a nice little view of a rain shaft. This camera continues to be a nice little camera. Keep an eye on the northern portions of these storms. But yeah, a lot of popcorn storms are moving through Mississippi and Tennessee, also into Kentucky, and those are theorized to be able to produce a severe weather threat later today. Paris, Texas being the lookout? I think so. Yeah, come over to here. Let's see. I think Paris, Texas is like northeastern Texas, right? Yeah. You should be on the lookout, but that boundary is pretty much right on top of you. And it is expected to shift to the east over the next couple of hours. So you'll either get something or you won't. It definitely seems like you're going to get some rain and thunder, but that severe weather threat is going to be dependent on, if that boundary is still near you while the storms make their way up there. Life-threatening flooding in western Kentucky. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, damage threat considerable. Wow. Yeah, it's like all the way across the board here, too. Now, just for Hopkinsville, Oak Grove, and Mayfield. And unfortunately, if these storms can mature, it's only going to get worse. Oh my gosh, look at this. Like he's got his hood up, but it feels like we're on a plane now. This is our storm chaser, PA storm trackers. They're in a plane flying above the. It looks like they're looking out the window of a plane. And there's like a wing there. First ever plane chaser. Oh man. All right. He ruined it. Now we're back on the ground. Just like that. Launched a car instead of a weather balloon. My immersion. Why is that flashing? I don't know why his camera's flashing. It's starting to annoy me. Yeah. Like he's in low data. That might have been why. Excellent landing from the pilot, right? Seamless. It was like it was such a seamless landing. Barely even noticed it. Actually, a little bit of broad circulation starting to develop over here near Grosback. Lots of lightning as well with these storms. Let's go check back in on that Ville. Yeah, they're trying. This one up here is pretty close to being a severe storm. It's still not quite there yet. Still not quite there. We'll go broad scale view here for a little bit. Take off our cameras just so everybody can see what's happening here across the region. There's a lot of notifications. What are y'all chatting about in here? Ah, I see. I see. Secret stuff. All right. A little bit of a distraction from weather. It's wild. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Negative 2,000? Yikes. My money. It's all gone. Are we winning yet? I don't I don't think so. Depends on what your goal is for a win. That's wild. I'm not going to say anything beyond that, but let me just fact check that. I want to see it with my own eyes. I see it with my own eyeballs. Yep. Yep, that's real. Jeez Louise. Ow. Hopefully our storms do what the Dow Jones is doing and does a big downtrend. Oh my goodness. I had never seen that before. That's crazy. And still a little bit of broad circulation over here near Grosback. Heading up towards Mexia. Still keeping an eye on that area. Buy the dip. Sell, sell, sell. Me and my little brother, we tried trading crypto once when we were like younger. I mean, we had this like little joke. Like anytime like any sort of like kind of bad news would come out, we'd be like, sell, sell, sell. And then anytime any kind of good news would come up, we would be like, buy, buy, buy. We would like scream it in the house. I think we were only like 17 or 18 at that point. Maybe a little bit older. I forget. Yeah, I went down quite a lot yesterday, and to see it at negative 2,000 and still dropping is wild. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm just kidding. I don't actually have any money in stock, so I'm okay. I think we'll be all right, or I will. I don't know how many of you guys have 401ks though. I've worked so many jobs, never got offered a 401k. Never. Never got offered a retirement plan. None of that. Watch has been expanded. Let me check. Not seeing it. Let me see. I'm gonna post something in the reporter group if you have that information. I'm not seeing it. All adults have this. Yeah. I was never all the jobs I worked for, I never got offered one. Definitely don't have one now. Doing the YouTube stuff. Yeah. I'm not an economist or anything, but I know negative 2,000 is bad. That's about all I know. It can't be good, right? It expanded south from Longview. Okay, I'm trying to get a graphic on it, but it's not getting posted. So I guess we just have to wait for it to populate the map. Let me see if it's on weatherwise yet. Ah, there it is. Okay. Over here near Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Jacksonville. You guys are Timpson Center, San Augustine. You guys are now all in a tornado watch. That's going to be for these storms over here. Do I have blue sky? No. I hate having multiple social media accounts. I can only handle like one at a time. It's causing the drop. Something that we probably shouldn't talk about on this channel. We're trying to keep this weather related. I just wanted to show you guys that because it blew my mind. I probably shouldn't have, but yeah. I'm learning how to make potatoes in all different ways. All right. Way to go. What's your favorite potato way? Couple of broad circulations now developing here near Mexia and Wortham. Shoot. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at vertically integrated liquid. Oh, this one is very, very close to becoming severe warned here near Todd. That's probably getting real close to producing some quarter-sized hail there near Gun Barrel City. So watch out there. And then probably some penny-sized hail on this one, if I had to guess. Let's see what they got on here. Yeah, they still have half-inch hail on it, but they are getting a little bit more haily. Thank you, Jason Jones, for the 5. Under the gun, or was there a social agreement? I have no idea. I've never been involved in like the official like news person community, so it might be something, but I say under the gun a lot. I don't think people actually like imagine anything when anybody says that, so I think it's fine to say. I don't think when people say like Shreveport's under the gun for today, I don't think they imagine like Shreveport and then like a giant gun over them, you know? Like everybody just knows that that's an expression that means you're in an area for a threat today. But I can see how like a news organization would try to be like not do that, but they're all weird. That's why like a lot of people are moving away from like the professional like newscasters and weatherman and all that because they're just like this weird they got like these weird things about them where like they have to do certain things and can't do other things. Like there's no personalization. There's no like real human when you're watching that. It seems like they're like all following a certain set of rules to appear a certain way, but like I mean you talk them away from all of that, they're like a completely different person. And I think that's why people are moving more to like independent news and weather, because you know you're talking to real humans that have real lives and like not trying to put on a front in order to keep you around. Everybody's a robot these days. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, the rotation with these storms, by the way, I'm not sure if I've clarified this or not, but they're not strong rotations right now. They're still pretty broad and diffuse. They're not a tornado threat right now, but it's just one of those things where you got to keep an eye on. I will say a lot of these storms got a lot of storms around them, which means that you know they're going to struggle to become tornadic if they're just eating storm after storm after storm instead of actual instability. Latest scan out here, we still have a lot of little thunderstorms out over here in the Tennessee and Mississippi area, but they're still not maturing. There is a little bit of lightning over here near Union City and Martin, though. Let's go check back on. Can we actually see anything interesting with these storms yet? Not on that camera. About this one. About this one. This one might have something cool to look at. Yeah, a little bit of a rain shaft over there on the left. This is in Kohlerville, Tennessee. From the town hall. So if you're watching this live stream, getting your latest license plate or license renewal, come outside and say hi. Yeah, these are the still the only storms that are catching my attention. Otherwise, doesn't have a lot of camera access. I've noticed. Yeah, like for weatherwise itself, like it's the same kind of deal. Like I can use the same cameras on Radar Omega, the same type of cameras as I can on weatherwise. We have access to all the Mississippi cameras because I actually talked to the people that own that. We can use it every time we click on it. We can use them for an hour for $10. So that's a good little agreement there. But we can't use like all the cameras all at once. So it gets expensive fast. So I never click on these unless we absolutely have to. But they have EMA cameras. So like emergency management government cameras, those are uncopyrightable. So we can always use those. But the ones that are actually owned by like individual organizations, those ones we can't use. How are we looking out over here? Yeah, still got storms trying to do something over here near Mexia. Check the bill again. All right, yeah, we're reaching severe capabilities with these guys now. So expect some 1-inch hail, severe thunderstorm warnings, or maybe a little bit bigger than 1-inch hail to start coming out for these storms. Brightness all the way up on my screen. It seems a little dark. Yeah, okay. You can't copyright government cams. I don't. You just can't. That's why we can watch all the traffic cams, because that's all government cams there as well. HRRR looking spicy for the Austin area around 7 p.m. Yeah, I mean, some storms, they're gonna be firing all the way along this boundary. These storms are pretty much the edge of our boundary, though. So if there are any storms around Austin, they're most likely gonna be to the west of that boundary, which means they'll be elevated. Maybe still some hail chances, though. And thank you, Jason, for the 5. Thank you so much. And ask you to check Gavin County, Oklahoma. I've got you covered. All right. Awesome. Thank you. PDS for flooding. So like over here near Western Kentucky, we have a lot of considerable damage threats here. Flash flooding. There's PDSs there, and then and then there's one more above that, the flash flood emergency, which oops, why isn't that not showing up? Oh, a flash flood emergency due to the but we don't have any of those right now yet. All right, Kim. Yeah, exactly. Like a news camera that owns a camera on top of there's also like independent organizations like these guys over here in Mississippi, North Mississippi Storm Chasers. They're like an independent organization that puts cameras up themselves. And so they own all the rights to them. And if you don't have an agreement with them, you can't click on it or they will demonetize. Yeah, Arkansas has a bunch of street cameras out there as well. We also got Britt Adair out there in this region as well. We'll bring him up underneath me. He's sitting over at the Citgo. He's in Arkansas, just north and east of Little Rock. Thank you, Richard, for the 2. Thank you so much. Oh, Mahia, not Mexia. Gotcha. Forgot about that. Yeah, further out into our warm sector, still not a whole lot happening. We do have some storms. Actually, I take that back. There are some storms trying to convect out here near Mansfield and Coushatta. These are now under a blip warning. We do have storms trying to mature out over Shreveport. We got to keep an eye on these guys. Kind of like what we were doing over here, but these ones are more into the warm sector here and might be subjected to less of a merger problem, as these are pretty much right on our boundary. Man. Yeah, you've been a little bit of rotation getting started over here near Wortham still. And then up here further up to the north, we kind of got a gust front kind of pushing off towards the north and east towards Kemp. Yes, I have to pay the chasers to use their streams. Yeah. I got agreements with all of them. We are nearing the danger hours. Yeah, we're getting there. Still a little bit left to go, though. These storms are going to be a while. These ones back over here are associated with the boundary, so they're more. This is more going to form into a linear line with a tornado threat associated with it. But these ones over here, these are well out into our warm sector. If these ones can mature, these are going to be our strongest tornado threat. So these ones are going to be the ones that we keep an eye on the most now that they are actually trying to get started. Where's our boundary at? We can go check that real quick. Let me put this down here. Not that. We'll go to radar and then our METAR data up here as well. Probably keep that on the entire day just to make sure that we have a good look at this throughout the day. That's not what I wanted. Hold on. Wind direction, please. There we go. Yeah, looks like our boundary's pretty much. I don't think we've gotten our latest METAR update, but it's still sitting. Like it's sitting over here near Conway, near Hot Springs, and then down over through this area, just like that. See all these wind bars moving out of the south to the north. Those are the ones that are bringing all that moisture and instability into the region. And then these storms are sitting right in the middle of our warm sector. So if these ones can mature, these will be our first really dangerous storms. All these other mess up north of that boundary, though, is going to take some time to become mature, as they will be rising to the north with the boundary. So still maybe a little bit of a severe weather threat with these storms, but the most for like Conway, Hot Springs, your tornado threat's going to be coming from storms that can fire to the south of there. I'm saying right here and say the city or state name. I mean, you can, the city and state name are on the map. I mean, I don't know what more you want from me. We always say the cities when it comes to warnings and where's the rotation, but I mean, if I'm just talking general stuff, I mean, the state's right there, the cities are right there. Are you saying if these storms below Shreveport mature, they could turn into tornadoes when they pass Shreveport and enter into Arkansas? I think they will mature rapidly. Just depends. Just depends. I mean, if these can mature south of Shreveport, that will be Shreveport's tornado threat. Also, there will be an attendant tornado threat with our frontal boundary as well, but our highest tornado threat in terms of like stronger and more dangerous tornadoes will be associated with any prefrontal supercells that can fire into our warm sector. So really just depends on how fast they mature. And thank you, Wendy, for the $50 of New Zealand money. Still the luckiest person in chat, living in the most beautiful country I think there is out there. Did I get snow this year? I got a little bit, yeah. I think I got like 3 inches once. I think I would cut off at least 3 toes to live in New Zealand. Place is so beautiful. A latest scan here, a little bit more broader circulation here west of Gun Barrel City, but it's getting stronger. It's stronger, broader circulation there. So definitely keeping a close eye on that storm. Yeah, New Zealand. I'm not sure if you guys have seen any photos there. It's basically just mountain. The whole island of New Zealand is like mountain, beaches. That's it. So you get the beauty of a mountain, you get the beauty of the beaches, and a pristine environment because it's basically I mean, it is an island kind of. I mean, it's just out in the middle of the ocean. So you get the ocean breeze. So it's kind of like Los Angeles during the summer. It's still relatively cool most days because of the onshore flow. It's just a beautiful, beautiful area to live. And the people there are really nice. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. Oh yeah, let me just check to make sure if like worst case scenario we do start getting tornadoes down here. If I have any chasers that I can pull from that are in like the Texas area. Yeah, Jordan Hall is out over here. So we could use Jordan Hall if it need be. Probably do that. Oh, that's Matthew Capucci. He's in Arkansas. Yeah, we'll probably use Jordan Hall. Using the H triple R at this point is only good for timing, to be honest. I'm not interested in using its opinion on like the actual environment. Mesoanalysis is what I go by during the day. But we can check the significant tornado parameter on the mesoanalysis. Our current one, let's see, where is it? Do the fixed layer. Yeah, over by these little pop-up thunderstorms that are trying to happen over there near Louisiana are significant tornado parameters around 2 to 3. About 4 to 3 across the warm sector here south of that boundary in Arkansas. That's if storms can get started. See where our surface base cape is, yeah. There's that boundary there in Arkansas. Let me see if we can get flare. Let's see where it rises to over the next 6 hours. Yeah, it's sits around like 4 or 5, 6 throughout most of the day. Highest SIG-TOR chances is if we get any storms fire in eastern Arkansas around 4 hours from now. But as you can see, there's no storms in that area. By the time storms do fire in that area, it's down to a 4 or 5. So elevated for sure. Is that like a 9 or 10? No. Which is why we don't have like a high risk. Oh, more supercellular? Yeah, for sure. Over there north of Teague, some broader circulation with the right now, but you can definitely tell it's taken on that shape. But one of the things to keep in mind, it's got a lot of mergers around it right now. So we'll see how it handles. That's what we're going to be watching with this storm is to see how it handles those mergers. Is it going to kind of ruin the storm's chances to become severe or to become more of a tornado threat or not? Although this one near Gun Barrel City seems to be getting some tighter circulation here. Might be getting close to trying to produce a tornado there. Right in that area.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, they've extended the tornado watch now into parts of Texas here near Teague, Fairfield, Palestine, over here near Athens, Canton, Van, and Grand Saline. There you go. Let's check the details on that. Large to very large hails, scattered damaging winds, thunderstorms, tornado watch, and a few tornadoes. So they're not calling for strong tornadoes, but they are calling for a few tornadoes being possible early on here. Let me see where Storm Runner Media is. Are they even live yet? No. Is Paigey live? Okay, Paigey's live. She's near Little Rock, Arkansas. And Brett is still near Little Rock, Arkansas, too. Okay, so none of our chasers that we're currently using are over here, but we do have
A
access.
new tornado watch has been issued.
Ooh, also, another tornado watch has been issued over here near College Station, Huntsville, Trinity, Crockett. You guys need to be watching out for tornadoes. It's going to be more for these storms that could potentially fire further to the south. Call it Potato Gun Barrel City. Why do y'all call it Potato Gun Barrel City? And we might be close to a tornado warning on some of these cells, especially this one up here that seems to be developing some tighter circulation. We'll see if it can keep it going. Oh, just got our first severe thunderstorm warning down here. That's going to be for tornado possible, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading up towards Willis Point here in Texas. WS is getting ready for something. Yeah. Yep. Today could be dangerous, man. We are getting storms firing in the right spots. This one over here, north and west of Gun Barrel City, starting to develop some stronger, broader circulation. You can still see, though, we do have some broad circulation there. But yeah, overall, that is looking like a pretty dangerous storm still there. Let's go look down further down to the south. Yeah, still waiting on the yeah, okay. So yeah, some broader circulation here still with this storm as well. This is our first part of the tornado threat. Our second part of the tornado threat will be back over here if Shreveport, over here near the Shreveport area, if these storms can mature and kind of work their way out in front of this line. And also some of these storms that are trying to develop over here as well, near like Dirks, Caddo Valley, are just near that boundary. Thank you, William, for subscribing. Yeah, worst case scenario, we can use Jordan Hall. I say worst case scenario because he's expensive. He is making his way down there. If a storm produces a tornado and he's got an eye on it, we'll be switching over his screen pretty quickly. All right, Richard, good luck out there. Had to sleep in his car on broken glass? Why? They get hit by some big hail or something? How are rates negotiated for things like this? Just based off of the market. So, because like Ryan Hall and Max Velocity are, they got a lot of money and they drive the price up for the market because they can afford it, right? And so they pay more, and the more they pay the chasers, the more expensive each chaser gets and the less accessible it does. But, bottom line is, out of all of that, is that storm chasers deserve it. For far too long, storm chasers have been underappreciated and underpaid. So they're finally getting their moment, and the market is inflated. But I would say they're worth it. Right there, northwest of Gun Barrel City, still an area of some decent rotation, still moving off the north, about to pass over 175 here. Again, this storm also has some 1-inch hail inside of it, so over there near Edgewood, I would still continue to be indoors and away from windows. We also got some storm strengthening a little bit further up to the north, too, over there near Sulphur Springs. These storms, unfortunately, are going to be moving into quite the radar hole. Still don't have a radar over here near Idabel, so fortunately, it's going to be really hard to track these storms from this point on past Sulphur Springs. But there does appear to be something happening over there, whether it's rotation or just a strengthening inflow. That storm does seem to be trying to get itself together. going to get more inflated. It's not necessarily how many storm chasers there are, it's more of what people have to pay them, right? Durant radar. All right. Yeah, if someone's got a link to the Durant radar, I lost it. You can like put it in the reporter chat. That'd be helpful. New severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County and Knox, or Clay, Knox, and Whitley, Kentucky. Heck? Oh, yeah, we got a little bit of a bubbler over here heading over towards Bourbonville and Artemis. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows for that. A little bit of a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right, latest scans. Look at this rotation is starting to fall apart down here near Corsicana. Still have a decent area of broad circulation here north of Gun Barrel City. You can still see we got those grays in between those greens and reds, meaning that this storm is still, struggling to tighten that circulation, but still worth keeping an eye on. Areas like Willis Point that you guys could eventually get into a little bit of a stronger risk there. And thank you, Lisa, for the 5. Oregon County, Missouri here. We appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jay, for the 2. Texas had a tornado watch in Athens, Texas. All right. What's HTX mean? That mean Huntsville, Texas? And unfortunately, we're starting to make it our way into severe weather mode here. So probably not going to be answering exact city questions anymore. But, just keep your eyes out. I mean, we'll be letting you guys know where these storms are located. We're still keeping an eye over here in Arkansas, where we have some storms trying to mature here. Also watching these storms down over here near Shreveport, where they're also trying to mature, but they're kind of in the early stages. Yeah, we'll keep you in the know. Right now, our main storms with the severe thunderstorm threat is going to be over here in Texas. Maybe these storms eventually could also have a severe thunderstorm threat with them as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm we've been talking about over here north of Gun Barrel City. Still a decent area of some broad circulation here. They have decided that it's probably worth putting a tornado warning, and I agree. That could spin up at any time. So if you live near Canton and Edgewood, I would be in your safe spots. This is a radar indicated rotation. Again, that's Canton and Edgewood here in Texas. And we're over here in eastern Texas, just to the west of Tyler, Texas, with this storm. Eventually, this storm is trying to wrap up to south of East Tawakoni. Not going to stop now. Probably not. Depends on what this storm does, really. I mean, if this remains a broad circulation and never does anything, then it will stop. I mean, that means this environment's not ready to produce tornadoes yet. But if these storms are ones, if they're just latched onto this boundary, and yeah, if they're latched onto the boundary and they're just going to keep up on to the north and east, and they do start producing tornadoes, I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be nonstop. Nonstop as long as these storms last. Over here in Sulphur Springs, still some evidence here that some rotation could be getting started with this storm as well. This storm will be susceptible to being warned all the way into Arkansas, whether or not it's producing a tornado or not, just due to the fact that it's going to be in a radar hole. And it will never really be obvious whether or not that this storm is, its rotation is stopped or not, because the upper level rotation on a storm usually lasts for a pretty long time. And that's where we're looking at for that storm as it travels into our radar hole. I wouldn't be surprised if that one had a precautionary warning get placed on it. All right, latest scan out here north of Gun Barrel City, still an area of some circulation there. Maybe tightening up a little bit here north of I-75. Just make sure I didn't get an email from what's it called? Rail fan. Also, thank you, Cheryl, for the 5, and thank you, John, for the 10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Yeah. Looks like we still won't have rail fans today. Rail fan cams today. Check back down here with our southern storm. It looks like the mergers are keeping this storm at bay for now. You can see it's really messy down here, but if this storm can ever get replenished access to our instability with this one, we're going to see that rotation try to tighten up eventually. There's still some broad circulation down there near the Chambers Reservoir, Richland Chambers, heading up towards Eureka, but as of right now, it's not dangerous. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, though, with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So at the very least, continue to be, aware of that and be indoors, away from those windows. That's good, right? Yeah, any lower chances is always good. Yeah. Springfield, Missouri, that'll be later on today. These storms are well south of you, and that threat in Arkansas has not gotten started yet. Yeah, latest scan over here, still a little bit on the broad side, maybe a little bit of tighter circulation right here near Roddy. So no debris signature yet on this storm. It's getting a hook. Yeah, it is. It is getting a hook. One thing to note, though, is we do have a merger incoming. See, it's moving its way in there. Just got sucked into that inflow. We'll see what that does. That might kind of force our precipitation shield a little bit further to the right, and then it'll merge with another storm here again. Which hopefully, usually when we get mergers, 99% of the time, or most of the time, they are deconstructive, and then sometimes they are constructive. Deconstructive means it lowers the tornado potential. Constructive means that it makes it worse.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have decided to throw a tornado warning on this one, and yeah, a little bit more rotation here. Still on the broad side of things, heading towards Richland Chambers Reservoir, but if you live in Karens and Trinidad, Malakoff and Log Cabin, Gun Barrel City, you guys need to be in your safe spots now. Now we have 2 tornado warnings here in Texas. We want to check in on other parts of our environment here just to kind of check up with everything. Yeah, still prefrontal storm free out here. Still wondering whether or not this storm is above or below that boundary. Might have to see. Oh wow, look at this. Bread Adair is near some of our smaller storms here in Arkansas, and you can see there's already a little bit of an interesting looking clouds out here. That afternoon warmth, it certainly is. Now, unfortunately, as we are seeing now, it really doesn't matter where that boundary ends up setting up, because we're going to have some tornado potential regardless. Just depends. The boundary is really mediating how north or south our tornado threat will be able to be. That's about it. Everywhere else south of there, you're going to get, a tornado threat. Tornado Pagey is live. Sulphur Springs, yeah. Sulphur Springs still probably, let me see what our latest scans are. Yeah. Sulphur Springs still has a decent area of rotation. That could be our next tornado warning for sure. Fortunately, our correlation coefficients are a tad behind. Let me see if Radar Omega is having that problem. No, Radar Omega is not having that problem. We're going to have to use Radar Omega then. First time we've had to do that. A little bit disappointed. Not sure what's going on there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued up here near Sulphur Springs. And that's going to be for this storm right here. Okay. Oh, you see, this is why I can't use Radar Omega, though. It has this anti-aliasing problem. Switch over to like the storm relative velocities. Yeah. Oh, is that a tornado on the ground? There's a little something popping up in here. That might be a tornado south of 69. It's a little bit of a kind of hard to tell since we're super far away from the radar, but that could be something. Let me check what that looks like on here. Could be hail, I guess. Latest scan down here near Karens and Malakoff. Still have an area of some broader circulations. Not quite organized just yet. Heading towards Karens and Malakoff. Gun City. Still need to be taking shelter there. This rotation, yeah, looks like that merger is stopping this storm's tornado potential for now. That's definitely having an impact. Still keeping an eye, though. Hopefully, it continues to be destructive there. But Canton, Texas, and Edgewood, Texas should continue to be sheltered in place. Let's come up here a little bit further up to the north. Check back out Sulphur Springs. Radar was we looking at here. And that little signal is still kind of there. We're just so far away from the radar. It's going to be hard to tell. Let me see what Jordan's looking at. He should be pretty close to this storm. Yeah, he's getting there. He's not quite there yet, though. He's actually closer to the Sulphur Springs storm. That might be the storm he chooses to. Yeah, he's closer to this one. He's like right over here near Mount Pleasant, I think. Just double check. Yeah, he's north of Mount Pleasant. So Jordan Hall will be in view of this storm and I'll be looking at it. And if it, starts to look like it's about to drop a tornado, or if it has a tornado, we will get a stream up and going. All right, so Tornado Pagey is live. Let me make sure we're going good here. Perfect. She's near Little Rock, where we are seeing some thunderstorm activity going over there. Is Storm Intermedia live yet? No. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this set up here. Why is the Radar Omega over everything? What is going on? Browser. There. Oh, there's like a separate radar thing. Okay. There, and then Brett. Okay. Then get the chat up. Perfect.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're extending that Sulphur Springs tornado warning. That's going to be going up into Bogota, Clarksville, Detroit. All need to be in their safe spots as this pushes off to the north. Again, we got what appears to be an area of circulation here. Let me hide this really quick and check J Jack's feed here. He's really close, and I just want to make sure that little signature that we're seeing is not a tornado. Okay, it looks like he's having a trouble with this feed connection, but yeah, if you live in Bogota in Clarksville, I would continue to be in your safe spots. Come back over here near Karen's. Yeah, still a decent little area of broader circulation. Not quite tight yet. We still have those grays in between the reds there. And it's pushing up towards Karen's, Trinidad, and Malakoff, and Gun Barrel City still. Just tuning in, we have 4 tornado warnings now. All of these tornado warnings are currently in Texas, but in a little while, we're going to start to see those tornado warnings spread into parts of Oklahoma, and then also over here into western Arkansas. That's the latest. We'll do a broad screen view here. Man, it's been a while since we've used the old Radar Omega. Let me see what this looks like on like a regular screen here. That's about right. Just make sure we got these. Okay. How does it look, the Radar Omega? We haven't used it in a while. Just making sure it's not like blurry or out of focus or anything like that. Ooh, latest scan here. Still some strengthening broad circulation, still pushing up to the north towards Cairns. And then one further up to the north near Canton, Texas, is starting to tighten up. Near Highway 20. Heading towards Edgewood. This is getting close to producing here. That merger actually might be helping now for some reason. A little bit of a rare instance here where a merger has entered into the storm and a rotation has tightened up, which happens sometimes. South of Sulphur Springs, this storm is still trying to get some rotation going. And this one over here still have some anti-aliasing issues. Let me look at our storm relatives. Yeah, still, it's pretty far behind there. Our rotation is like actually back over there. What the heck? Yeah. Fortunately, it's really hard to tell what this storm is doing on Radar Omega. It has these de-aliasing problems. So yeah, this is like 4 minutes ago. So that rotation's actually back in over here. So I don't think that signal we've been seeing is anything else but hail. Potentially. I think, no, our CC is still like right over here. Let me see if this is confirmed yet. No, still radar indicated. Check from this radar. Yeah, this is actually a little bit better of a radar. You can see that velocity is right here north of 30, traveling up towards Bogota still. A little bit of a zoomed out view. Where is this at in Texas? This is northeastern Texas, just to the east of Dallas. These storms are moving away from Dallas, more towards like they're moving mainly just straight north. That one's going off in Paris. Yeah, the tornado warning though is to your east. The sirens going off. I don't know why they're sounding sirens. It might be a county-wide siren thing. Sometimes that happens. Because you got a tornado warning in your county, they're probably sounding it county-wide. Latest scan over here with this storm. Yeah, still some broader circulation as far as I can tell. Heading up towards Trinidad. Still no debris signature on this storm yet. Further up to the north. Yeah, looks like our tighter circulation is starting to lose its marbles a little bit. Heading up towards 20 in Edgewood. Let me see if I messaged the WeatherWise guy. Yeah, WeatherWise's correlation coefficient is 8 minutes behind. That's a no-go from me. I don't know what's happening. It's been really good, but today Radar Omega is getting the data out. I wonder if Radar Omega hacked weather-wise. I'm just kidding. All right, let's come back over here. Emory. Still some broad circulation there. We just got a new radar update on this one. Still radar up. Still radar indicated. Area of rotation is being indicated right there. Still no debris signature. What else? Who else is out over here? Video file cannot be played. Error code. Why is that? Does it work in here? Second, I'm trying to figure something out over here on the side. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think Severe Studios website crashed or something. Let's go back over our latest scans. And it still appears to be what it looks like broad circulation. Like the storm relative, which is behind by a lot. So fortunately, we're getting a lot of anti-aliasing here. It's one of the main problems with Radar Omega. You get the anti-aliasing, making it that's not what the actual velocity signature looks like with this storm, but it's moving off towards Malakoff still. So I would still continue to be seeking shelter. Also over here, we still have an area of rotation moving up to the north towards 20 near Edgewood. And we're here in Texas with these storms. So all the city names we're saying are Texas cities, northeastern Texas. Let's come back over here and check in on this guy. Our latest scan still has some rotation there. Not very strong rotation still. Still got the greens. They're definitely present. But over here, our reds are a little bit weaker. So if you're out in front of this storm in Bogota, would still be in your safe spots. Also in Clarksville, Texas as well. Let's come check back over on some of these other places. Yeah, we still got some areas here of some convection happening. I still think that most of this is north of the boundary. South of the boundary, we do still have these storms trying to get started. They are struggling at the moment. Back over here in Kentucky, we have a severe thunderstorm warning and is moving off towards the east, towards Peabody and Roark and Size Rock. This is warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Storm to its south has a special weather statement that's going north of Barberville. Some of these other storms in this area in South Kentucky are going to have that potential for some hail and some damaging winds as they continue off to the east. So if you live in this area, just continue to be watching out for that. And we're still keeping an eye out on this threat over here. But so far, a lot of these storms have kind of fizzled out and died off. So that severe threat still remains kind of low out here, but that could increase as our forcing increases with the line of storms that is happening back over here. Does it anti-A-list? Well, I'm using the desktop app too. Oh, Pagey Tornado's got a view on something out here. A little bit of a cloud producing a little bit of rain.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Where's that tornado watch been issued at? Need to find out. See if I got a graphic on that. Yes. New tornado watch has been issued out here for Oxford, Memphis, Atoka, Jonesboro, Poplar Bluff, Dyersburg, Jackson, Corinth, Columbia, Nashville, Clarksville, Hopkinsville, Madisonville, Paducah, and Cape Girardeau. That's going to be for a few tornadoes likely, scattered hail of up to 2-inch-sized hail possible, and then scattered gusts of up to 75 miles per hour. So that'll mostly be going into the nighttime hours unless those storms can mature a little bit earlier. But I got a feeling they're going to probably wait until that main front comes through and they start to increase in maturity as that front gets closer to them. All cloud? Where? Vince is inbound. Sulfur storm. No ditches safe. Interesting. All right. We got the Aaron J Jack is out there real close to this storm. Unfortunately, I can't use him, but if he sees anything, he will report it. I don't understand why this is all of a sudden doing this. Oh yeah, this is that stupid radar omega thing where it like switches in between like different. Yeah, radar omega is so glitchy, man. Please, weatherwise. Yeah, their correlation coefficient is still super far behind. No. All right, latest scan down here for this tornado warning here south of Gun Barrel City. We're still dealing with broad circulation, which means that the rotation or that the tornado, a tornado with this storm is still on the low end probabilities for now. And that's still heading towards Malakoff and Gun Barrel City. Nothing has really changed there. Folks that can come out of their safe spots, though, is Eureka. Further up to the north near Canton, Texas, still have some broad area of circulation just to the west of Canton, Texas, and that is moving over Highway 20 now, close to 80. Further off to the north, we have this storm over here that's just north of Sulphur Springs now. Still appears to have a little bit of rotation in there, but we're in quite the radar hole. And we don't really know what's happening on the surface with this storm. Bogota, Clarksville. I would just stay in your safe spots until the storm passes. Also, looks like we have another developing supercell back over here
tornado watch has been
south
issued.
of west of Sulphur Springs. So I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning with that if you live in Sulphur. Still at 4 tornado warnings. Thank you, Bucci. I appreciate that. Radar Omega is not great. That is for sure. But their correlation coefficient and their velocity scans are coming in on time, and something's happened with WeatherWise's servers today. I've already messaged the developer, so I think they're trying to figure it out, but everything's off by a couple of minutes. Their correlation coefficient's back behind at 10 minutes, and we can't have that. So we're using Radar Omega for now. Radar Omega is ugly. I agree. But it doesn't matter about the looks, man. It matters what's on the inside, and on the inside of Radar Omega right now is functioning radar. So it's what matters most. The personality of the radar, which usually it's weather-wise that's doing the best, but Radar Omega is coming in on top today, which is rare. Just got a tornado warning expired over here near Sulphur Springs. I think there's just something wrong with their servers. I know WeatherWise's dev is working on a complete overhaul. Yeah, on a new feed that shouldn't have this many problems, but he's thinking maybe he can get it working today. Maybe. So there is still hope for WeatherWise today, but there's something wrong with their radar provider, and it's causing issues. Where are we today? Right now, we're in northeastern Texas. Eventually, we'll be talking about tornado warnings maybe over here in Arkansas and parts of Oklahoma, down here near Idabel. And if these storms over here near Shreveport can get mature, move up to the north, we'll be talking about Arkansas a lot more often. But as you can see, the storms right now are struggling in the Arkansas region. Irons in Lamar County now. Where is Lamar County? Storm Media just went live. Thank you, Libby, for letting me know. You're on top of it. We should make you our watching the storm chaser person. He's going live. That's not a live view from him, but he's going live. And so we'll have Storm Chaser up, Storm Runner Media up here in a little bit. New severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County and Clay, Kentucky and Knox, Kentucky. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I am curious where our boundary is now. Have the latest information on that? Still not yet. Should be coming in the next about 15 minutes. We should have our latest information on where our boundary's sitting. Nancy is on scanners. South of Paris, the northern warning storm. What about the northern storm? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. So Dan's on scanners. So he'll let us know what's happening. Yeah, it looks like the latest storm relative velocity scans on the storm is a little bit weaker.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
But if you live in Bogota and Clarksville, we're still keeping an eye on this storm. Seems like these storms are kind of getting rained out here. Yeah, rotation is also dying on this storm. I'm wondering if all this precipitation from these storms has pushed that boundary further to the east, keeping these storms out of the good instability. Because they all are training it in the same area, right? They're not really moving to the east much, so they're definitely probably creating a cold pool of air that's moving to the east from them. Might be outside the boundary. I don't know. I'll have to keep on looking at it. This is live in Cabot. That's okay. We have too many chasers today already. I tried, but like we already got Pennsylvania Storm Trackers in today, and Brett and Paige and Storm Runner Media, and potentially somebody else if we need them. But yeah, unfortunately, we just don't have any more room for any more chasers today.
A new
If he was
tornado
in
warning
Texas,
has been issued.
that'd be a little bit different. What the heck? A new tornado warning has been issued. And okay, they just put another tornado warning back in. Oh no, this is a new storm here near the Sulphur Springs area. Has a little bit of rotation in there. Yeah, I agree with that. If you live in Como and Sulphur Springs, it is time to get back to your safe spots. This storm is now rotating a little bit more. Getting pretty close. It's not quite there yet. You can see we still got some grays in between the greens here. So, but it will eventually, or it's trying. We'll say that. So I would just get into your safe spots and continue to seek shelter. Wow, Brett Adair got a look at that storm. It's leaning. Whenever a storm leans like that, that means that it's getting hit by that shear. And on its base, it looks like it's starting to develop something here. Just let me know if they're seeing anything that we're not. I mean, mainly just, if you could watch like PA storm trackers on the side and just see like where he's at and give updates on like where he's at and like what storm he's on and what he's seeing. Because once Storm Runner Media's feed gets officially live, he's still on the stream starting soon screen, I think. Oh, wait, no, he's not. Okay. It looks like Storm Runner Media is near Searcy, Arkansas. It looks like he's kind of close to the same storm that Brett Adair is on. That's quite the look already with some of these storms. I'm thinking the boundary is started to lift north again in Arkansas, meaning that some of these storms up here into the Little Rock area, like these ones back over here, if these are the boundaries moving north of these guys, then definitely gonna have to keep an eye on these storms. It looks like even a little bit of broad circulation is starting to develop over here near Perryville. Really just depends on where that boundary is. Another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued over here south and east of Memphis. We have a storm actually has some broad circulation on it moving up towards LaGrange and Moscow. Thank you, Matthew, for becoming a Windy member. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it looks like this storm might have lost its rotation. Let me just check make sure that's not anti-A-listing. No, that's legitimate. So yeah, this storm down here is definitely starting to lose some of its rotation there. And the storm in Sulphur Springs is a little bit broader circulation now. So it's lost a little bit of its rotation, moving up towards Como and Sulphur Springs. All right, let me get Storm Runner Media on there. A little bit of rotation developing with this storm now south and east of Canton. Watch out for that. That storm's a little bit further east, potentially on the right side of that boundary, heading up towards Grand Saline. This one's probably about to get a tornado warning on it here pretty shortly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. I'm assuming it's going to be for this storm. Let me check weather-wise. Rain's coming pretty quickly. Yeah, it's for this storm. That's going up towards Grand Saline. You guys need to now be in your safe spots. Yeah, rotation is getting pretty organized here. Might be pretty close to producing a tornado, so watch out there near Grand Saline. This storm's got a much cleaner access here to our instability. Much cleaner. You can see there's not a whole lot of mergers around it, and it even has a storm behind it that might nudge it. So yeah, watch out here. Grand Saline, this storm is probably pretty close to producing. We got another storm trying to form south of Athens, Texas. That's also trying to a little bit further to the east of these storms. Come back up here towards Sulphur Springs. A little bit of a messy view from our radar. Let's check this one. Yeah, this is got a great look on this storm in Sulphur Springs. Some decent broader circulation about to move right into the Sulphur Springs area. Continuing to be seeking shelter. Not seeing a tornado on the ground, though, with that just yet. And then further back over here near Bogota. Still a decent little area of circulation there. A little bit stronger than it was. It kind of lost it, but now it's kind of back here. So if you live near Bogota and Clarksville, yeah, still continue to be in your safe spots there. Looks like a Storm Runner Media has got a view of the mesocyclone. The base of the mesocyclone here in Arkansas is near Searcy, Arkansas. Kind of listening to what they are saying and what they are noticing.
Kind of does, but I mean, it's right there. I can't reach. Where does it even plug in at? Like that? Yeah. That goes from that's my charge. That's my charge my phone. Okay. Christy, thank you so much for your super chat.
You can turn up the volume. I don't know why people ask me to turn up my volume.
Definitely looks an ominous, huh, chat? You can tell this thing wants to go north, though. It's weird, though.
It kind of looks like a wall cloud.
What area are we facing right now?
Rotation is starting to pick up on it visually.
I was gonna say,
And they're saying rotation is starting to pick up on this storm. Get back over here. As far as our reports go, we don't have any tornadoes in Sulphur Springs. Oh. Yeah. And our closest radar over here is not picking up any debris on this one near Grand Saline either. So I would still be in your safe spots, still have a decent area of rotation there, but as far as I can tell, no tornado there. You did, but I sound lower than usual. Well, I can't like shout today. So maybe I'll turn up my mic volume just a tad bit louder. That's about all I'll do. And they did allow this tornado warning down here to expire. You're at what appears to be 4 tornado warnings still. Yeah.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
This one? Oh yeah, this is now on the ground. Interesting. On a debris signature picking up there. Let me see what the details are on this. I definitely believe it. It's got some pretty decent rotation. Radar confirmed. Interesting. Guess Shreveport just has a better view of that debris. Maybe they're confirming it with this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I just don't understand why it wouldn't show up on this radar. Apparently, this is a radar confirmed tornado at this point. A little bit of something's popping up there. You live in Grand Saline, you need to be in your safe spots. We got a tornado on the ground. And folks over here near, oh my goodness, what the heck? This storm intermedia in Arkansas. Look at this.
All right, guys, we need to get moving here. We're gonna get out ahead of
Is that
it.
a funnel?
Oh, it's trying to get a little nipple underneath it. You guys see that?
Yeah. Yep.
The storm isn't barely mature and it's already trying to spit out a NATO. That's not good.
Seriously, should I be worried? I'll just really pay attention to the storm because it's strengthening.
Yeah, there's a funnel under it.
Yeah, we got a funnel over here in Arkansas too. This is near Searcy.
Trying to get one.
You live near Searcy, be unaware. Be aware. Oh yeah. A little bit of what appears, that's a wall cloud and what appears to be a funnel.
It's definitely trying to become a little bit more centered there. Kind of lost that left part, but it's centering on the right side.
Yeah, when a storm chaser says nipple, they're talking about.
Jared, thank you again for the super chat.
Wow, that is not good. Let's go check back up there in Arkansas. That's starting to look a little bit concerning over there. And that's this storm. A little tiny storm over here near Searcy. Not a whole lot of rotation on it yet, but I mean I'd keep your eye on that. I mean it's a little baby storm, but it's already got that much rotation. This storm over here near Conway might be doing the same thing too. Kind of see some rotation on the latest velocity scan of that storm as that moves off towards the north towards 40. And we have a tornado on the ground over here near Grand Saline, and that rotation it seems to be getting a little bit stronger. So again, if you live near Grand Saline, continue to be in your safe spots as this tornado approaches you. Again, you don't want to be caught outside of your safe spot as that happens. Still don't know what they're using to confirm it. They must have a radar out here, like an airport radar or something that we don't have. Also over here near Athens, this storm is starting to intensify. Murchison, you're probably going to be asked to be getting into your safe spots here shortly, here west of Tyler. Maybe even Van too. Watch out there near Murchison, Texas. This storm is starting to rotate a little bit more. It's like Pagey Tornado now has a view of that wall cloud as well. Looks like it's lost that funnel. So no more funnel on this storm near Searcy, but still a wall cloud located on it.
I looked away for 1 second, and it looks storm-shaped now. Holy moly.
Yeah, we got a tornado on the ground with this storm. Yep. Continue to be in your safe spots. Let's check back over here near Sulphur Springs. Trying to get a better view on this thing. Yeah, still appears to be some decent rotation heading into the Sulphur Springs area, so still be sheltered in place. Let's check back over here near Bogota. Yeah, a little bit broader circulation still with this storm, but if you live in Clarksville, still continue to be in your safe spots. That could easily tighten up in this environment. I think Pagey Tornado and Storm Under Media are like on the same storm. They're both near Cersei. Oh, that's really blurry. Need to fix that. I do want to go check back up with some of our storms over here as well, because these could be a tornado threat too. Still broad circulations on this storm near Holly Springs, Mississippi. I'm going to check over here near Kentucky as well. Yeah, these storms are still broadly rotating. So nothing overly concerning with those. And these storms are trying to form something here. Once we get our latest mesoscale analysis, we'll be able to determine whether or not these things will actually plant or not. Kind of seems like that warm sector, though, is kind of rising to the north. If that's the case, those storms could be very dangerous as time moves on. We do have our latest mesoscale analysis. Yeah, it looks like our warm frontal boundary is pretty much right there. Yeah, so that is north of those storms.
New information.
That is
This
north of those
tornado
storms.
warning has been upgraded.
We got another upgrade. I think they upgraded this tornado warning, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it's still the same stuff. They just kept it, they probably changed some data here. Yeah, still radar confirmed tornado. They are still saying that this is on the ground heading into Grand Saline. Again, we don't have the re-signature on our radar, but they might have a radar a little bit closer. They're keeping an eye on. So just continue to be in your safe spots. That tornado, though, would be located right dead center on radar here. So right here south of Grand Saline, moving up towards the Grand Saline area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. See where it's for. Oh, yeah, that's the storm. Okay, so looks like they have triggered a tornado warning now for this storm. That's going to be for Murchison. Might be a little bit of something showing up there too as well near Murchison. If you live in Murchison, I would be in your safe spots and also Brownsboro as well here in Texas and Ben Wheeler, Texas as well. We do have an area of circulation here just in between Murchison and Athens. It's moving up towards the north. So you're going to be pretty close to that path.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Where's that one going to be? Back over here somewhere? That's into Oklahoma. Interesting. This storm, unfortunately, is in a huge radar hole. If you can gather any information, not really. Unfortunately, we won't really be able to gather much radar information on this. But so if you live in Villiant, Wright City, you need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a storm that's rotating somewhere inside of it, right? There's a Durant radar somewhere out here. Let me see if anybody sent me that link. That would be helpful. Like an Apple app. Is there not like a regular website for that Tornado Explorer? I mean, that's Apple. You can only download it. Okay. Let me check let me get that on my phone. I had it at one point. There's like a private radar near Durant that we've used before that has way better radar coverage in that area. So let me go ahead and get that up. Oh, it says app is not available. Hmm. I still have it on my phone, I think. Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, none of those storms are in view of our Durant radar. Latest scan out down here near Murchison. Still a decent area of circulation here. Still not a definite debris signature on this storm, but this thing is still kind of close. Trying to produce. Nothing really has changed for this. Everybody should be respecting that storm. Near Grand Saline, we still have a strong velocity couplet here. About to move into the Grand Saline area. Again, this is an observed tornado on the ground moving towards Grand Saline. Next in line is going to be Alba. Equipment is going to be kind of close to that, so I would still be seeking shelter as well. And then further up to the north near Sulphur Springs, area of rotation still exists with this. Let's go check that from the Shreveport radar. Shreveport radar has been giving us a little bit of a better view of this. Yeah, still a decent little tight couplet there. Moving off towards the north and east. Still radar indicated golf ball sized hail as that pushes up towards 30 to 69 here in Texas, just to the north and west of Mount Vernon. Also over here near Bogota, we've got another area of some pretty strong rotation moving up towards Clarksville. Bogota's good to go, but you're going to have another storm after this, so I would just stay in your safe spots in all honesty. And then yeah, that's gonna pass Clarksville and eventually kind of follow on the heels of this storm, which is also warned, heading south of pretty much just about to cross over the border of Texas into Oklahoma, where Millerton, Villiant, and Wright City are going to need to be in their safe spots. All right, let's go check back in with what this storm is doing here in Arkansas. Yeah, still appears to have a wall cloud on it at the moment. And that's all about it. Kind of a storm with a wall cloud, a little bit of rotation. KG tornado is traveling south, I think, from that storm. And then Brett is still looks like he's rerouting. I got Jordan Hall's feedback. He's north and west of Sulphur or Mount Pleasant. Where is Mount Pleasant? Okay, so he's pretty close to this Sulphur Spring storm, I think. No, he's like up here near Bogota. Yeah, he's pretty close to this storm near Bogota. So if we have to use him, we will. He's starting to get view of it right now, actually. All right, latest scan with this storm over here near Murchison. I still have an area of broad circulation on it as that's moving up towards Ben Wheeler. If you live near Ben Wheeler, still need to be in your safe spots. Further back over here near Grand Saline, where we still have a tornado potentially on the ground passing east of Grand Saline. Again, that's moving up towards 154. Still continue to be sheltered in place here. Let's come back up here to Sulphur Springs, Texas, and check in on this storm. Switch back over to the Shreveport radar for this one. Yeah, looks like our circulation is getting a little bit broader just to the east of Sulphur Springs, but I would say it's still worth being in your safe spots for. A little bit weaker circulation over here near Clarksville. But I would, still be in your safe spots for that one. And then over here with this one, south of Belmont, I still don't have much information on what this storm is doing. A new tornado warning has been issued. See where. Should show up soon. Okay, they're extending this tornado warning into Lindale and Mineola. You guys need to be going into your safe spots. These are both still radar indicated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning has been issued. See where it goes, and then we'll go through the radars again. And they've extended this one off to the north and east towards Idabel. Needs to be in their safe spots now. Latest scan here in Murchison. Looks like our rotation's getting a little bit broader here. Murchison, Texas, now north of there. This storm over here heading towards Alba still has some pretty darn strong rotation on it. Most likely still a tornado on the ground moving up towards Alba. You guys need to continue to be in your safe spots. This is still a very dangerous storm near the Alba equipment area. Further up to the north near Sulphur Springs, rotation is still struggling with that one. And then over here near Clarksville, rotation is still trying to get its act together there. Let me check from the Dallas right now. That one's going to be farther away. Okay. And then over here near Villiant, still don't have a view on our Devant radar or anything on that storm. So still not really sure what this storm's doing. But if you live in Villiant, Oklahoma, or Wright City, I would still continue to be sheltered in place. Let's come back over to this scene here. Come check back over here in Arkansas. How are things going? It looks like our storms are struggling right now. These ones further up to the north here, they're like right on the boundary. Right on the boundary here, and they're not really mature enough, to latch on it. I don't think. That boundary goes pretty much into this area, so it's pretty much just draped like this. So some of these storms appear to be getting north of that boundary now into some less favorable instability. So these probably won't be the strong tornado risk for today unless that boundary can catch back up to those storms. All right, still waiting on the latest scans here. If weather-wise still having issues. Weather-wise is back working good. All right, we're up to date on weather-wise again. The latest scan over here near Ben Wheeler, Texas. Still have a little bit of broader circulation. Looks like we have another circulation forming over here now near Brownsboro. Watch out. I could definitely try to do something there. Man, I don't know why it's so jittery. Going back to Radar Omega. I'm sorry. It felt so good to not have any jitteriness. I'll keep an eye on like whether or not scans are coming in weirdly, but I like being able to zoom in and zoom out without it being glitchy. Latest scan here near Grand Saline. Check that on here. Yeah, still some pretty strong rotation here, and most likely still a tornado on the ground near the Grand Saline area, heading up towards Alba, Quitman, and Yantis. Otter confirmed it over radar or radio. Okay, we may have a tornado on the ground. You said the one in Oklahoma, this one near Valiant. Yeah, apparently a spotter might have confirmed this tornado, so we might be about to get a confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm. See if that actually like makes it through. Again, we're not going to really be able to tell you much on this storm from radar, so it's good that there's a spotter on this. So if you live in Valiant, Wright City, just be prepared. Tornado could already be on the ground with this. Yeah, we have 7 tornado warnings right now. All right, this one over here near Brownsboro. Let me see what that looks like on weather-wise. Yeah, this one's getting ready to drop a strong tornado, it looks like, over here near Brownsboro. That's some pretty strong rotation. Heading up towards Edom. Not appear to be on the ground at this moment, but if you live in this area, get into your safe spots. If you're not already, that is looking pretty dangerous. Let me check this storm over here with the Shreveport radar. Yeah, you can see pretty decent circulation there. All right, coming back over here near the Quitman area, near Grand Saline. Thing is still observed. We haven't seen like a definite debris signature this whole time, but there is a little bit of something there. Going into Alba, again, we're pretty far away from these storms with our radar, so everything's going to kind of seem a little bit murky and unclear, but we can deduce enough information to keep you guys in the know. Just to the north and west of Sulphur Springs, still have a decent area of circulation on this. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning, but still worthy to be in your safe spots there. And it seems like this rotation might be getting a little bit stronger near the Bogota area. Now, right before it heads into Clarksville, Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be over there near Mount Pleasant. Mount Vernon, Talco, and Bogota all need to be in their safe spots. Memphis storm has a hook. All right, let me check in on that one. Yeah, it does a little bit. Let's see if it's got any rotation. It actually has a little bit of circulation there north of Snow Lake Shores. But that is a legitimate hook. Let's see if this thing has a view on that storm from afar. It does not. Yeah, a little bit of a hook on this storm here near Walnut. Keep an eye on that. A little bit of rotation as well. Check back over here in Arkansas. See how these storms are doing. Yeah, they seem elevated right now. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's a little bit of a wall cloud on it, which is interesting. Maybe it's just barely surface based. They might just be riding the very northern portion of that boundary, barely keeping them going there. Stars really do not want to stop, do they? No, they probably will keep on going until they kind of merge into a line. They should merge into a linear line eventually. Yeah, looking over here at Stormwater Media's view here, you can see this storm is actually becoming quite elevated. That wall cloud that was on this storm seems to be gone now. Let's go back over here. All right. At north of Brownsboro, we've got a pretty intense area of circulation there. heading into Brown or just north of Brownsboro. Let me put this in a loop here. Yeah, right there in that area, still heading towards 28. Man, this thing is wrapping around. One over here near Grand Saline, just went through Cottonwood. Still observed right now, heading off towards 154 and Gantis. Should still be in their safe spots. Near our surface, or near our Saline storm.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Which one? Might be this one. See if I see a. Oh, no, it's definitely this one. Yeah, we've got a tornado on the ground south of Clarksville, about to go directly into Clarksville. Directly into Clarksville. If you live in Clarksville, you need to be in your safe spots. We have a potentially large tornado ongoing now, about to push into the Clarksville area. The current confirmed tornado. Here's Mount Pleasant. Yeah, it looks like the storm chaser that we had that was close to there is not. And that is not good. That's a large debris signature. As we're looking at this storm really far away from the radar, the fact that we can see that, this might be a large and extremely dangerous tornado. All right, let me show you. Okay. You see how like when I zoom in and out, it like gets choppy, and I can zoom in, it feels really smooth. Then after like moving around, going through like different things, and then I zoom out again, it gets like super choppy. It's not smooth anymore.
A new tornado warning.
And I'm on Radar Mega. I can just go in and out really smooth, and I can navigate it really well. That is bad for Clarksville. I really hope you folks are in your safe spots there in Clarksville. That looks like a potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado there. Back over here near Brownsboro, this one could be about to do the same thing. Not really seeing a whole lot of a debris signature there just yet, but I mean, we might not always see one given how far we are away from our radars. So I would still be treating this like as a very dangerous storm, heading up to the north and east towards Hideaway in Lindale. And we still have an area of strong circulation north and east of Grand Saline, still indicating that this could certainly still be on the ground. Yeah, it's still observed, still going. Man, very strong rotation here, heading up to the north towards Grand Saline. Yeah, reload fixes it for just a brief moment, though. It doesn't fix it completely. As it will be smooth for a moment, and then it gets choppy again after like a minute or two. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's so bad. This is going right into Clarksville, Tennessee, man. Sucks. Clarksville, Texas has just been hit by a potentially dangerous tornado here. Could be large and extremely dangerous. People are reporting that it's large and rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see this. If you live in Vandalia, Dilworth, and Reed Settlement, you need to be in your safe spots. This storm up in Oklahoma is still struggling. Haven't really seen much rotation on it. And that's not good. All right, new tornado warning has been issued. Not really seeing where that is. Not with these storms. Oh, it's back over here. Got a new tornado warning now in Kentucky. What the heck? Wow. Yeah, an area of some decent rotation here in Kentucky, heading towards Canton, Donaldson, and Linton. You guys need to be in your safe spots here into Kentucky now. And that's moving off to the north and east. Yeah, a little bit of circulation is in this storm. That could try to wrap up and do something.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Get another upgraded tornado. Matthew Capucci has one. Okay, I can use him. Maybe not. Took the feed off. Capucci. For me, it just says memory card was not completed correctly. All right, latest scan here. Still some broad circulation here with this storm. I mean, not broad, but still some decent circulation, tight circulation. Moving up towards 20, towards Hideaway in Lindale. Okay, we just got a new update on our Clarksville. This has been upgraded to a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. This is a PDS tornado warned storm. Again, just went through, unfortunately, Clarksville. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Matthew Capucci. Who is this person? Is this Matthew right here? Is that on Radar Omega? Oh, okay. This is Matthew Capucci? No, that's Project Weather Eye. Okay, latest scan out of this storm here near Clarksville. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Uh-oh. Look at this, Pagey's view. This is in Arkansas. Is that a funnel? Vince can see it? Yeah. I can't use Vince. You see Matthew Capucci. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it's still on the ground. I guess we'll bring it up here. It's still on the ground. This is the one that's near Clarksville. It's Matthew Capucci out of Clarksville. This is the tornado that is currently on the ground.
Let's get closer.
Looks like he's gonna reroute.
All right, for the folks at home, I'm repositioning. We have a tornado on the ground entering Clarksville, Texas.
A new tornado watch has
And this is a tornado that is heading into Clarksville, Texas. If you guys are in Clarksville, you need to be in your safe spots. And you need to be in your safe spots. I'm going to put him underneath me here.
And yeah, I'm obeying all traffic rules. I know.
All right, let's come back and check in on our tornado warnings. Review on the storm near Tyler.
Let's hold it right
And we just have
here.
a mess of radar here. This could very well be close to the ground.
Where is it? Oh.
Kind of
Surprise,
lift.
here
Oh,
it
oh,
is.
there it is.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Still on the ground here near Clarksville. Again, this is now north of Clarksville, still traveling off to the north. This is still a tornado that is on the ground. And still on the ground. This is our large and extremely dangerous tornado. It seems a little bit smaller than it was, but there's definitely still a tornado in there. Yeah, it's still on the ground. We can see it. Getting a little bit rain wrapped. You can definitely still see it's in there. Let's come back to our radar view. Yeah, watch out with this storm. This storm has some very strong circulation. It would not surprise me if this was on the ground. It's still radar indicated, but if you live in hideaway, I would continue to be in your safe spots. What is that on Brett's view?
All right, tornado
What's this
1
windshield?
appears to have lifted.
Okay, Matthew thinks that the tornado has lifted. Oops.
Oh, it's now a cute little rope. Oh,
Nope,
isn't that
it's still
adorable?
there.
Oh, that is a wild rope.
Over here near Yantis, we still have an area of strong circulation. This tornado is still on the ground here south of Yantis. You guys still
Check out
need to
this
be in
tornado.
your safe
Wait.
spots as that pushes off to the north and east.
Just lifted. I'll send you a
Back
better
over to
picture later.
here,
But, yeah.
north of Mount Vernon, we still have an area of
Something
some
else is
pretty
trying to get
decent
going soon.
circulation as well with this storm, and that's going to be heading off towards Lakeview. And Lakeview should continue to be in their safe spots. Rotation is approaching you quickly. And then over here near Clarksville, this is the storm that we're looking at. It still has some decent rotation. This storm could be about to recycle, maybe do a handoff with this, but it does seem like that tornado is now lifted.
All
But
right,
you can
we'll see if
tell, look at
another
that
one
underneath
forms.
it.
I may have
Still some
to,
strong circulation on the right side of the
relocate a
screen.
moment. All right, gang, this is the rotation. Moments ago, a tornado was on the ground here in Clarksville. It appears to have since lifted. Great news to the town. I'm watching for more development possible in the next little while. This thing looks like
Man,
it
look at
wants
those
to
clouds
cycle.
on the right side.
And so, yeah, I may be relocating very soon. But that remnant circulation is
Still
right
there.
in here. So again, tornado has lifted. Here's before hitting Clarksville, but plenty more rotation to come.
The rotation on the storm is still very present. Still very present right in here, north of Clarksville. I mean, that is still some pretty darn strong rotation. But as you just heard there from Matthew Capucci, that has lifted at this moment, but the rotation is still strong. The storm could be recycling, and that is moving off towards the Texas and Oklahoma border. Back up in here, we still don't have this storm really doesn't have a whole lot of rotation on it. We did get a report earlier that this could have had a brief tornado on it earlier, but this never got sent into the NWS, so I'm not sure if that was a legitimate report or not. Back over here near Tyler, Texas, we are still seeing some strong rotation with this storm and still what appears to be some sort of debris in here, but that could also be hail. It's just a very messy signature on the correlation coefficient. But regardless, folks there near Lindale and Mineola, Texas, still need to be, respecting this storm, continuing to shelter from it. And we still have a strong area of circulation moving towards Yantis still, heading pretty close to Como and Sulphur Springs, Como and Surface Springs, Red River County. A report here from Dan C., who's been listening to the scanners. Red River County apparently is receiving damage reports. This storm over here north of Mount Vernon is continuing off towards the north and east and is moving up towards Talco and Bogota. A little bit broader circulation on this guy, but we're still keeping an eye on it there in northeastern Texas. Back over here near Idabel, this storm has still got some pretty decent rotation. We're going to stay with this storm until we get that new scan. Oh, actually, let's go back over here and check in with Kentucky. Over here in Kentucky, our rotation is slowly getting more organized. Might be something in there. It's kind of hard to tell if that is just a debris signature or if that is the inflow contamination there. Might be something in there, though. I'd watch out there in Donaldson and Canton. It does seem like this storm is finally getting its act together. I gave it a couple of times, a couple of scans to kind of reorganize, and it has. So watch out there. Again, this is in Kentucky, just to the east of Murray. And thank you, Kevin, for the 5. Like a long night, putting this towards some wings. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Yeah, we'll most likely have to, Matthew Capucci just got him on. That's only going to be an hour, $50. So I do appreciate that. That is going to help us a lot. Matthew Capucci, that was worth getting that on the ground view. I do have to remember at 3:48 we have to stop using him. It is the latest, waiting on the latest scans to come in. Very damaging tornado in Clarksville. That's not good. Are we getting reports? Fan C saying anything else? Not yet. I think he's still collecting reports. Oh, wow. Yeah, that looks like it was a strong one with some horizontal vortices in Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's when it started, Blondie. So yeah, 4:48 would be the time that we need to stop using him. Yeah, over here near Garden Valley. So a little bit of rotation there. It looks a little bit broader. Maybe still some tight circulation just to the east of Van. And then maybe another handoff happening over here near Hideaway. So I wouldn't let your guard down there in Hideaway. It does seem like a handoff is happening over here, heading towards Lindale. Back over here near Quitman, north of Quitman, still a decent area of circulation. Had they dropped this to radar indicated yet? No, it's still
A
observed.
new tornado warning has been issued.
So this could still very well be on the ground. Our new tornado warning is going to be for Como and Sulphur Springs. That is where this storm is going. You guys need to be back into your safe spots there for that. The storm that just moved out of Sulphur Springs is still tracking towards Talco and Bogota. They just extended this one off to the north and east towards 82 and 412. Yeah, still no debris signature with that one. And it's still radar indicated according to reports near the ground. But yeah, this still has some pretty decent circulation. Let's listen back in I want to listen back into Matthew real quick. See if he's saying anything.
North.
Camera's not on the storm right now.
Some murky, messy
But he
storm.
might. Yeah, he says murky. I think he just said. Scanner just went down. Uh-oh. If the scanner went down, usually that's an indication that they're talking about stuff that, or maybe they lost communication. Yeah, right here near Dilworth. Still a decent area of rotation. No new debris signature yet, but this storm could easily recycle and produce another potentially strong tornado. It's still in a decent environment as it moves towards Idabel. So if you live near Idabel, folks need to be in their safe spots still. Idabel, Oklahoma. Back over here, this storm is continuing to struggle. I think that's north of the boundary there. You want to check back over here in Arkansas. I have a rotating storm over here near Hot Springs. Folks in Hot Springs need to be keeping an eye on that one. That one is definitely south of our boundary. These ones up here are continuing to struggle as they are getting elevated. I think our storm chasers in Arkansas are going to be making their way down south again. And then back over here near the Hopkinsville area. Yeah, this storm is struggling again. Oh, wow. Now it has baseball-sized hail. If you live near Canton and Donaldson, watch out. Baseball-sized hail is now being reported in this storm. Again, that's baseball-sized hail near Canton and Donaldson. That is dangerous. Are any of these other severe thunderstorm warnings like that? Ping pong quarter. Yeah, ping pong ball-sized hail on the storm near Cave City, east of Bowling Green, heading up towards Horse Cave. What about this one? This one still has a tornado possible tag in a wee little area of rotation and associated with it. Probably in the inflow, though, because that scan is 2 minutes behind. All right. Oh, Matthew is starting to get
warning has been issued.
another view of the storm. There it is, off on the left side. Looks like he's a little bit out of or no, he's still trying to catch it. He'll be able to catch it, I think.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
New information. Tornado warning has been upgraded. See which one it is. That one. That one. Thank you, Bucky, for the 2. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is correct. One just got upgraded. What's this one? This one has been upgraded. It's still radar indicated, but this has been upgraded to a PDS tornado warned storm. That is going to be for this area of rotation over here near Bogota, it's heading towards Talco. I think, yeah, this is the storm that Jordan Hall is on. Jeez Louise. Yeah, if we're gonna use Jordan Hall, that's another $50. Oh yeah. Why are all of our chasers in Arkansas? Not a single one of our chasers is in Texas. Let me see where Tyler is. Is Tyler in Arkansas too? It's in Arkansas too. All right. Thank you, Action, for the 20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. That'll be going straight to the chasers. Thank you. That is a huge help. I do appreciate it. All right, latest scan over here near Lindale. Yeah, Severe Studios, yeah. Right there, still some pretty decent rotation with this storm. Surprised that we haven't gotten any reports that this is on the ground. I mean, we've had some pretty strong rotation with this near Linden for a while. Looks like our rotation over here near Como is starting to broaden out a little bit. If you live near Como, continue to be in your shelter. Back over here near Bogota. And thank you, Quentin, for the 2. Thank you. It's very helpful. Thank you. But yeah, if you live over here near Bogota and Talco, the storm is still pushing off towards the north and west towards you. Again, this has a PDS tornado warning on it, but no confirmation that it's on the ground at this moment. It's just a very strong area of rotation that if it does plant a tornado, it's going to be a bad one. On radar, Tyler's in Texas? He's near Newport, Arkansas. He is not in Texas. Yeah, latest scan on this storm north of Clarksville. It's still got a pretty strong area of rotation. That very well could try to plant again. I would still be in your safe spots there in near Idabel. I can show the Clarksville tornado on stream. Why do you believe that? What's making you think that? Oh no, I can't show that. License through severe, I only have license to use the chasers, and I can do it $50 for 1 hour. I don't have license to show any of their photos or anything that they take. That'd be like a whole nother thing I would have to try to do. Latest scan over here near Mineola, still an area of some pretty strong rotation.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
And do you want to check back over in Kentucky again? That latest scan on this storm, yeah, it looks like this storm is still struggling with some weaker rotation right now near Donaldson. A little interesting signature here, though. Not a whole lot of rotation. There's like this little speck of something. Let me see how long that's been there. That's just on neck. Yeah, that's only been there for one scan. That might be a little skinny noodle on the ground, though, near Canton and Donaldson. So watch out over there. Yeah, $50 an hour.
A
Yeah.
new severe thunderstorm
That's why I can
watch
only
has
use them
been
for an hour.
issued.
If I use any of these chasers for more than 2 hours, that's more than we've made during this stream. It's a little bit of a disaster. Might just have to say, stop, or, just give up on Texas in terms of getting views because it's just not economically friendly. None of our chasers are there. And we can't keep, I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, still waiting on the latest scan down here. It's frustrating, but that's just the way it goes. It is steep. You are right. It is very steep. A storm over here near Hot Springs is still kind of interesting me. It's definitely trying to mature a little bit near the Hot Springs area. Hey, thank you, Stacy, for the 10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. It's actually a huge help. Thank you. Still some strong rotation with this storm south of Mineola. This doesn't produce. That is very fortunate. Also, a little bit of rotation starting to develop over here near Canton as well. We got another storm trying to mature. That one we might have to keep an eye on later. There's one that was on the ground near Como. Now to radar indicated. This one back over here still has a PDS tornado warning on it. Still no observations that this is on the ground. I've been watching Jordan Hall, who's near the storm, and I haven't seen anything, just a rain wrap mess. But it's getting a pretty similar view or visual as the Clarksville tornado was right before it produced, with some decent areas of circulation inside of that. So it's kind of moving into that same environment. So I wouldn't let your guard down past Talco near 82. North of Clarksville, this is potentially still observed, but again, we watched the tornado die on stream, so not sure if another person has confirmed it or not. But if you live in Idabel, if there's not a tornado on the ground, it very well could be in a little bit. So I would certainly continue to be in your safe spots there. And that northern tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Thank you, Bucky, also for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you very much. Again, that is very helpful. Now let's see what Matthew is up to while we wait for our latest scan. See if he's saying anything.
Southeast on FM 1699. Then take the. Sorry, I don't understand.
My life is in your hands.
Goodness. He's talking to his GFS. I mean, his GPS. Tsunami threat? 6.9 earthquake? Yeah, still no visual on the Clarksville storm again. I think the roads out here are a little bit rough. I think he's trying to get out ahead of this storm again. Brett's looking at radar there in Arkansas. That. And it's so hard deciphering what this radar is saying. Just by its presentation, you would assume the circulation we should be looking for is this one. This could be an occluding circulation potentially. And man, all that hail falling out of the storm as well. This quarter size though. But yeah, Holly Lake Ranch. You are going to be down the line of this still there in Texas. Again, we're just to the west of Longview. Over here on this storm, still seeing a circulation in here. Is this still PDS warned? It is. All right. And still heading up towards 82. It's going to go make a move south of Clarksville. And thank you, Sandy, for the 10 as well. Thank you so much. And then this storm here, a little area of circulation. But yeah, thank you, Sandy, for that. That is a huge help. That is a very huge help. You have no idea. Looks like we are back down to 6 tornado warnings. So we are getting some tornado warnings expire. We'll go check back up here towards Kentucky, see if this storm is still trying to do stuff. Yeah, no debris signature on this storm right now, but and it seems like that rotation is getting a little bit weaker there near Donaldson. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, storm chasers are just mainly so, you know, that we can get that, because like there is like a psychological study about how like seeing the tornado for folks in the area, like when you say tornado is when you say a tornado is on the ground, like some people just don't take it seriously, but then when they actually see it with their eyeballs, those kind of folks, they do. And all of your guys' donations, pretty much this entire stream, I mean, as it's going right now, is going to go just straight to storm chasers, because, I mean, I think we've already blown past how much we've made. So, but I think it's worth it, to be honest, just to make sure that we can make sure those people as well respect the storm too, get in their safe spots. 82 still. If you live in is there any cities out here? Okay, there is Avery, Box Elder, Maple, Cuthand, and Pine Branch. Arts Bluff still needs to be in their safe spots. I got to remember that. I got to zoom way in for that one. Yeah, a little bit of rotation over here. Does kind of seem to be a little bit weaker than it was. No debris signature still on that storm, so it's but they're still saying it's observed. So we get an eye on it, we'll let you know. Clarksville is a mess. Scanner keeps going in and out, but they're talking about serious damage. Okay, thank you for that update. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me after that photo we saw. I'll post a photo in chat. For that photo we saw out of that area. That does not surprise me. It was a very strong tornado. How's Mount Pleasant? Mount Pleasant's dodging bullets right now. I'll tell you what. You guys are right here, but this boundary is going to be slowly moving to the east, so you might not dodge bullets for long if this storm continues to rotate as it is and they start extending this tornado warning up to the north and east. We want to check back over here. Yeah, it looks like that hot spring storm is now got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And over here south of Mountain Pine is an area of circulation still with this storm. So if you live near Mountain Pine and Hot Springs Village, I'd be in your safe spots. Thank you, Links, for the $25. And thank you, Links, also for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. It's a huge help. Thank you. Tornado in Clarksville. Yeah, we just watched it live on stream. Trying to see if we can get another view of the storm. We got Matthew Capucci. Unfortunately, his stream was glitching out on the Severe Studios site when it was a little bit bigger. But, I mean, we still saw it, and we still got the warning out. He's doing a really good job out here keeping an eye on the storms. Silver Springs in the clear now. For now, but I mean, you guys still have more stuff coming on the backside of this. I appreciate that, Links. Because here's Sulphur Springs. Actually, no, you're good for the rest of the day. You should be. Because that boundary is now moved off to your east. So you're now in the more stable area on the backside. Let's go check back. Yeah, Sulphur Springs was hit hard. We're getting reports of some serious damage in Sulphur Springs. All right, latest scan with this storm near Donaldson. It looks like they're going to allow this tornado warning expire. It's really struggling. I do want to check in on some of these other storms to make sure. Yeah, I mean, some of these other storms in Kentucky do have some broad circulation. And I think, let me make sure that they've downgraded. Yeah, so this one did have baseball-sized hail, but now it has half dollar sized. Let's go check back over here near Memphis. See if we can maybe get a view on this storm from one of these cameras that are out here. Yeah, looks like we might be able to get a view of this storm if it moves towards Lexington. We have a couple of cameras in the area that we'll be able to track this storm with if need be. We also have a lot of traffic cameras out there as well. Southwest of Little Rock is starting to rotate. Yeah, we already checked that out. Yeah, latest scan on this storm here. Still kind of a mess on radar. Let me check this radar again. Yeah, not really sure. Might be handing off a circulation down over here near Lindale. That's kind of seems like what it's doing. That northern circulation is starting to die off, and it seems like a new one is forming kind of on the eastern side of that circulation. So Holly Lake Ranch, I'm still under the opinion that is coming your way. Yeah, latest on this PDS tornado warning here. Still no evidence, as far as I can tell, that this thing is officially on the ground or not. And again, we're in quite the radar hole, so let me make sure all my chasers are current really quick. Okay, he is. I check Pagey. Yeah, my chasers are current. Okay. But yeah, I would still be in your safe spots. I think Maple, yeah, and Box Elder are next in line with that. This one still here is observed in our Idabel. And a little bit broader of a circulation here. As that pushes, it looks like this might go south of Idabel. Let me check. No. If it does try to re-strengthen, it's going to do that kind of pretty close to Idabel, so I'd still be in your safe spots. Oh, wow. We're down to 3 tornado warnings now. Or 4, sorry. I forgot about that one in Kentucky. And this one's about to expire as well. Well, maybe not. Might be trying to redevelop some circulation there near Cadiz. Never mind. That was from a farther away radar. That one will definitely be allowed to expire. Let me check back over here near Hot Springs, where our storm is still got some broad circulation, but it's kind of on the small side of storms right now. Okay. Looks like they think they might have solved the stickiness here. All right, yeah, I'll check it out and I'll message you again if it starts slowing down. Radars are all current.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning over here on this storm here near 259. It's heading towards Hanobia Creek Wildlife Center here in Oklahoma. You guys need to be in your safe spots. It's working smooth as butter right now. Yeah, with this storm here, still a little area of circulation south of Haynesville. It's so weird. The storm has like 1, 2, 3, but this one here is our dominant circulation right now. And that is still heading up towards 80 there in Texas. Back over in here for this circulation. It's So no debris signature right now. Have they changed this at all? Oh. Check back over here in Hot Springs. You have a high school friend who lives in Idabel. Yeah, well, there's definitely a circulation coming south of them right now, south and west of them. This has a history of producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado, but as of our latest understanding is this is not back on the ground, although it still is observed. So I would just treat it like it's a tornado on the ground. There might be a chaser out there with some sort of view that we don't have access to. Jordan Hall is like right next to the mesocyclone of this storm right now. Keeping a close eye on his feed just in case. Thank you. No one is here anyway for becoming a WIMD member. I do appreciate that. It feels a drill bit. I mean, it's mainly just like the motion, right? Like if you see a skinny tornado go over, like for my titles, I usually do it just as extremely dangerous tornado was on the ground. But like, if you see like a smaller tornado go through in like a community and it's like completely destroying every house it touches, and that's like a drill bit. And even if they're smaller, like those stronger ones, the stronger, skinnier ones typically have wider wind fields than what it appears. Thank you, Sandy, for the 5. Why are we having a tornado watch in Montgomery, Tennessee? I am not seeing it. Oh, it's glitching out again. Does better in this zoom range, but then as soon as you go out, I mean, still better than what it was. It's not like super slow. All right, latest scan on our storm over here near Holly Lake Ranch in Quitman. Still a decent little area of circulation here, just to the east of Mineola. So nothing's changed there. Still want folks in their safe spots. As far as I can tell on Jordan Hall's stream, this storm is pretty outflow dominant here just to the east of Clarksville. Let me see if it's like let me see if where Capucci is. I think he's still tracking this storm into Oklahoma. It's a bad service area out there, though. He's over here near Idabel, keeping an eye on this storm. But, service is really not great in this region, unfortunately. So his stream is struggling. But yeah, as that pushes off towards 259, it'll be real close to Idabel here in a little bit. So if you're like still waiting whether or not you could get in your safe spots, you're pretty much got zero minutes left there in Idabel. So I would just be in there. I'll be in there. Latest scan over here with this storm, still some broader circulation as that moves off towards the north and east towards 259. You guys still need to be in your safe spots. And then over here, where Storm Runner Media is, where is he? He's near Newport, Arkansas. Which storm is that? And we do have some mini supercells here, and this is one of them. Let me see how much rotation they have. And there's not a whole lot of rotation. I think these storms that they're chasing here are just north of the warm front. Not really sure if they're, let me see. I think they're riding just north of the north front. If they latch onto that thing, they can produce tornadoes. Where's Pagey? Yeah, it looks like Pagey bailed to the south. I think that's a better move there. Getting into better instability, waiting for some storms to come to you instead of chasing them out of the state. These ones might remain elevated, but it's still worth keeping an eye on because they're like right next to the boundary. So if one of those does latches, if one of these do manage to latch on here, that could certainly be an issue. So it is still very worth keeping an eye on these. This one over here near Hot Springs is still trying to get its act together. Still a little bit of rotation there, but worth keeping an eye on that. I think these storms might be a problem as this line approaches. This line back here, there's our frontal boundary. Let me draw that a little better. There's our frontal boundary. And our forcing is mainly backing over here. Let me see. Yeah, our forcing's mainly backing over here. As this line moves closer to these storms, though, the forcing will start to hit these storms and they will be able to mature potentially a little bit more. And as far as I can tell, by our latest thermodynamics, our warm frontal boundary is just north of these guys. It's like angled like this. So it's just north of this storm. So if this storm continues to rise and that warm frontal boundary continues to go up with it, we're going to need to monitor that as that line of storms gets closer and that forcing starts hitting that storm a little bit more. But still a little bit of time, I think, before all of that happens. The latest scan on this storm over here north of Tyler, Texas. We're just going to upgrade. Still radar indicated. Yeah, some pretty decent rotation being reported here by both of our radars just to the west of Shreveport. Shreveport probably has a better view on this. Right there in that area, a decent little area of some stronger circulation developing as in that handoff region. Still heading pretty close to the Hawkins and Holly Ranch area. Come back over here near Clarksville, where we have what appears to be a pretty outflow dominant storm now. Have they dropped that PDS warning on it? No, they're just saying, oh, they have confirmed this. So this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground. So we now have officially a tornado on the ground now with this storm, but it's not a large and extremely dangerous tornado, they're saying, but they're saying it is a confirmed tornado as that moves off towards the north and east, towards 82.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like they're extending this off towards the north and east towards Broken Bow and 70. Still a decent little area of some broad circulation. Now just like right next to Idabel. I mean, about as close as it can get without being actually over Idabel. So again, continue to be respecting that storm. Let's come up here a little bit further up to the north and check him back in with this storm here, which still appears to have some broader circulation. Is moving up towards 259. And that is the latest across the board here. We are... they did officially let that Kentucky one expire. And we're still at 5 tornado warnings. Oh, yeah, that's a good reminder. If you guys are... I should probably make that reminder a lot, just being like, hey, you know, if you guys are watching the stream, make sure that you are current on the stream. Would you guys get mad if I took off the ability for you guys to go back into the stream? Because there is a way where you can make it so nobody can do that. And so they're always current, but then you can't fast forward or rewind. You're just stuck there. Thank you, Rita, for the 20. Do appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. No problem. That's why we're here. And thank you again for that $20 donation. And thank you, Derek, as well. Thank you, guys. Again, we don't have any sponsorships like that, so your guys' donations help immensely. They fund me, they fund the Storm Chasers, and they really do help out a lot, so thank you. Oh, looks like we lost Matthew Capucci. Let me see if that's a me issue or a him issue. A me issue. Sometimes you miss important things and you want to scrub back. Okay, yeah. And maybe that'll be like a pinned comment. I mean, you would think people would be able to, you know, notice, you know, the time. That's why I keep the time so big, but You know, sometimes when it gets really intense, it's kind of people kind of lose track of time. The latest scan here still seems like some pretty decent circulation on this storm just to the west of Hawkins, heading up towards Holly Ranch or Holly Lake Ranch. Man, look at this view from Storm Under Media. Look at that storm. Dang. That latches onto the boundary. That thing is going to go crazy. Let's just hope that stays. Let's just hope that gets booted out into the cooler air. That's all I got to say. That one's in Arkansas. I'll show you guys on radar. It's weird when you zoom way out. All right, latest scan. So yeah, these guys over here, that's a storm that they're on. We don't have like the best view of these storms, unfortunately. This is kind of in a radar hole, but you can tell there is some circulation there. And those storms are riding that outflow boundary north. And thank you. No one is here for the 5. The Venmo's in the description, man. And thank you for considering. Thank you for considering. Doing it through Venmo, because YouTube takes a portion of the donations, and so does Apple. So Venmo and Cash App goes all to me. So I do appreciate that. And now 2 circulations inside of this storm heading towards Holly Ranch. If you live in Quitman and Holly Ranch, again, I don't think we have any storm chasers on this, because I swear this thing must have at least planted a tornado or 2 with some of these rotations we've seen. And we haven't been able to confirm CCs on it, but I mean, still 2 strong circulations inside of that. Back over here, we still have a weather spotter confirmed tornado and what appears to be a strengthening area of some pretty strong rotation there, heading towards 82. It's going to be embedded in rain. You won't be able to see this one, so I would certainly not be trying to do that, and just, get in your safe spot. Like Matthew Capucci is approaching a storm. We have 9 minutes left with Matthew. Try to use him as much as possible, but it seems like the storm might have outrun him. Either outran him or he got way ahead of it. Where is he? He's on the Idabel storm. Let me check to see where he is. He seems to be out ahead of it. I think if I change this, do that. It's hard to tell, because the layer of clouds on their little radar here is above. Yeah, there's Texarkana, so he's right on the border, I think. So I think he's a little bit behind the storm. I think he's still trying to catch up to it. Yeah, if that's on the ground, that could be a big one there. Heading towards 82. As far as I can tell. Oh wait, I think Matthew Capucci's on that storm now too. Yeah, I think all Jordan Hall and Matthew Capucci are on the same storm. I think he's just rerouted back to that other one, and it's coming up towards him. This one right here, I think he's on this one. And this guy is right next to that circulation. I hope he's knows what he's doing. My goodness. But yeah, right under here in 82. Again, you need to be in your safe spots. This is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Might switch to Jordan Hall if he can get into range and see something. Oh, what happened to Matthew? Let me get that back going. Sorry. There we go. He ran into a fence. Kidding. That damage? Like something got blown down there or something. Six minutes left. Looks like he's trying to get a view. Thank you, Kevin, for the 5. Thank you so much. Help out when you can. Hey, I appreciate it, man. You guys are, because of your guys' generous donations, we can, hop back and forth through all these different storm chasers. So I really do appreciate that. That does help us get the warning out. Oh, man. Otherwise is starting to get choppy again. Yeah. I'll have to switch back to, let me try doing a refresh, see if that helps for a while or not. Okay. Refresh helped. We'll see how long that helps for. Man. Yeah, this rotation here near Holly. Okay, this is a tornado on the ground near Holly Lake, it appears. Yep. That is on the ground here near Angler, moving up to Holly Lake Ranch. This tornado is now officially on the ground. It's got some pretty strong circulation to it. Well, be in your safe spots there near Holly Lake Ranch. Again, we have some very strong circulation with this storm. Yeah, still on the ground going north of Crow, heading towards Holly Lake Ranch. That is not good. Hopefully that lifts as soon as possible. It looks like Matthew Capucci is now getting a view on this confirmed tornado storm that is just to the west of or east of Clarksville. See anything? Keep an eye on it. Might be embedded in the rain. Unfortunate because we only have 3 more minutes with him. Might as well we'll keep it on here. Get the last 3 minutes of data on this storm as best as we can. Can I extend time with him? I can, but it's another $50, so I can't really do that often. We're already kind of Oh man, look behind that tree there. Is that what it is? Is that the region? Let me listen
A new
in.
tornado warning has been issued.
Time for northeastern McCurtain County. At 4:27
Thank you, Lisa,
p.m.
for the 20. Thank you so much.
A severe
I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not covering your area either, man. We've covered your area too many times this year. That might be it behind that tree. That seems like the mesocyclone. I don't know if it's moving towards us or away from us, though. Because again, this is supposedly on the ground, according to the latest spotter reports. Actually, did it just get downgraded? I think it just got downgraded. Yeah, we just got a new tornado warning on this storm, and it looks like there's no more reports that it's on the ground at this time. It is now radar indicated, but I think that little suspicious area we were just looking at, right back behind those trees on the left side of the screen, I think that's the wall cloud of this storm. You can see that's where all like the clouds are feeding into, and then there's a lowering back there. What is Matthew Capucci doing? He's a goober, man. One more minute. I gotta. Thank you, Sarah, for the 215. Thank you so much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Let's go check that out. And there we go. Rid of Matthew. There we go. All right. Seems like broader circulation here. Heading towards DeKalb and Foreman. What happened to Brett? Uh-oh. Let me see if I can get Brett back up. He might have lost significant service. Is that me or you? Looks like that's a Brett problem. Thank you, Corey Reynolds, for the 25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. That's a huge help. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Sandy, for the 50 on YouTube. For another hour, which one? I'll let you choose, but I will let you know that $50 through YouTube is actually like $30, $35 to me due to them taking money out of it. If you guys want to spend money for storm chasers, please do that on like the Venmo or Cash App. But thank you so much. I do appreciate that. And just because you didn't know, I'll let you choose. Which storm chaser do you want? You want Matthew Capucci or do you want Jordan Hall? Let me choose. Do Matthew. Browser. Okay. We'll do Matthew. Another hour. So that's going to be 4:38. We get that back up to there. Thank you so much. You're helping us, keep the word out on this storm. You know, something forms in that area. We'll be able to hopefully keep an eye on it. So thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait for Brett to come back, and Pagey's frozen. So let me fix Pagey. It's not letting me fix her. Let me do this. Control C, delete there. There. There we go. Oh, she ended her stream. Dang, that's like the second time in a row she's. All right, I guess we'll put Matthew where Pagey is. This is the second time she's done that. I think she's getting frustrated. She ended her stream. It's surprising. Matthew is now in that spot. There we go. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still some decent rotation on all of our tornado warnings, especially this one over here near DeKalb. That's moving up towards Horatio in Locksburg. And then this one over here near Broken Bow in Oklahoma is going to be maybe one of our first storms to enter into Arkansas. Still also has some broad circulation to it. This tornado warning up here doesn't really seem to have too much circulation on it anymore. It's starting to lose it as it crosses into a little bit less favorable environment there. But back over here near Gilmer, still have potentially a strong tornado on the ground. Did they ever upgrade this? Or are we? Yeah, it's not a PDS tornado warning yet, but we still have a tornado on the ground approaching the Holly Lake Ranch area. There's your debris signature. Still moving close to Holly Lake Ranch. I still need to be in your safe spots there. I do want to take another moment here to come back over and check out our Arkansas storm. Yeah, looks like an area of circulation It's starting to develop in the inflow there. Kind of seems like some kind of weird looking areas of the storm there. I will say, it kind of looks like it is uh, near Plummerville. And we got another one up here near Marshall. A little bit of rotation there. And these storms are starting to rotate here in Arkansas. We're going to keep an eye on that. Holy moly. Thank you, Sandy, for the $99 extended on you. Oh, which one? You want Matthew Capucci still, or leaving it up to you? Do you want Matthew Capucci, or do you want another one? I like Matthew. But we could get Freddie McKinney. He's got a really good view on a storm right now. I don't know which storm he's on, but he's got a really good view. Really don't know what storm he's on, though. I don't think his map is accurate. It says he's in Mississippi, but there's nothing over there like looking like that. He's a good guy. Yeah, he is. He's a good guy, and he's a really good chaser, too. Actually, I think Storm Hunter Media is actually on the same storm that Freddy's on. Yeah, it looks almost the exact same on both their feeds. Too scared? Hey, there's nothing. I mean, there are storms near you there in Kentucky. There are storms near you, but they're not rotating that fast, I promise. In fact, all the storms are past you. They got some more coming, though. So one was warned earlier, but we haven't gotten a warning up there in a while. Do have some pretty bubbly storms, though, coming on over here, though. South of Glasgow. Might have to keep an eye on those. Could be a hail threat. Man, that storm our media is looking a little dangerous now. Let's see if Brett's back online. He is not. Let's come back down to here, Hollywood Lake Ranch, where we still have tornado on the ground. We don't have the latest scan out of that one yet. Back up here. On this storm, I think he couldn't test it for the 5. Is a tornado threat over for Gilmer? When this passes Gilmer. Which one's Gilmer? Oh. Yeah, if this storm gets past you without hitting you, you might have another storm to the south. The problem with these storms is they're going to be training kind of over the same areas. So maybe not. Just depends on what this storm does near Palestine. I'll wait on that latest CC drop scan, but okay. Latest scan out of this one, still potentially a tornado on the ground. I never saw Sandy's message. Did she say something? Did she pick one, or does she want me to choose? I don't think she ever picked one. Yeah, look at this storm over here on Storm Hunter Media's view. Look at that. That is one of the storms that's riding that warm frontal boundary. Yeah, inflow tail on the right. Oh, look, there's too much motion on the ground, though, or near the ground.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Look at these storms are dying. That's the storm he's on, and it looks like it is dying at the moment. And these storms over here west of Little Rock are still getting the organization going. in a couple areas of circulation. Again, I have a feeling these storms are going to be just kind of iffy until that line catches up, and then they're going to go. I think they're going to go when that line catches up. Where's that new tornado warning at? Oh, wow. This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Is now a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, moving past Holly Lake Ranch, moving towards Gilmer, or not towards Gilmer, but moving in this direction near Gilmer, heading most likely in between Pittsburgh and Gilmer. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This storm has a very strong circulation just to the south and east of Holly Ranch, pushing up towards Pittsburgh and Gilmer. That is not good. Ping pong ball sized hail warning for Marion and Newton, Arkansas. And this storm is really wrapping up, man. It's crazy because it's just a big old mess of a storm, but it's just enough. This sheer environment around it's really allowing it to wrap up and vent, even though, it should theoretically be outflow dominant, but it's still holding on to the circulation inside of that mess. Wonder what this thing looks like if we had a radar closer. That is really bad rotation there. Let's come up here near DeKalb. Is this thing still confirmed on the ground? No, this is radar indicated now. This one south of Broken Bow might be trying to redevelop its circulation, moving towards Gilham. And this one up here, I think, is going to be allowed to expire very shortly. Yeah, I mean, that's just completely lost all of its potential there. Any chasers? I would imagine that no. Let me just double check. My chasers are. There's one near Nashville. Jordan Hall is chasing that one, the same one that Matthew Capucci is on. So is Scott Peak. Stephen Welchie appears to be near Jonesboro. Chelsea is inside. Where's Chelsea? She's near Texarkana, so she's near that same storm. Strong winds with the storm. And Freddie McKinney is near Jonesboro, Arkansas. Yeah, no chasers, unfortunately, right next to that one. Yeah, we don't have access to Brad Arnold, unfortunately. He is talk about getting even more expensive. Brad Arnold is like $75 an hour and a minimum of 4 hours. Don't even think about it. It's just not happening. Matthew. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, latest scan here. I'm not seeing a debris signature, but this thing might just be going over an area that just doesn't have a whole lot of stuff to hit, I guess. Let me just double check. I mean, there's buildings out there. There should be a debris signature. It does seem like our rotation on this storm is getting wider at the moment, a little bit more broad. Man, look at this view from Storm Runner Media. Where's Brian? He's on the northern storm, but it looks like he's rerouting. I think most of the storm chasers are rerouting south down to this storm, so they should be able to intercept it eventually if it's still needed. Yeah, this is a dying supercell, I believe. That is over here, or Walnut Ridge in Jonesboro. These ones down here, though, I'm still keeping an eye on them. They're struggling to mature at this point, but I'm still in the theory here that as these storms get close to our line of storms, that's when they're going to have that potential to really upscale into something more mature. And in fact, one of these storms over here has a little bit more rotation there, south and west of Marshall. Brad Arnold, he's like he's a really good chaser. Surprised you never heard of him. Big Sandy Cam on Virtual Railfan. Yeah, I haven't been able to secure anything from them. I don't even think is Big Sandy in this area. The latest scan on our storm further up to the north here, still potentially a decent little area of circulation heading towards DeKalb and Foreman here in parts of Texas and also near Locksburg, going into Arkansas. And then this one over here near Broken Bow now has some broader circulation inside of it, still pushing off towards DeQueen. Thank you, Bucky, for the 2. He wants pets. Yeah. We'll definitely show. We'll bring up Chazzy like later when we're not busy. All right, latest scan of this storm here in Gilmer. Potentially a little bit of a satellite circulation here, or that could just be side lobe contamination over here just to the north and east of Holly Ranch. Still appears to be some decent circulation in there. And yeah, you can see there's actually some bands kind of wrapping around that. So that might be our main circulation still. I mean, that's still strong enough to support a tornado on the ground. But I'm just not seeing that debris signature right now. But could still theoretically be on the ground heading up towards Pittsburgh and Lone Star. So I would just be in your safe spots. House is destroyed near Clarksville, Texas, per sheriff. Okay, thank you for the information. That's not good. We're getting reports that houses have unfortunately been destroyed in Clarksville, where we had that very dangerous tornado. I think all the chasers are still heading down towards this area. It looks like Jordan Hall is like near where this guy is right now. Hey, do we still, is PA Storm Tracker still alive? Totally forgot we had him on. Oh yeah. Had a good look at a storm. Yeah, let me get PA Storm Trackers with us over here. Let's because Brett went offline. I don't know if he's still chasing or just trying to like. Yeah, Brett Adair is over here by these storms over here, so Brett will probably come back on in a little bit. If somebody could monitor whether or not he comes back on live would be helpful. But I'm gonna go ahead and bring up PA Storm Trackers for a little bit in his spot. Oops. Check our latest scan. Yeah, latest scans on this storm here. Still some broader circulation. Still moving off to the north and east towards the Pittsburgh and Lone Star area. So keeping an eye on these storms down here, but they don't really seem to be organizing as fast as these other ones have. Hydrate, yeah, let me do that. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Still a weird look on this. Let me look at the storm from this one. Yeah, that is no better. By the way, I still believe this tornado warning up here in Oklahoma is going to be allowed to expire. And it looks like we got some new information on this. Looks like that's been dropped down to a radar indicated tornado warning as that heads towards Horatio, Locksburg, and Wilton. And the one north of Broken Bow still has some broad circulation with it, but it seems to be relatively outflow dominant. But if you live near the Queen, still should be in your safe spots for that southern one and also for this one, just in case. Check back over here. I still got some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on both of these guys here. Rotations do seem to be struggling at the moment still. Our theory will be tested pretty soon. Let me check our mesoscale environment. Yeah, I mean, for like southern Missouri, this boundary is still well to the south. You can see over the last 2 hours, it's maybe gone up north just a little bit. Really not that much at all. Seems like all that shower activity further off to the north is keeping that boundary down. This is actually further south than, I mean, well, to be fair, I mean, I've been tracking just how, how it's been lagging behind. So I guess it's not overly surprising, but it's kind of just stalled. Interesting. So yeah, the tornado threat in like southern Missouri is going to be very, very low. Thank you, Soap Dragon, for the 3. What do the blue lines on the storms mean? What do you mean? I don't exactly know what you're talking about. Enlighten me. If you could like not like tell me what it means, but like tell me like where you're seeing it. There's a blue outline. Oh, by your house. So those are special weather statements. They're special weather statements. So they're usually for like storms that aren't severe, but still have some stuff like a little bit of hail in there, some damaging winds, but they're super manageable. Wouldn't really worry about them. The fact that the boundary's there, that means this storm up here is elevated. So that one's going to struggle to produce. This is like in like zero instability. But these storms down here, these smaller ones, are still going to have a chance as that line approaches. They still appear to be in some decent. In fact, they're approaching that warm front. Maybe like like these storms over here near Hot Springs. I think that's where that forcing might be starting to hit. They're not really maturing though. Yeah, we'll check in on that in just a little bit. Man, very broad but very strong rotation with this storm. Cannot rule out, potential here for some little spin ups in and along in this region. And that is pushing now north of Gilmer into close to like the Pittsburgh and Lone Star area. I already talked about Saturdays that we did at the beginning of the stream. Yeah. Wow. Look at Stormrunner Media's view. Look at that supercell. They got full on spaceship happening over here. My goodness. Thankfully, this storm lacks a tractor beam or a tornado. That is a big old mesocyclone. And also, Pennsylvania Storm Trackers also has a view of that. Look at that. A little bit closer. Wow. That's really cool. Yay, Pennsylvania Storm Trackers actually tracking a storm. Although, to be fair, yesterday they were busy helping somebody out. So they got a little sidetracked by something that was really good. Me or them? Oh, yeah, they lost data. Oh, nope, they got it back. That is just a crazy, crazy looking storm. Look at that. Wow, we better be thankful that storm is north of the boundary. Can't even imagine what that thing could have done if it wasn't. Maybe it still has potential as that thing approaches. Who knows? It still looks like it's surface based to me, not an elevated storm. Latest scan here with this storm, still some very broad circulation in it. Not seeing a new debris ball just yet. Are we back down to rate? Nope, we're still observed. So still be respecting this storm. Man, look at that. Wow. Let's go up to the north, check back in on this storm. That is radar indicated at this point. Yeah, still appears to be somewhat of an outflow dominant storm heading into Foreman now. Winthrop and Horatio in the Arkansas region now is now in that warning. So, still continue to be in your safe spots. It's going to be passing past just this tiny little corner here of Oklahoma and then going into Arkansas after that. You're into Queen. Well, you need to continue to be in your safe spots. You got a broad circulation coming through right now. This one down here, I'm thinking will go to your south. Your main threat's actually the storm up here to the north. As the latest update on all of our tornado warnings, we have 3 tornado warnings ongoing right now. Wow. Look at that thing. See if we can notice any rotation on it. I wouldn't completely count this storm down and out, but the environment's not super favorable with this one. Yeah. It does kind of seem like there's rotation in there, though. A little bit of it. That little whiter cloud kind of seems like it's spinning around something. Yeah, you're good. You're in the stable air now, Hannah. All right, latest scan on this storm, still pretty broad, maybe a little bit of a tightening here now. Still not seeing a debris signature, but it would still continue to be in your safe spots for the time being. I want to check back up and see. Oh, it looks like Brett's back on. See what his view looks like. Get him back up, at least over here. I'm not going to lie. Somehow Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is even beating Brett Adair. He's getting pretty close to these storms that are south of the boundary here. He's near Conway. So these storms will probably have a pretty interesting look on him eventually. Thank you, Soap Dragon. Welcome to the WIMD's membership. Thank you. Mountain Home, yeah. Thankfully, it appears that you guys are, more in the elevated threat for tornadoes right now. Like in terms of like these storms will be elevated, they should struggle to produce, but we still have a couple little areas of rotation along this area. No, it's not completely a 0% threat, but the storms will definitely struggle to produce up there. We'll keep on keeping an eye on it, I promise. How's Mina? Mina. I don't know where Mina is. I'm sorry. I feel like we've covered it like a billion times. Look at that. And that storm is just absolutely an interesting storm to look at. Still can't believe that that's in Arkansas and not Oklahoma. The main threat, the worst part of the threat, will most likely Matthew. Let's get him back going. The worst part of the threat might have just happened. There's two scenarios here.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
So either these storms will continue to be our most dangerous storms, but eventually these guys will go outflow dominant and will stop being as dangerous of a tornado threat, but tornadoes will still be possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. This storm over here near Clinton has just been warned. Oh, yeah, tight little area of circulation is developing there. So it looks like these storms are trying to do it.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
It's going to be for Clinton, Arkansas. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Definitely a decent little area of circulation. And that's wrapping around there. No debris ball yet, but that storm is trying. And it's right as that line approaches. So, yeah, it does seem like this line is going to help this cluster of storms mature and potentially become a very dangerous tornado threat. Yeah, that's our second scenario. Our first scenario are these ones don't mature as the line approaches, which it does kind of seem like they are. Or, did Matthew Capucci end his live stream? What do we do about that? Okay. Maybe it'll come back. But I guess I'll pause the time there. We used him for 30 minutes before it went out. Maybe we'll use another chaser for 30 minutes. I don't know. To figure that out. Over here near Foreman, this area of rotation is still struggling here near Foreman. Still mainly seems like a gust of wind is about to come into Queen and Horatio.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
By the way, our severe thunderstorm watches are getting issued over here near Missouri. That's going to be for Rolla, Salem, Fredericktown, Piedmont, Cape Girardeau. Again, our boundary is further to the south here. But these elevated storms still have a small chance of producing severe weather and tornadoes. It's just not going to be, as big of an issue as it would necessarily be like down in here in this area where we have the wide open warm sector. Guess we'll put Brett back here and we'll put PA storm trackers up here. Izzy, what you whining about? Refund? No. I mean, we can use another chaser for 30 minutes. Doesn't have to be Matthew if he ended it. Or it just could be he has that bad a service. All right, latest scan here with this storm. Still a little area of circulation over here near 27, and our main broad circulation still exists here near 271, heading towards Lone Star. Lone Star still wants you to be in your safe spots here in Texas. And then back over here on the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. You guys already know. We just went over that. Let's come back over to here to our tornado warned storm where a little area of circulation still exists. It's still relatively broad, but I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this guy. Not quite getting its act together, though. I think it's pretty much just latched onto that warm sector.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
On that warm front. And then this storm up here also has some pretty broad circulation. Not an imminent tornado threat, but if it does continue to try to, get more mature as this line approaches, it eventually could potentially try to drop a tornado. So again, if you live over here, you can find a Bottenberg, old Bottenberg, Crabtree, Old Lexington, Elba, Rumley, Flag, Fox, Mozart, Harness, Alberta, Thole, and Thimbo all need to be considering being in their safe spots. I mean, not considering, but going to your safe spots. And thank you, Kyle, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for pledging $1 support a month for us. Brad says it's on the ground. This one could be. I mean, it's still observed. I'm just not seeing a debris signature. But if Brad says it's on the ground, is he right next to it? Did he actually get eyes on it, or is he just assuming? Like, is he actually seeing it? Thank you, Kyle. I do appreciate that. Yeah, the reload did help if you're watching weather-wise. All right, wait. When you tell me to reload, are you telling me to like refresh the app, or are you telling me to like exit out of the app? I'm not sure if he's still watching. He might still be up. Yeah, huge shout out to WeatherWise. I mean, they've been pushing updates to the app on the fly as we've had issues. And they're doing an amazing job today as well. Latest scan here on our storm in Arkansas, just to the west of B Branch. Yeah, still have a definitely some stronger winds on the leading edge of that storm, but still not a very tight or strong rotation at this moment. Well, that could organize, so I would still be, in your safe spots there in Clinton. I guess Brad's going to wait for this storm. This storm has a decent opportunity, in my opinion. According to our observations near the surface, our outflow bound, our warm front should be like right in here. Maybe a little bit south of that. Like right in there. So it is very possible that these storms over here are elevated and will probably, or it might not produce a tornado, but just in case, just in case that, there's just enough warm sector for them to still feed off of, or maybe they're actually latched onto the warm front, just be in your safe spots there in Clinton, also over here just west of Mountain View. I wonder if we have any Arkansas cams up over there. We get Arkansas cameras over here. One second. Yeah, there's one near both of these warnings. It's up there. Right in the south of that squiggly. Yeah, this wouldn't be a bad camera to have just in the path of this thing. Well, I'm gonna use this one though, just in case we can get a view of it eventually. See if Matthew Capucci's fixed his stuff. Okay. Yeah, it looks like Matthew Capucci is back, so let me get him up here. He's getting
A new tornado warning has been issued.
starting at 5:18 of 30 minutes. That's 5:48. Oh, what the heck? Well, it was working. There it is. Oh, it went down again. Never mind. Oh, that's frustrating. I hate having to balance all this crap. All right. The latest scan, still have broad circulation, little area of rotation here just to the south and west of Pittsburgh. All right, guys, still need to be in your safe spots over here near Lone Star. And our latest tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be up here near this guy. Got an update for radar indicated. And also, looks like a little bit of an extension here past DeQueen with this area of circulation, which might be trying to reorganize as it gets pretty close here to DeQueen. So I would still be in your safe spots there in DeQueen, mainly for this northern one. The southern one still seems to be struggling at the moment. And then coming back over to here near the Lone Star, still keeping a close eye on this guy as well. Gonna try to get a radar that can look at all these. Yeah, there we go. Mountain View, yeah. Yeah, if you live in Mountain View, I'd be in your safe spots. Wow, what is Storm Under Media looking at? I was just making sure that was nothing before I pulled it off. I ain't got a singular idea what's going on with Matthew Capucci's thing. Seems like it's some sort of encoder failure. Jordan Hall's on the storm, though, so we're going to use Jordan Hall. Oh, dang. Did we just miss him do a drone shot? We're in Jonesboro. Okay. So you can get Jordan Hall up. He's near the same spot, but he has better connection. We'll use him for 30 minutes. Starting at 5:20, that is 5:50. All right, latest scan is finally in on this storm over here near the Lone Star area of Texas. Still a couple of circulations, potentially dangerous inside of this storm. It's still observed. So again, if you live in near Lone Star, you should continue to be in your safe spots. We'll see you here in a little bit once Jordan gets close to that circulation, whether or not it's on the ground. Back over here near DeQueen, still a broad area of rotation, heading up towards Gilham and 84 and 278 there as well. And then back over to here. Hey, thank you, Jorian, for the 11 euros. Thank you so much. Please, summer weather came back to our country after months of sad gray weather. Well, I'm glad you guys got a little bit better. Oh, from the Netherlands. Oh, yeah. You guys get gray and sad out there all the time. I'm so glad you're enjoying some sunshine. Very nice. Very nice. And these storms up here, the rotations are struggling. They're still pretty broad at this moment. No debris on these storms. Again, these should be elevated, and they're congealing into a line, but I'm still keeping an eye on them. I think it's still worth, testing out whether or not these storms can produce tornadoes on the northern side of this boundary. So I still want Clinton and just to the west of Mountain Home to continue to be seeking shelter. But we should get a view on this storm near the we should get a view on this storm from Brett in a little bit. This one is technically just south of the boundary.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued on this storm. Again, they're most likely going to continue these tornado warnings all the way until it gets closer to a radar that can actually see them. It's really hard to determine how much rotation is here because they're just too far away. We also have this rotation still kind of tracking towards the DeQueen area, near it at least. Yeah, pretty close. It's just north of DeQueen, heading towards Gilham. So DeQueen and Gilham should still be in their safe spots, but it's really hard to determine how much rotation is actually into this portion of the line. So they're probably just going to keep it warned until it gets closer to Little Rock, because this is this one had a tornado on it at some point. So they're probably being really extra cautious with it. So if you live in Dirks, Nashville, Mineral Springs, here in Arkansas, you should be in your safe spots there. Do I have Brad? I do not. Do not have Brad. We got Jordan Hall, who should be near the storm. See where he's at. On Texas 11. And he's out in front of it. Just west of Pittsburgh. So he's just west of Pittsburgh. He's in position. He's waiting for
A
it.
new tornado warning has
Should get a
been
view
issued.
from him in a little bit. Oh, wow. Look at Brett's view. He's got a drone up. This is that circulation. That is just to the west, north and west of Hot Springs. Look at that. New tornado warning, by the way, is over here near Maynard. His radar indicated. This is the storm that Storm Runner Media was on for a while. Maynard, Arkansas, Glaze Creek, Middlebrook, and Pittman all need to be going into their safe spots. This one interests me the most. I mean, it's pretty darn close, sorry, to that boundary. And this one looks like it's ready to latch onto it and maybe produce. And this probably has, I would say, the highest chance of a strong and damaging tornado. Oop, they lose service. We'll go back to him if he gets that back on. Yeah, there it goes. But yeah, this is the new tornado warned storm over here near Maynard, heading off towards the border of Missouri and Arkansas. I'm personally not seeing a whole lot of rotation here, but I think it's worth keeping an eye on it. And yeah, still have some decent circulations here near Clinton. I mean, they're still not very strong, but if you live over here west of Mountain View, I would need to be in your safe spots. Yeah, Brett's looking at this storm right here and has been trying to wrap up for a while. And as you can see, even though on radar, we don't really have such a very clear view of the rotation. I mean, there's obviously some there. We got to keep a close eye on this guy, especially as that frontal boundary approaches. This could be the one of the day, or the second one of the day, or maybe even the third one of the day. I mean, we've already had a couple of PDS tornadoes on the ground, and one that still could potentially be on the ground. Just back over here, we just haven't seen a debris ball in a while, but according to local reports, it should potentially still be on the ground, heading towards the Lone Star State, or Lone Star, Texas. And it's a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Could still be on the ground. Best I can tell, though, we got broad circulation with no debris signature. That's my expert opinion. till we hear otherwise, I'd just be in your safe spot and treat it like it's a very strong tornado on the ground. Preferably get underground if you can there in Lone Star because it's on its way. And let's come back over here to Brett. That's a nuts wall cloud. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Just give me a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
With your treat. We shall see what this storm can do. Hopefully it doesn't produce. We really want this storm to struggle. This is the storm we want to struggle the most. Again, you can see pretty clearly. Let me bring my little video thing up. That's the wall cloud right there. This is the mothership or the mesocyclone. Tornado would happen right under here.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like they're keeping that PDS tornado warning on it. Still observed. And that is heading up towards Dangerfield, Naples, Marietta, and Douglasville. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, heading up towards Dangerfield, Naples, Marietta, and Douglasville. Continue to be in your safe spots there. Let's come back and check up on all of our other NATO warnings. Yeah, this storm over here near the Winthrop still has a little bit of circulation there, and it seems like this one south of Graham, sorry. Gilham? No, yeah, it's Gilham. Near Gilham. Still a decent area of rotation there. Trying to tighten up a little bit more as that pushes off towards the north and east, towards 279 here in Arkansas. Yeah, it looks like Brett Adair storm also got tornado warned here. That's going to be going towards Palmerville, Wooster, Greenbrier, and Guy. You guys all need to be in your safe spots. And thank you, George Lloyd, for the €5. That's a good pun, but kind of really, bad to joke about that kind of stuff. Yeah, rotations up here are struggling, so it seems that's where our boundary is. This is the storm. Got a little bit of time. Will it latch on and try to produce? That's the question. Looks like it's trying to do something. I can't tell if that's a funnel or a dying wall cloud, though. And this is the drone view of our tornado warning near Plummerville and Wooster. And thank you, Ice Cream, for the 5. Thank you so much. Watching this storm like a hawk because we literally are a hawk in the sky looking at it. Does kind of look funnily, but again, that also used to be a wall cloud, so that could just be like a dying wall cloud. Watching for us for any of these little features to come down to the surface. Because again, this is a tornado warned storm here. Yeah, it could be Scud. That's what I'm saying. If it's a dying wall cloud, then that is Scud. He's not reaching further down to the ground, so it's probably the higher likelihood. we'll keep an eye on it. And again, that's this storm over here. It seems small at this point, to be honest. There's that mesocyclone right there. Thank you, Ice Cream, again for another donation. Thank you so much. The $20. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, man. Hey, we're just doing our best. Doing our best. Thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully we can get James Spann on the channel when he retires, huh? Hopefully. But yeah, all these circulations are kind of getting weaker here as they go west of Mountain View, but we're still keeping an eye on them. I would still be in your safe spots. And there we go again with another donation. Thank you, man. $10. Ice Cream's coming in, helping really to support the channel. Thank you, man. We will be using that for storm chasers. Not sure how long we'll need these Texas storm chasers, though. It's
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Our threat might move into Arkansas. Again, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado still on the ground here near Dangerfield. Still wrapping up right in there. And people are saying that this is still on the ground that are in the area. So I would certainly continue to be in your safe spots. It looks like they're now warning this storm now near Fairfield. A little bit of rotation in there near B Branch. If you're near Fairfield Bay, Greer's Ferry, you guys need to be in your safe spots there. Let's come back a little bit further up to the north. Do want to check back in with this storm. Yeah, this radar over there is showing a circulation over there, but let me oh wow. Jordan Hall has a drone up. Which scene is that? Shoot. Cannon. Okay. Jordan Hall has a drone up on our PDS tornado warned storm. Look at this. There it is. Is that on the ground? That would be right where the tornado would be. Wow, look at that. Look at that moisture feeding into that thing. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is a beast of a storm. What in the heck are we even looking at? Look at all that lightning. And the tornado would be back in there. I can't tell if it's rain wrapped back in there. That's an actual tornado. I mean, this is the one that's been recently observed. So I'm thinking the tornado is on the ground just right back in there. Holy moly. This is the PDS just means there's a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Holy. Let me zoom like all the way in that area, see if we can't tell if that is on the ground or not. Yeah, I can't tell. Watch for power flashes, like right on that, where that tail meets the rain. Watch for power flashes, like, let me put this up. Like right under here. Oh, looks like he's zooming in now too. Oops. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't seem on the ground to me, but it could be, I guess. Maybe it's like a bowl funnel. Let me bring up radar down over here so I can still talk about it. Put it up here because nothing interesting is happening over here. All right, so our tornado warned storm over here near Maynard Still might have a little area of rotation in there. Might be close to trying to do something there. I don't know. We're really far away from the radar, though, with like all these radars, which is what's making this so difficult. Like this radar over here doesn't really say much. Let's come back over to this storm. This is the storm we're looking at right now, near Lone Star, where we have a couple of areas of strong circulation. This is apparently a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Says it's observed, and we were just looking in that area. If it's back in there, it is just a little bit rain wrapped right there in that region. Yeah, this is the one that Brad's on, yeah. And then over here near Nashville, Arkansas, looks like we have some really broad circulation there. And then the one over here near, okay, so the Queen is good to come out of their safe spots, but this one over here near Gilham is still tracking towards 278. Does seem like that circulation might be taking a brief reprieve as that pushes up towards 278. That is the latest. Brett Adair is back over here on this storm. He's also had a drone up, and we've been looking at it, keeping an eye on it. Oh, never mind. Looks like he got that drone back down. Never mind. But this one doesn't really seem to be doing much near Manistee. It is struggling to mature. We'll see if that'll change as it gets closer. Further up to the north, these circulations are still struggling with these storms as of right now. That may change as our boundary and our forcing arrives near these storms. If you live near Fairfield Bay, Greers Ferry, Clinton, also over here just to the west of Mountain View here in Arkansas, I would still be in your safe spots. Yeah, apparently if there's still a tornado on the ground with this storm, it is right back to the left of this little feature. So there's your tail cloud, and that tornado would be like right back in here. Jeez. Oh my gosh, that drone almost got struck by lightning. That was really close. And that is just a crazy looking storm, though. Yeah, as far as it looks like, I mean, I haven't seen like any power flashes in that area, though. Like, you'd think if there was a large tornado down there, we would at least see some power flashes. Maybe it's just hiding too far behind the deep there in the rain. Iggy, ice cream for the 2. Yeah, Florence should be all right. Oh, he's zooming in again. Yeah, something's popping out of the rain. What is that? Yeah, right in the left edge. It's kind of popping out of the rain. And look at that rain wrap around there. Yeah, that if the tornado's on the ground, it is right there, center screen. Like right in here. You see that rain is wrapping around rapidly. The tornado top would be right here, and the tornado would be right in this area here. It's just too rain wrapped to see, but you can tell there's something rapidly rotating in there. Again, that's this storm over here near Lone Star, where we have a strong circulation in there. Pushing up towards Marietta and Douglasville. And that's exactly what we're looking at here from a drone feed from Jordan Hall. The storm chaser, and he's over there. A really good eye on this storm. You've seen a green flash in there twice? Yeah, then it has to be on the ground. Just can't quite see the tornado, but it might pop out of the rain. Who knows? Either that or we'll just get a bunch of rain, obscure a view of everything. Man, that's a monster in there if there is one. Because the rotation is pretty darn strong on this storm, as you can see. I actually have
A
two
new
areas
tornado
now.
warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. That's going to be over here south of Fort Smith. Oh, look at that big old rain curtain coming on in from the left. This thing's about to be heavily rain wrapped. My goodness. And this tornado warning is over here south of Fort Smith, moving up to the north. Not a whole lot of circulation near the surface yet, but if you live over near Morgan Springs and Brawley, Bryan, Oliver, Cawthorn, here in Arkansas, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Man, that was a big old rain curtain moving in. This storm's got a heck of a lot of mass to it. You can just tell just how wide this storm is at the moment. It's a very, very wide storm. That thing's got a whole bunch of mass. All right, let's come back over here. Yeah, looks like that tornado warning over here is kind of fizzling out. What we want to see. And these storms over here near Fayefield Bay and Greer's Ferry here in Arkansas are still struggling to rotate. Same thing over here near Clinton. And then, yeah, same thing over here west of Mountain View. Still a little bit on the weaker side of things. All right, looks like Jordan Hall got his bird back down is bringing his bird back down to the ground. Wow, what a view. That was crazy. I think he's still trying to go for an intercept on this storm, so we'll see what happens. New severe thunderstorm warning over here near Hector, Arkansas, just to the east of Lamar as well. Yeah, Jordan Hall's right underneath me, by the way. We'll have him until about 6:50. Oh, another hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, latest scan, still a decent area of circulation in here. Still not seeing a debris signature. We're getting closer and closer to the Shreveport radar, and there still isn't a debris signature. I wonder if this thing just has like a rapidly rotating wall cloud in there that's just spitting all that rain in and out. I mean, because it's completely rain wrapped, and this thing's been observed for a while. So I'm starting to wonder if they're being cautious. What? Because we should be close enough to the radar to confirm tornado on the ground at this point. But hopefully it's not been down for this entire time. But over here near Marietta and Douglasville, want you guys to continue to be in your safe spots just in case this thing is still on the ground. If it's not, I still want you to be in your safe spots anyways, because we do have areas of tight circulation. That thing, it might be one of those touch and go tornadoes, because somebody did report seeing some of those green flashes. I missed them because I was looking at the radar, but people in chat were reporting green flashes underneath that area of circulation. So it's very possible that it's like one of those touch and go tornadoes. The latest scan on these storms here, still not really seeing a whole lot of rotation with them. So they're going to extend this one over here into Norman as a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see how fast the winds are there. 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one over here seems to really not have a whole lot of rotation to it. It had like a brief area of circulation where it kind of tried, and it's kind of gusting out right now. Still a little bit of a rotation back in there, but Oliver, Bryan, Morgan Springs, and Arkansas still needs to be seeking shelter. And thinking no one's here for the 5. You've been telling people is good. Hey, thank you. Yes, I am. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. That is a huge help out the channel. You guys have single-handedly funded having Jordan Hall and Matthew Capucci on this stream, so I do appreciate that. Single-handedly. We could not do anything like this without you guys. So thank you. I'm wondering if they're going to let all these tornado warnings expire here. It seems like the storms are. I'm guessing that. I mean, according to our surface obs, our boundary's right here, and that storm looked like it was latching onto it, and I think it's now north of it. Yeah, latest scan here. Still a pretty strong area of rotation, right dead center, a mesocyclone. Still no debris signature just yet. Oh, yeah. Good news, tsunami threat for Papua New Guinea has passed. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Just waiting on them latest scans to come in. We'll play this in motion while we wait, and then we'll go look at the Arkansas ones. Yeah, it kind of seems like yet again a further south boundary has at least kept these storms at bay for like Arkansas. But I'm wondering what these guys are going to do like later on today. Like it kind of just seems like this one, if it wanted to. I mean, as far as I'm aware, well, there is a little bit of an inversion building in and out in front of this, so it's not as favorable as it was. Yeah, you can see this boundary is still there. It is like barely moved. This is it 2 hours ago. This is it now. I think that's its final resting place. It's really not moving much. So it's at least keeping the strong tornado threat south of this boundary. Let me check the wind shear. Yeah, 45 knots of wind shear still up here. And 55 knots happening up there near the border. That's probably why they threw a tornado warning on that one storm that was further up to the north here. Probably because they were concerned about it hitting some of that shear and maybe trying to produce, because technically, even though these storms are north of the boundary, if they get enough wind shear, they can still technically try to produce. I mean, it's not 100% impossible, but yeah, they're definitely north. You can see like the difference between this one storm down here south of the boundary. Now look at it north of the boundary. You can like see it pass over. It's pretty interesting. But thankfully it did. That thing almost tried to spit out a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued. Let's go see where it is. Right over here? No. Anyways, let's come back down to here. Latest scan, still an area of some circulation here within this storm. Just to the east of Dangerfield, still heading off towards Marietta. Is this still... Okay, look at that. They dropped the PDS tornado warning. That's awesome. I don't think we have any tornadoes on the ground anymore. We have 6 tornado warnings still ongoing, though. All right, let's go check back over here at this storm. Yeah. Yeah, it's doing the same things as its buddies. You can see it's not only behind what appears to be, it's not only behind our cold front, it is also north of that boundary. That thing is getting shredded apart. Latest scan with these storms, still a little bit of rotation over here east of Wicks and Grannis, moving off to the north and east. And over here near Locksburg, looks like this storm is mainly becoming outflow dominant. Let me check this radar, see what they look like from here. Maybe a little bit of rotation, a little bit stronger rotation there from this radar. Right there in that area. Let me see how that's progressed, if it's legitimate or not. Yeah, that could be a legitimate area of rotation. Moving north of 70. They might extend that, actually. Broken Bow is good for the rest of the day. You guys are fine. What happened? What happened? What happened over here? Back. I think Jordan Hall is trying to get back out in front of this storm right now. We'll see what else we see. I mean, we have him for another about an hour now. Yeah, we have him for another hour. So we shall see. Sitting on your butt. No, never mind. Get kidney stones. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just water. I agree with that. I'm not sweating. I don't need electrolytes. Now, you might be thinking, but isn't that what plants crave? Electrolytes? Brando? No. Not when they're not sweating. No. I mean, I am struggling, which is good for the first time in a while, to find a dangerous area of rotation. Other than like these little guys over here. And that one over there that was PDS warned. Yeah, very, very broad circulation there. Heading up towards Marietta and Douglasville. This one's not even really looking that concerning anymore either. Low scraping wall cloud here in Arkansas on the Fairfield Bay storm. Yeah. Yeah, we've been seeing that quite a bit with some of these storms. Like this one over here near Donovan had one of those. It would not be surprising if all these had, low scraping wall clouds. That's kind of been the theme for today. The good news is that most of those, especially north of our boundary, have not been producing tornadoes, thankfully. Yeah, they do air quality alerts. That is right. Lapse rates are low. How low? See. They're low. Yeah. I mean, they're pretty much low where all the storms are. They are pretty high over here near Louisiana and Arkansas. See where our forcing is now. Yeah, our forcing is out over that area where those storms are, but they've all traveled north of the boundary, and there's no other storms out there that are mature out in front of our main line. So it's going to continue to be these guys, it seems like, for, the foreseeable future. These guys right here. We'll see how long they can last with that capping inversion, although our lower level shear is increasing near these storms. We do have a little area of 50 knot shear starting to, move into these storms right now. Yeah, latest scan out of this storm. Still what appears to be some couplets on the leading edge here. And that is within the precipitation. So I'm surprised they haven't extended that warning. They must just think that that's side lobe contamination. And then back over here near Wilton, I mean, there is nothing in terms of rotation with that one. Let's check from Shreveport. Yeah, Shreveport has a little bit more rotation in there, but still not dangerous amounts. And this one over here near Lone Star, Texas, very, very broad circulation. It's like the storm is going outflow dominant. Are any of these storms tapping into any fuel? No, they're not. They're behind that boundary by quite a bit. You know, some decently good news. That boundary did not go as far north as expected, or at least by the model said. I mean, we did know that earlier today that it was lagging to the south some. But I mean, if this boundary was all the way up into Missouri right now, ooh boy, these storms would be large and extremely dangerous. Oh, we've got Jordan Hall. This was the PDS warned storm. Got a drone back up in the air. There's that mesocyclone and wall cloud. Oh. Whoa. It looks very tornado-like to me. Can't see the bottom half of it, though. Is that on the ground? Look for power flashes underneath that part hanging down right there. Whoa. That appears to be on the ground a little bit. I can't tell. It's like wrapping rain on the bottom half of it. And he doesn't have the best service here, but man, look at how much it's turning above that thing. Holy moly. And you can tell his service is a little bit rough. The quality's going down a little bit, but we're going to keep a close eye on that. Oh, is he bringing it down already? No. Okay. Yeah, that's this storm over here, the one that has some broad circulation. Where would this tight circulation be is what I'm wondering. Maybe like over here? I don't think we'd be able to even see that one. Yeah, that'd be way in the rain. It must be something developing over here, I guess. Okay, now that it's fully out of the rain on the right side there, it doesn't appear to be on the ground. That might have just been like just a weird looking area of scud. But that looked like a tornado there for a little bit. But I don't think that's on the ground. I think it was just picking up a bunch of moisture. But man, the structure of this storm is incredibly impressive. I mean, you can see the striations up there are just, oh, is that it? Is that all we get? Just a little bit more? Okay. All right, never mind. I was going to explain all that, but hey, if he puts it back up there, we'll talk about what those striations. That's really cool, though. That was like a really, really interesting shot of that storm. That drone is just the coolest thing ever. All right, latest scan here. Yeah, that might be like this little area, maybe. Like wrapping around near that inflow. And maybe it's just not as rain wrapped as the radar is making it seem. Yeah, people that still need to be in their safe spots is Marietta, sorry, and Douglasville. Tornado warning up here. Still has no rotation. This one not looking as bad as it was. This one further to the south. Not a whole lot of rotation on that either. So we mainly got a gust front. Looks like they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. Let's check back up over here with these storms. Yeah, very messy, very spaghettified, elevated rotation with those. But reports that does have like a really interesting looking cloud structure as of late. Yeah, we wait for the next scans here. We'll send the radar over Arkansas. I know the good news is we haven't been looking at Arkansas that much. That's the moral of the story. It's good that we have been abusing the radar coverage by not coming over here, because these storms, they started off kind of interesting, but they went over that boundary, and now the rotation is just not impressive on any of the storms. Covering snow in Oklahoma? Absolutely not. I'm tired of snow. I won't even talk about it in my forecast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Wow, on this storm again. Their Naylor. Yeah, a little something trying to sneak up in there. We'll see. We'll see if this one, again, the tornado threat with these storms north of the boundary aren't at zero. But obviously you need to see some rotation, and something's happening a little bit there, but that also kind of looks like some side lobe contamination. Bad thing is that I don't think we have a closer radar than this. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely being cautious with this storm just in case. So if you live near Poplar Bluff, Neelyville, and Naylor here in Missouri, I'd be in your safe spots just in case. Should be a pretty low chance of that producing, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And I think that's pretty much what the NWS is trying to say with this warning. Just get in your safe spots as we try to figure out what the heck, like, if this rotation is going to be dangerous for anybody. I mean, it's been there for a while. Oh, you can tell it's been having a lot of side lobe contamination issues. We'll see. Just be in your safe spots, and we'll keep an eye on that storm for you. All right, back down over here near Texas. Still got a broad circulation on this. A little bit tighter over here south of Marietta still. Still no new debris signature, but and this is still radar indicated. If you live near Marietta and Douglasville, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. Yeah, these two areas of rotation are still looking a little bit marvelous here. Definitely lost their marbles. Come back over here into northern Arkansas, see if these storms are trying to do anything. Still a little bit of something there, but still relatively on the weaker side. Heading into Mountain View. And that is the latest. Yeah, the NWS getting cut when we need more radars is certainly frustrating. Are you still watching, Mr. Weatherwise? I think the problem is pretty much solved. I mean, whatever you did, if I had to guess what the coding problem was, it was something to do with the way that the map loads in the cities as you zoom in the warnings. That's my guess on what was causing that. Am I close? Apparently, Weatherwise might still be watching. Yeah, latest scan on this, still something there. It still kind of seems like there could be some decent rotation in here, heading off towards Marietta and Douglasville. That's still kind of one of our most concerning areas of rotation at this point. Yeah, this is the first time that we have gone through like an entire stream without having super glitchy zooms. So they definitely did a good job. Can I use cameras on Weatherwise? No. Unfortunately, I can't. All these chasers are live storm media chasers. So I cannot use those. Where'd Jordan go? No. Come back. All right, we got him back. The mezzo, yeah. Well, we've been watching Jordan Hall, who's been putting up drones for us. He works for Severe Studios. And we've been getting it's been looking like it's about to drop for the past hour. Every time he puts that drone up, it looks like it's just on the verge, or it kind of looks like it's on the ground. So I believe you. There's definitely a fast rotating mesocyclone and wall cloud still most likely with this storm, but I don't think it's on the ground as of right now. But yeah, this guy, he's with Livestorm Media, and they are it's like a $300 minimum to use them for 4 hours. So a little bit out of our budget, just a little bit. What streaming studio do I use? I use OBS. No problem. Yeah, we're just here to keep you guys, calm. So when it's time to act, you're focused and ready to go. When you're panicking, that really doesn't help you or anybody that you're trying to get into a safe spot. I don't want you guys to panic, so we just try to keep it chill when it's chill, but when it gets bad, we ramp it up. I mean, it doesn't, but we don't fear monger. We definitely just, report what we see. Latest scan here, still some broad circulation over here near Naylor, heading towards Poplar Bluff. Still ongoing. And a little bit of something over here on the leading edge of this storm, but I think there's a lot, mainly just side lobe contamination. A lot of those are out in front of the leading edge. The leading edge is right there. Maybe that one. That lined up, yeah. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell, but that could be legitimate circulation, I guess. It just looks very blocky. We might get a warning on this, but that should be elevated. So that might be what we're seeing, is just that elevated contamination thing we usually get. All right, latest scan here. Looks like that little area of rotation has dissipated there. But still very broad circulation. We could still easily get, rotations along the leading edge. Yeah. Well, then, no, that wasn't the issue. Oh, it has to be. All right. There was way too much lightning data. Really? Did you figure that out? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. It was all the lightning data. Yeah. The zooming, loading in, the cities and the states, and also the lightning data. Yeah. That was my guess. All right. Yeah, whatever that little signal was, it definitely appears it only showed up for one scan, meaning that was most likely side lobe contamination. We're still kind of dealing with the same storm that we were dealing with before as this heads into Poplar Bluff. The good news is that side lobe contamination isn't staying with the storm for the entire time, so this doesn't need to get warmed all the way into Cape Girardeau, unless it starts showing some actual legitimate rotation, which it's showing a little bit, but it's very weak right here on the northern side. Over here near Mountain View. Man, such a weird signal there. Very blocky presentation. It seems like something could be in there. That could also be some contamination. But still be in your safe spots there at Mountain View, because if that is legitimate, then that means that it literally disappeared the next scan. Oh my goodness. Trust your gut. Trust your gut. Oh well, I still got to point that out, I feel like. Just in case I'm wrong. But it disappeared. All right. We gotta wait for the latest scans to come in. What software do I use? This is WeatherWise. It's free. With the radar side, you get a lot of extra things, but if you want pretty much everything that you're seeing on the screen here, correlation coefficient, all that kind of stuff, all that stuff is free. I get it. Like crazy amounts. Was it like doubling the data or something? Or is it just there's a lot of lightning with these storms? I guess there's a lot of lightning with all the storms. Is that for PC? Yeah, they have an app. They have a browser that you can get on your phone. It's really, really good. And I'm not sponsored by them. I just like the app. So they're not paying me to say these words. I use it and I like it because it's really good. All like use it. Like we had to use Radar Mega earlier for a little bit, due to the glitchiness of like the zooming and all that kind of stuff. But like there was so many anti-aliasing problems with it. It was just ridiculous. You never get that with this app. If you want something that's reliable for radar coverage, 99% of the time, weather-wise, is the app you should probably freaking use because, I mean, come on. Almost every single tornado event, way behind on weather data. 14 minutes sometimes on Radar Mega, and that's not like a thing that happens once in a while. It happens almost every single time. If you want to make sure that you have, radar that is reliably updating and being on time and showing you the data that is actually happening in the storm and not that is old, then yeah. And I keep telling you guys, and it's going to happen soon enough, but there are some really cool things coming to this app. I know this sounds like an ad, but I promise. I guess you could call it an ad. But like, I'm not getting paid by them. It's just me. I'm just that impressed with the program. Oh, take it how you will. You're the free version. You're still lost tinkering with it. Yeah, I really do have to like go into more detail how to mess with things. This video is not sponsored by Weatherwise. We do not do sponsorships on this channel. It's still a really messy and contaminated spaghettified view of this area of rotation. Storm just went over Mountain View. Oh, well, tornado warning is gone anyways. I was about to ask. Whoa! We just had like 4 tornado warnings expire like the same time. Let's go. That's what we like to see. Sponsored by real viewers. Exactly. This live stream is sponsored by you guys. You guys keep the channel going. We're completely crowdfunded. Every single bit of money that pays my bills, pays the storm chasers, is all from you. And that's because if we take money from sponsorships, especially weather related ones, or any sponsorship, I'm gonna have to sit here and chill while there's a tornado warning ongoing. Try to sell you products so that my sponsorships are happy. I have no control over my mouth. If I say something controversial, or if I say something that like you're not supposed to say on a broadcast, then they're going to drop their sponsorship. So I'm incentivized, right, to not say anything that is like my opinion, because I'm afraid sponsorships are going to leave me. Now, I'm only sponsored by you guys. You guys don't control my speech, and I can say whatever I want. Yeah, latest scan here, still kind of an interesting signal in this storm. Not going to lie. It does kind of seem like maybe a little bit, stronger winds here, and then there could be some rotation embedded back in there. Still an interesting look on it. It's still kind of hard to tell like what exactly that's doing. Let me check this radar. Okay. So both of these radars kind of have the same view. But what should absolutely happen is that every time I talk about having radar, weatherwise should allow me to leak something that's coming. Maybe a little quid pro quo. You want a Chaz t-shirt? It's not happening. I'm not going to turn my dog into money. He's a pet. He's my son. I'm not turning him into money. I know you guys want it, but you all you got to do is just screenshot every time I show him on stream. And then you can put that on your own t-shirt if you want. Still a little rotation here west of Poplar Bluff, moving up to 60, 67 there. And this is just a big old gusty outflow boundary here. I'm not seeing any more rotation here. That is gusting out. Chaz for sale? No. Can't afford Chaz because he's priceless. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Chaz over here looking at me like I'm crazy. No, it does. I know. I just, you know me. I'm never gonna ask for money, but I don't. I am transparent about everything. So, if you guys want to do, like, if you guys want to donate to, keep a chaser or, to do all that kind of stuff, that's fine with me. But I'm not going to, like, be like, guys, you need to donate. We're going to lose this chaser. You have to donate. No, we're not going to do that. And if that's what you want to do, you can. But I don't ever feel comfortable, like, telling you guys what to do with your stuff. Like, yes, it helps the channel out. But, we'd still be doing this even if none of y'all ever donated. Or be trying to, at least. All right, the reason why I keep zooming in and out so much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Really? They just let this tornado warning expire. I don't know why they warned this one. Trying to figure it out. There's like some sort of storm chaser report. There's not a whole lot of rotation on that at all. There must be some sort of report on this storm. It's like a wall cloud or something. So if you live in Nashville, Arkansas, be in your safe spots. I don't see a whole lot of rotation, but we're looking at radar super far away from this storm. So yeah, I mean, I've always said that, you guys know if you want a place you can stay, that we're not that, maybe you're in the mood for hike. And so you turn on Ryan Hall. That's fine. But if you're in the mood for, just like accuracy, you can always come back to here. We'll be here every storm. We're always here. You're always welcome here. All right, latest scan for this. Still very broad circulation on this thing. Maybe a little bit something back over here. Folks that still need to be in their safe spots is Poplar Bluff. No reports that this is on the ground, but I bet you this storm looks crazy. Thank you, Duppy, for the, or W double for the $2. Thank you. Thank you very much. I feel bad for Clarksville. They got directly hit by a strong tornado. I really hope that everybody's all right over there. I haven't really seen much information on it as much as I hoped that I would have by now. Try to search some things. Try to get up to date. I know we've had a lot of reports that there was like major damage in the area, but I haven't seen anything. Yeah, lots of trees down in the area, according to Reed Timmer. Roofing ripped off of businesses near Campus PL off of Blacken Baker plant side. I don't know where that is. But if you're from Texas, you probably know where that is. So used to zooming into that storm. I did it even though it didn't have a tornado warning. That thing's been rotating for so long. Latest scan on this, again, I still don't see much, but there could be like a storm chaser on the ground here that's reporting something. So if you live in Nashville, just continue to be in your safe spots. Still don't have the latest scan on this storm yet, so we'll leave the radar up here. We got a lot of rain and thunderstorms up here in the Missouri area. Carbondale, Mount Vernon, Cape Girardeau, and Sykeston. Let's see where that boundary is up here. Yeah, it seems like the boundary is actually south of Cape Girardeau. This storm is feeding off of mainly, I think, just vorticity off of the northern edge of this boundary, but there really isn't much instability up here, like at all. Interesting looking storm back over here near Piedmont too. That shows up on both radars there. That's interesting. Let me just make sure that's not side lobe contamination. Oh, it's a weird blocky signal though, so it's most likely contamination. You see how blocky this looks? Not like smooth, like say like we were close to a radar. Be like smooth. You see how smooth that is? And see how smooth this is and compared to how blocky this is? So they're definitely dealing with some side lobe contamination on that storm over there. Had to do a little bit of a investigating. All right, looks like our broad area circulation is now outside of the tornado warning, so it seems like they might let this one expire. Hey, it's Mama Fry. Welcome back. One of the things that definitely is happening is our environment is becoming capped by quite a bit, which might be why these storms back over here are struggling. Check the mix layer. There's a capping inversion as well in the mix layer as well. Surface base. Yeah. Cap is building in a little bit. Still got some pretty strong shear, little 50 knots right along that leading edge. Thank you. No one's here for the 2. Check New Boston. Yeah, New Boston's good to go. You got to that tornado warned storm. That was tornado warned for a while. The one that was PDS warned. That one is to your south. That one's gonna miss you. And then after this, there's still gonna be some thunderstorm activity, elevated thunderstorm activity behind this cold front. And that's gonna come to you. But in terms of your tornado threat, should be pretty weak. I mean, pretty low, like 0 actually. Yeah, back over to here. 500 millibar analyses. We got a decent upper level jet, but it seems like our main jet has a, yeah, like our strongest portion of the jet is starting to leave our storms behind. And let's see, has our boundary moved at all? Our last update. Not really. So interesting. Like the models before had this thing going like all the way up, like into like southern Missouri. But I noticed earlier this morning, like the wrap models that were coming in, like they kept on trying to pull the boundary up. So when you'd come over to the forecast, it would show it further north. And then once the the surface observation data came in, the boundary would be a lot further south than the actual like forecast was for. I had a feeling it would go a little bit further south than what even like the latest model runs were saying, and it's true. It's exactly what happened. But this over here, there was nothing you could do to stop that, unfortunately. Didn't matter where that boundary went, there was still going to be a significant tornado threat to its south. I think we did a good job warning about these storms. We knew these storms were going to be a problem when they were a baby. Love that place. Which place? These triple R swings and misses. It does happen. You know, one of the things that's interesting, Broyles did like a mega study, and it's all about jet speed or jet translation speed, which essentially you take, you know, the leading area of the speed max of the jet, and then however fast it moves from where it starts to where it ends in 18 hours, right? And then where you're expecting, oh, new tornado warning. So they are extending this warning. That's going to be up here near University Forest area in Wilby and Rombauer, Barron, Ashhill, and Fisk. That was the thing that like everybody was missing, right? You know, when that high risk was issued out here and everybody was like, what? No way. Apparently, that translation speed was like 40 something knots over here. Or like it was back over here, but it was like 47 knots. And usually that, you know, causes some very dangerous tornadoes. Like I think it's like 78% of the time. So it's like a really important thing to learn and understand. And I'm just getting to learn about it. They don't teach you that. And yeah, this one like started off over here, and I think the jet translated into this area. And the jet translation speed was about like 22 knots, which is pretty low. So that's probably why they didn't go with a high risk. And in terms of like a widespread tornado outbreak, like, you know, it was definitely on like the lower end of that spectrum. So it kind of lines up, even the lower translation speeds. But I mean, we did get some significant tornadoes today. But it wasn't like super widespread, and we didn't have a bunch of storms in the warm sector that like all went tornadic, like some of the models were saying were possible. And essentially, the kind of the bottom line of that translation speed is essentially the like things can get misaligned. The slower the translation speed, the faster it is, the higher chance that you have that wind shear arrive with the moisture, and then also the higher chance that like, you know, pre-morning convection, even if it happens, is able to recover faster because you have that faster upper level jet, faster mid-level jet, and that brings that lower level jet with it. When it's not the speed of the jet itself, but it's how fast the jet max moves from the south to the north. I find it super interesting. And I'm definitely going to be using that later forecast. I don't know how the heck I'm going to turn that into a metaphor, but I'll be thinking about it. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still not seeing a whole lot of rotation in here. I think they're going to let this one expire if I had to guess. And then this one back over here does still have a little area of some circulation trying to develop here north of Poplar Bluff. It's a little bit on the broad side, but this is kind of the most legitimate rotation signal we've seen in this storm yet. So it is still trying. Trolls? Did we get a bunch of trolls all of a sudden? Yeah. Well, they're gone, I think. I hope so. I mean, it was so interesting because, you know, the model runs, if you just go off of standard forecasting practices, the model runs for the uh last, I think it was last Saturday, was it? Man, time has been a blur recently. No, last Wednesday. Or, you know, Wednesday. Last Wednesday, yeah. The models, you know, they were showing some potential, right? But you know, it was more lined up with like a moderate risk, maybe a couple of strong tornadoes, kind of like what we had today. But Broyles saw something completely different from every single other person. Like you'll never hear, you know, like you watch Convective Chronicle videos or you go to school, jet translation speed is not something they teach. You know, it's just not something that's really in the textbooks. It's like this new research project, and Chris Broyles is the main person that's running that research project. And apparently, that jet translation speed, if it's over 40 knots, if the upper level jet itself is within has 90 knots of shear, if it's in a close proximity to the outbreak area, and there's also the degree of orientation of that jet stream as well to the the forecasted outbreak area. If all that is there, then and you put a high risk on that, that is has a 78% chance of causing a deadly and very strong tornado outbreak. 78% chance. Like, how many times can you say that? Like, there's never been a time in my forecasting history where I've been 78% confident of anything. But he's on to something there. He is on to something with that. That's a gold mine, especially for these higher end events. One thing that was not in the paper, which kind of made me sad, was that there wasn't too much information on like what happens when the jet translation speed is slow. Like, has there ever been like a high end event with a slow jet translation speed? All right, latest scan out of the storm. Seems like this area is now starting to broaden out. It looks like we have another supercell though choking off our northern supercell here, and is trying to reform to the south. Unfortunately, we're still kind of viewing this from, yeah. So this is an occluding, or I wouldn't. It's technically occluding into the storm. It's merging with the storm to the south that's forming here. And we might get a little bit of a rotation handoff over here near Poplar Bluff. This storm only has about, I would say, like 30-40 minutes to try to produce a tornado before it just gets eaten up by this line and boundary here, and then it's probably going to become pretty elevated. Come back over to here. Anything changed? Nope. Still no rotation over there near Nashville. You guys are going to be fine. This is the only tornado warning we got to watch. Can you believe that? Why are we getting so many trolls? Where are they all coming from? Like somebody like, I don't know. Post a link to the paper? Let me see if I can find it. I had put it somewhere on my computer. Ah, here it is. Give it a quick read. It's super interesting read. Definitely worth your time. If you want to learn a little bit of a secret formula, the Krabby Patty tornado formula there. Let me tell you what, especially for like the high risk days, he's definitely onto something. And what happened the last outbreak proved it. Calico Rock, Arkansas? Where's Calico? It's not in here. Everywhere else in Arkansas is dealing with, a severe wind threat right now. Maybe some quarter-sized hail. This one has ping pong ball-sized hail, so just need to be indoors and away from windows with those. We got some severe thunderstorms over here near Marshall. These guys have 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one over here has 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Horseshoe Beach. And over here in Missouri, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the north and east. Everything else to the north of that right now is just, some rain and some wind and some lightning. And then we got, some rain and maybe not even any lightning over here near Central City. Here, a little bit of lightning heading up towards Central City in Kentucky. Couple scattered showers out and across the Kentucky region. Some of those are moving into southern Ohio. No severe thunderstorm warning on these, but some of these will be louder storms with their thunder. Also, a couple of thunderstorms over here near Tennessee and North Carolina as well. And yeah, I mean, not seeing any storms that are really piquing my interest here, as in like a storm that will continue a strong tornado threat. I think we are past our strong tornado threat, unless these storms can try to do something. But it seems like that cap is completely killing them. We shall see. Let's go see what our storm chasers are looking at. Is this Matthew? Oh yeah, we don't want to touch Matthew because we got PA storm trackers out over here in Pocahontas, Arkansas. Looking at some clouds. Oh, this is the storm that was had that PDS tornado on it. You can just kind of see it over there on the right side. A little bit of those striations. Seems like this storm may still have some pretty insane structure. 11.5 inches of rain, Catkins. That is dangerous. How's your rivers looking? Full? Uh-oh. Do you live near rivers? Better question is how close are the rivers to you? And are they getting closer? Looks like Stormrunner Media is at Loves. Brett's over here in traffic. But we've got the traffic covered here on this channel, Tyler's in some dark storms. Yeah, Tyler's up here towards Cherokee Village. Severe thunderstorm coming his way. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, wow. Storms are actually trying to become severe back here. Look at this. An elevated storm. Not much of a tornado threat, but 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds all the way back over here near Cassville, Missouri. Eventually try to make it up there towards Springfield. That's crazy that can go severe all the way back here, way behind everything. This is expired. Okay. Let's go check in on this. Is this one expired? No, we still have one tornado warning left. Our last one. Over here in the Poplar Bluff area. If this one expires, I'm going to eat some food. I'm hungry. Little update on our tornado warning. Still radar indicated 1.25 inch hail is the latest. That is now moving more north of Pine Bluff. Let's see if that rotation is developing on the southern side. No, we still have rotations trying to spin up here on the northern side. Very interesting. Actually have two little areas of circulation outside of the tornado warning. I wonder if they'll extend this into Wapapello. Just ordered pizza. Pizza actually sounds really good right now, but I don't got any tomatoes and butter, so I don't think it's worth it. Line of storms moving into Queen City, Linden, and Jefferson, the northern half. Still has 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on it. Mainly just outflow dominant. It's crazy how fast these storms can go from looking really dangerous to no rotation. This one over here has a little bit of a gust front here. We might have to watch the northern side of this storm. It's still technically in the warm sector, but it is struggling with the capping inversion at this moment. I might order pizza. Maybe. I don't even know how I would do that though. Hey, thank you, Shalaxy, for the 20. Get a dang pizza. You deserve it. Thank you. Thank you for the 20. I will get me a pizza. I'm doing it right now. Let's see what Domino's is up to. I really like Domino's. Domino's is the way to go. The question is, do they deliver to me? Oh, my phone's on 1%. Never mind. Shoot. Right, never mind. I'll order it on my computer. Get some Dom and yeses. Bam. I don't have the latest velocity yet on this. Even if they're just thinking this is hail contamination up here. Seems like it could be legitimate to me. And that's kind of like the strongest rotation we've seen on this storm in a while. But it is kind of underneath that hail core. Oh, yeah. Well, the latest scan is that it's gone. Well, there's still a little bit there, but it's a lot weaker than it was. There's no rotation that's actually in the tornado warning itself, though. That one's probably on its way out, too. Let's see here. Address. That. Be a really horrible time for me to accidentally press the button, too. Do they deliver? Seems to be a technical problem. What do you mean? Oh. They don't deliver. Is Pizza Hut even good? Pizza Hut. But is their pizza actually good? Will they give me tomatoes with my stuff? I have butter. What? I've literally ordered Pizza Hut here before. Well, it doesn't leak my address, but you guys do know. Oh, okay. That I live in the middle of frickin' nowhere. I've leaked that portion of my address. All right, looks like Stormrunner Media got off. Oh wow! Holy moly! Look at this. This storm still has a wall cloud on it. They didn't blacklist me. I'm nice to my delivery drivers. There's definitely still a wall cloud on this storm. This is the one. I mean, that looks tornadic, but the rotation is not. It's so interesting. Kind of like what was happening with those storms back over in northern Arkansas earlier. Yeah, this is the one that used to be PDS tornado warned in the Texas area. Man, look at that structure, man. This storm is just a beast. Texas storms are just different. Wow. All right, so what do we do now?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. They just warned this storm. Here near Cushman, Mount Pleasant, Sydney, Evening Shade. That's in Arkansas, northern Arkansas, south of Cherokee Village. I'm not seeing it. Man, the correlation coefficient is 10 minutes behind again. Let me alert the media. I just got a new tornado warning in northern Arkansas. And we're looking at this storm that is not tornado warned, but looks crazy. All right, there goes our drone ride. We don't get drone rides very often, so we got to take advantage of them when we get them. Is he doing a little 360 flyby of his car? What is he doing? Oh my goodness. Now that's a shot. That's a cool shot. Like a car commercial. Where are we at on time? All right, everybody say goodbye to Jordan, though. We have officially hit our last little bit. But that was a really good shot there to end it for him. And we're going to switch back over to this scene because all we really have left is Fred Adair and PA Storm Trackers as usual. Uber Eats, does that work? Can you get pizza on Uber Eats? Isn't that just more expensive? Check. And thank you, Granny Bar, for becoming an EF3 member. Thank you so much. A little bit of circulation here. Right there near Cushman. Storm is trying to do something. If you live in Cushman, Mount Pleasant, here in Arkansas, I'd be in your safe spots. Oh, you guys are right. Oh, wait, it's Papa John's that delivers here. Is it more expensive to order Papa John's? Is Papa John's pizza good? Or is Pizza Hut pizza just way better? Because I can do either one with Uber. Which one's better? Papa John's is better? Really? Both are bad. What about Donato's? I've never even heard of Donato's pizza. Papa John's is better. Dang, we got a lot of Papa John's fans in the chat. I'm assuming they allowed that tornado warning. Nope, this tornado warning's still going. They haven't increased it, but I feel like we're getting some weird contamination up there. They might keep it going. Better ingredients, better pizza. Oh my gosh. Papa John's the best. Papa John's has peppercini. What's peppercini? All right. Okay, so it's Papa John's, Donato's. Oh, Marco's Pizza. Marco's Pizza's dang good, though. I used to work at Marco's Pizza when I was like 17. I'm going Marco's. Sorry. I didn't even see Marco's, or I wouldn't have asked you guys. I used to eat that pizza all the time. I used to work there. I used to get a little discount when I was younger. I used to do a little bit of delivery there. And it's a weird little area for that rotation to be. I will be honest. Kind of seems like it's in the inflow. Wonder, is the correlation only behind on that one? No, it's behind on all of them. Whoa. I have to switch back to radar Omega. I've let him know, though. He's been grinding so hard since we've been counting out all those problems. Okay, that tornado warning up there has been allowed to expire. Now we got the anti-aliasing here on the velocities. Okay, this is better. Yeah, right in there. Not even right. That even makes sense. No, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, the velocities are behind on radar Omega. Dang it. Get some wings also. Oh, yeah, Marco's wings are so good too. Y'all better stop. My goodness. Y'all are gonna make me go broke. I'm just kidding. Somebody already did a $20 super chat, but still. Everybody keep your mouth shut. Because I'm hungry and I am susceptible to delicious looking foods. Ooh, should I put a little bit of bacon on there? Dang it, bro. Okay, I need to stop. All right. To do medium or large. Do you think medium's enough? For one person? Need large. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, the large you can have. That's true. That is a good point. The heck? Oh, I had a promotion. Let's just save $13 at the promotion. I'm only paying $15. Make sure I'm not sending it to my parents' house like I did last time. Okay. Place order. Fair enough. Yeah, it was 60% off promotion on Uber. I'm not sure if that's like for everybody, but if you're gonna Uber, maybe today's maybe today's the day. I'm sure it's for everybody. I don't even think I pay for Uber One or anything like that. I will say this Project Weather Eye is interesting. Like imagine Vince Welty is like he drops one of these weather eye cameras like right in the path of a tornado. Like that's a view you can't get. That's actually pretty cool. It's a view you can't get from like a chaser because they can't get that close unless they're Brandon. Brandon's crazy. He's like Reed Timmer, but without the Dominator. What am I doing today? I'm doing pretty well. Got a little bit of energy. My voice is still rough, but we've been keeping the voice nice and low today. So I will say when I went to bed yesterday, like I really felt like my voice, like my vocal cords were like swollen. Western Missouri storm. Sure, we can check them again. Is this EMA here? And yeah, these are EMA. This is what the Western Missouri storm looks like here. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at those striations. Hold on, let me bring this full screen. There. I can see why they warned this. Okay. Oh, they said southwestern. Oh, sorry. But to note, strong rotation on that storm. If that's legitimate, then they're probably going to throw a tornado warning on this. By the way, let me check. Springfield. Yeah, nothing dangerous rotation wise. Just a severe thunderstorm warning with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Rotations are looking good. All right, weather-wise should be back up to current here. Oh, still behind. 5 minutes. Yeah, it looks like this storm is still struggling here near Cushman. Probably let that one expire. Let's keep our eye on this storm, though. This is just a crazy structure. Look at that. Like, the whole thing is just like a cinnamon bun. Like, it goes all the way up. Like, this year has been just, like, honestly, like, I don't want y'all to get too spoiled because storm structure like this, it doesn't happen this often. But I mean, wow. Let me refill my water real quick. SPC update soon. I guess they're just not warning the storm because it's elevated. Yeah, I think that's what we keep seeing is elevated rotation. But it just looks so dang convincing. Like, hard to ignore. Check back down to this one real quick, and we'll go back up and look at that camera. Over here near Cushman, still like a little bit of something there. Still in the inflow, though. Mount Pleasant, Sydney, evening shade here in Arkansas still need to be in their safe spots. I mean, we got to enjoy it while it lasts. I mean, there's not really too much dangerous going on right now, so not every day you get to see a storm like this roll through. I mean, it's just striated all the way up the storm. This is just nuts. Thank you, Bucky, for the 2. A chaser should pay me? No. Nope. They need to survive, man. They gotta they have families and kids and all that kind of stuff. Like, I understand while they're like, for a long time, like, you guys gotta understand, like, for a long time, chasers used to just not get paid crap from like news organizations. And like, finally, they're getting the respect and the attention that they deserve. And because they do a lot of good stuff in terms of putting out that life-saving information, right? Like, it's the tango between the nowcaster and the storm chaser that really makes the coverage top notch. It connects the dots all the way across, right? And so like they storm chasers have been abused by news agencies for so long, and it's because of like the Ryan Halls, the Max Velocities, the people that have like heavy pockets, lots and lots of money, that finally they're getting the paychecks they deserve for the footage and the amount of money that they put into it. Because you got to understand, when they're traveling out there, that's hotel, that's thousands of miles worth of gas, right? That's the service for the Starlink, the service for 3 different cell phone carriers. Like, it's a lot of money that goes into storm chasing. They usually just get really crap wages from news organizations, but it's because of the budding YouTube economy, that they can sustain themselves. Yeah, repairs, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, wear and tear. If their vehicle breaks down, they have to replace parts, their wheels, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's expensive. I don't think anybody can make an argument that storm chasers are not expensive, but it's a price that is justified. If like their gas was free and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it wouldn't make any sense. If they like got free hotels, it wouldn't make any sense to charge that much. But it's not like that. So it just seems expensive in comparison to what they used to be because they used to just not get paid enough. Yeah, especially with gas going up and all that kind of stuff. Like gas has been really expensive for a long time. Yeah, new update on this. Golf ball sized hail is now possible in this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Still radar indicated rotation. Get the correlation coefficients back. Not even loading anymore. I think he's making some changes to it. All right, back to radar mega then. I think storms are going to fire up in central Indiana. I mean, they're going to make it up there most likely, yeah. You see they're already coming. But it's just rain and thunder. No tornado threat with these guys. Oh, yeah, we're way out of the peak tornado threat, yeah. We're way out of it. There was potentially a secondary threat with these storms, but again, like the boundary stayed too far to the south. And all of these storms, they're trying to rotate a little bit, but none of them have actually produced a tornado yet, as far as I'm concerned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where? Oh, warning this storm again. Storm has a new tornado warning on it. I'm assuming they. Okay. Is this confirmed? There's also baseball-sized hail on this storm. Holy moly. Now, watch out over here. Even if this storm never produces a tornado, that baseball-sized hail will do some major damage. Watch out over there near Marble Hill, Delta, Shafi. That's this guy right here. See that mesocyclone is coming into view. Oh, big old lightning bolt. There's a little bit of rain on top of us right now, but once that clears out, we're going to get a real good clear view of this mesocyclone that's coming back in here. See that on the left side? Oops. On the left side right here, there's your inflow tail. It's coming right into here. But technically, there's been like little areas of rotation in and along this leading edge of the storm for a while. And as far as we know, none of them have produced tornadoes. But just in case this storm's about to change it up, if you live in Advanced, Delta, Chaffee, here in Missouri, you need to be in your safe spots. And this storm over here still really doesn't have much rotation on it. I would be very surprised if this produced, but technically, no, it's north of the boundary. I would just be generally surprised, but I would just take your safe spots just in case. I mean, we can tell this thing has some mid-level rotation, and that can make it down to the surface. could be an issue. But that's the thing. It should be an elevated storm. Oh, yep. Now we're starting to see the... let's bring this full screen. And back over to here. You see the base of the storm now popping up on the bottom right side. You see that little clearing there? That's the base of the storms. And that mesocyclone should be right where that little leading edge, right where this meets, right into here. So once this comes into clear, we should be able to see if this thing's got a wall cloud on it. In Pocahontas, Arkansas. Yeah, this one's been like on the northern edge of the boundary for a while now. And it's just been keep going. You can see it definitely has a lot of mid-level circulation. This one right now is in Missouri. We're looking at this storm. Moving off towards the north and east. A little bit of rotation over there near Zelma, but we go over to our reflectivity. That's like right in the inflow notch. So we're going to see if that's really anything to be concerned about here in just a little bit as we get the base to clear out. That's why we're just keeping it up on this widescreen view, because we're going to be getting more information about this storm via this camera shot than we would with like radar. Yeah, this storm's in a radar hole and a half. And that mesocyclone's like right over here. That might be the warm frontal boundary, actually. Like right there. And that leading edge of the... It looks like that could be a warm frontal boundary, or it could just be an outflow boundary. It's kind of hard to tell. Man, this such a wide base of this storm. Holy crap. Post donut coma. Oh my goodness. Yeah, shout out to the local emergency management for putting up this camera. Not seeing a tornado in there yet. Folks in Advance to Marble Hill and Delta and Schaff should still be in their safe spots. As again, this storm that we're watching here just to the west of Cape Girardeau is tornado warned. So we're just watching to see if there's anything in here. So until we get a little bit more information, just continue to be in your safe spots. Oh. Might have lost power. That camera just went down. This is the backside of the storm. Oh. Brett's offline. Let me guess. The last person left live is going to be PA Storm Trackers. Yep. It always is. Tell you what, they never quit. Latest scan on this storm. Bring back up weather-wise. Hate that anti-aliasing crap. It looks like the rotation is getting a little bit stronger here near Advance. It could be close to trying to produce. Still appears to be in the inflow, but Definitely what appears to be a strengthening rotation
A
here.
new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. Another new tornado warning back over here near oh, wow. Amity. Decent area of rotation is now developed as heading up towards Mountain Pine and Hot Springs. You guys need to be in your safe spots. That's concerning. This storm is still technically south of our boundary, so it could definitely do something. Correlation coefficient, though, is way behind. Nothing showing up on radar Omega, though. So there's still not a tornado on the ground. But it's staying close to being able to do so. So if you live in Mountain Pine, you guys should continue to be sheltered in place. We do. Let me check to see. I think we do have cameras near the Hot Springs area. If cameras in Piney, which is right here, if needed. Yeah, still pretty strong velocity couplet here north of Amity. No debris signature yet, though. Oh, links? Yeah. There you go. Yes, Christine, that should keep your, you can still technically get severe weather up there, but it should just mainly be thunderstorms. Your tornado risk is 0 up there. Man, this really looks like it should be producing a strong tornado at this point. I mean, that is as strong as rotation as you can get. That camera is still down too up there. No debris signature, though. And we're pretty darn close to the radar. So if this thing touches down, we should be able to see it. Thing's got golf ball sized hail, very strong rotation. I mean, this is about as strong as a storm can get. Live in Delta and Shafi, I'd be in your safe spots. This situation's getting a little bit more serious.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
This one? Oh. This one? Okay, so this one's just been observed. Interesting.
New information, this tornado
Heading towards
warning has been
Maxville.
upgraded.
This one has dropped the tornado out of all of them. Like Tyler Kurtz is nearby. Do you see it? Yeah, apparently we have a tornado in progress here. Heading towards to evening shade. Unfortunately, this is just in like the worst radar hole. And if you guys live near evening shade, I'd be in your safe spots. Man. It's the other one that got upgraded. Yeah, this is now a tornado on the ground. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado along Highway 91 here in Missouri. So this is on the ground there. Is not good. That's most likely a strong tornado there. Flash flood emergency been issued for Carter County, Missouri. This is a flash flood emergency for Van Buren. Seek higher ground now in Carter County. It is right here. Van Buren and Ellis, Nora, and Graydon. I'm not seeing a debris signature on either radar Omega. With this storm, which we should be seeing. So, but if there is a tornado on this ground, it should be right here in this area. So continue to seek shelter here in Delta and Marble Hill. Come back over here near Amity. This rotation seems to be getting a little bit weaker there again. This storm back over here is still in a radar hole. But this has been observed here. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado heading towards Maxville. So continue to be seeking shelter. Oh, there has been. Yeah. We caught the Clarksville tornado on camera at the beginning of the stream. That was Matthew Capucci. That flash flood emergency is not a good sign. That is for sure. We're probably going to get a couple more of those. I mean, all these areas are just absolutely been drenched with rain as of late, and then they're getting even more rain. It's very likely that we continue to see those throughout the night. Still waiting on the latest velocity scan for this storm to come in. Hey, correlation coefficient starting to catch up here on weather-wise. I've been using both radar and Omega and weather-wise to kind of track this storm. All right, let's come all the way back down to here. Yeah, that rotation is finished there near Amity. Going to keep on keeping an eye on it, though. Back over in here. Still waiting the latest scan for that one. The rain dropped the tornado chances. Once these storms merge into the line itself, yes. But seems like just enough. It seems like the shear is just strong enough for this one to produce a tornado. Again, on the northern side of the boundaries, tornadoes are not impossible. It's just really hard to happen, and you just kind of need everything right. And that is exactly what has happened here. The storm is really not even really in that much of instability at all. But there's a little area of some 45 knot shear that's right over this storm. That forcing from the line is enhancing this storm's ability to become mature, and it's spit out a brief NATO here. The south of Whitewater and Allenville still could be on the ground, so continue to be in your safe spots. But unfortunately, we just don't really have a good look on this storm in terms of its in terms of its debris signature. We haven't seen one this entire time on radar, so we can't really track whether or not it's on the ground or not. Where's the boundary layer now? It's pretty much like right back in here. And I still have a really cruddy view of this storm right now. If it's still confirmed. Storm which prompted the warning is weakened below severe wind limits. Okay, so they're about to they've allowed this warning to expire. I wonder if that was like an erroneous report. Usually they keep tornadoes warnings up longer than that when the tornado drops. I mean, that one was just confirmed. It's interesting. All right, latest scan here. I still don't understand. This thing must be like, oh, that might be the first instance that we have seen a maybe debris signature out of this storm. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen anything that looks anything like a debris signature near that velocity couplet. So that could still very well be on the ground. It looks like it would be on the ground over here just to the south and west of Whitewater, heading up to the north and east. See if that camera's working again yet. Oh, still not working. About the Ripley County, Missouri cell? I don't know. This is the only cell in Missouri here that is worth keeping an eye on. Everything else is just damaging winds back in this boundary. 1 inch hail, damaging winds, 1 inch hail. Wait, that's expired. Never mind. That one's not even still going. Yeah, latest scan still very broad. Or it looks like we're starting to get some broader circulation. Our original circulation appears to be occluding into the parent storm, or maybe not even occluding. It's more of just kind of becoming more of a bookend vortex here. Maybe a little bit of a handoff is about to happen back over in here. So Whitewater, Allenville, and Delta should still continue to be in their safe spots. Yeah, no problem. Just don't like that pink bit heading your way. I get it. I understand. Latest scan here near Mountain Pine. Still not seeing a whole lot of rotation. Very broad area of circulation right now, but we're still keeping an eye on it. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be along this leading edge. Look what that camera looks like in Arkansas. Did I ever get that up? I don't think I did. It's off here. This off. That. And then let me get that Arkansas camera up. Just really quick. Near Piney Bluff, just in case we need it, or near Piney. Or might try again. We'll see if we see anything with this. Appears to be looking the wrong way, though. Might be better to get a camera from further away. Looking back the other way. Oops. 1-inch hail for Green, Missouri. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. So potentially a little bit of debris. Got a little bit of a couplet in there as well. Oh, that's a clear slot. Never mind. Yeah, as best as I could tell, it looks like this tornado just lifted. Yeah, it looks like they just dropped it back to radar indicated. Major amounts of asphalt lifted up in Gilmore, Texas. Wait, is Pagey back live? Not know that. She is back live. Okay. Dang, is she on this storm? Oh no, she's still in Arkansas. All right, latest scan out of our tornado warned storm up here. Still a little bit of rotation, trying to redevelop back over here near Allenville and Delta. Please continue to be in your safe spots as this pushes off to the north and east. All their tornado warnings have expired except for this one. False alarm, it was just mud. It was just mud. All right. This was a view from Pagey Tornado 30 minutes ago. Look at that thing. What even is that? Is that supposed to be an updraft? Is that supposed to be a mesocyclone? Is that supposed to be a wall cloud? What is that? That's like the weirdest looking thing I've ever seen. It's like the smallest little updraft with a like, okay, so the updraft's up here, super skinny, little bit of a mesocyclone above it, and then I guess a wall cloud. How does that even exist? I don't know. It looks like asphalt to me. Pretty sure that's asphalt. I just looked at it. All right, latest scan here. Still some developing tightening rotation here near Allenville. Still pushing off to the north. It does kind of seem like it's in the inflow of the storm, but it also kind of seems like it's just barely touching this area. So I'd still take this rotation seriously as this pushes up towards the Gordonville area. No, it's not. No, so it's not like the yellow. No, so like you can see those little pieces of asphalt on top of it. You can see the asphalt on top of it. That's not a piece of asphalt missing. That's like a piece of asphalt that like fell out of the sky or was moved from somewhere else. You can tell by the right side of the asphalt. It's not an indentation. It is just it's just the leading edge. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. I'll post it in chat just so you guys can look at it. I can't show it to somebody else's stuff, but we're discussing here of what might be some asphalt that was ripped off the ground during the Gilmer tornado. And it landed somewhere else. All right. Still waiting on the latest scan here. Let's do a little bit of update around the board on all of our severe thunderstorm warnings. It's like Springfield just got their little storm. $1 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Pleasant Hope, Fairfield, or Fairgrove, Buffalo, and Halfway. Just be indoors and away from windows. You will be fine. Back down over here near Hot Springs. This tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but it's been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also for Perryville, Opella, Moreton, and Adana. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here with some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some almost quarter-sized hail, near penny-sized. And then back over here, we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tag on them, but no discernible rotation at this moment. $1/2 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are heading to the north and east near Hope, Arkansas, Hope, Perry, or Washington, Perrytown, Blevins, and McCaskill. And then down here is mainly just 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some hail heading towards Vivian, Rodessa, Ida, Houston, Gillum there in parts of Louisiana, and then Jefferson in Texas, and Folk there in Arkansas. Further off to the north, we got a lot of rain still going on, and not only that, we have a lot of flooding that is taking place outside of our tornado threat. We got a flash flood emergency still over here near Van Buren, Ellis Noor, and Grandin. Flash flood warnings extending all the way from western or eastern Missouri going into southern Illinois. And a lot of rain is still to fall in this area. That flood threat is eventually going to be moving into Carbondale and Harrisburg soon, and then back over here into Kentucky. Not a whole lot has happened. You guys are still under a flash flood warning, but eventually that's might turn into something a little bit worse.
A new tornado warning has
as
been
that moves
issued.
off to the west. A new tornado warning has been issued. They have extended our tornado warning here for Cape Girardeau off to the east. And yes, our rotation does appear to be getting a little bit stronger as that pushes off towards the north and east. So again, if you live in Cape Girardeau and Jonesboro, you guys should be seeking shelter. Let me see if we got any cameras. I know we have, I'm pretty sure we have some weather cameras near Cape Girardeau. Let me just double check if there's any truth to that. Need this one anymore. We do have some cameras over here. Colorado, right? Yeah. Going just like north of here. So like these cameras. If any of these have any views of the storm. Oh wow. Okay. Well, there's your storm. It was electric as always. My goodness. And again, we're looking at this storm right here. Just near Cape Girardeau. Area of rotation right in there. Guys need to be going into your safe spots there in the Cape Girardeau area. We should go north of Chaffee, by the way, in Arkansas. I mean, Missouri, sorry. This is what it looks like from our camera. If need be, if there's definitely a tornado on the ground with this thing, we will try to do, a direct intercept, but this might give us a view of the mesocyclone. Disco, yeah. If you suffer from seizures, I would certainly look away. Oh, let me move this back down here. Waiting on that latest scan to come in. Should be in by now, actually. Yeah, it's in. And it's still a decent little area of circulation here, but it's a little bit on the broad side of things. Still want Cape Girardeau to be seeking shelter from this storm. Let me make this a little bit bigger too. There we go. Yeah, family there. We'll just tell them to go in their safe spots. Remind them that that's the lowest, most interior portion of their house. As many walls between them and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. And they need to be going there right now because although rotation's a little bit broad right now, that could certainly tighten up. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. There's actually a pretty good camera directly in the path of this rotation. It's like right here. So a good like intercept camera if we need it. I want a broad view of this thing until it gets close to that camera. The latest scans here, it does look like an area of stronger rotation is now developing just to the west of Cape Girardeau. Is it Cape Girardeau or is it Cape Girardeau? My Pizzagate here. 13 more minutes. Girardeau. Interesting. Yeah. Cape Girardeau. Always got to be difficult. Can't ever be easy. The G sounds like a J. That latest scan, still waiting for it. Trying to see if I can see anything back there, but think we're getting some rain in the way. So let's move this just for intercept purposes and see what we find out. Oh, they moved the camera. Or was it this camera? Oh no, it's this camera. We got a little bit of a sky view. This one's actually in the path of our rotation. Been confirmed by a storm chaser. Which one? Apparently a storm chaser has confirmed this tornado. Oh, we might be about to get an upgrade, but let me see if there's any validity to that before. Yeah, but which storm chaser did it? Which storm chaser confirmed it? Oh, I can check it out. Oh no. Okay, so you're. Can you find out? This might be on the ground. We're just trying to confirm. Someone just came into chat. Sometimes they troll, sometimes they give real information. So let me just figure out. Apparently, a storm chaser might have confirmed this on the ground. He just shut down our stream again. All right. Just past Dutchtown outside of Cape Girardeau. Or Girardeau. Is on the ground. Local news confirmed. Okay. Still don't know. There's people in chat saying that there's confirmation, but they're not providing any details that it's allowing me to fact check them. So it's strong rotation. There's not any correlation coefficient with this, and we're pretty darn close to a radar. So we'd see one, especially in this high populated area, if this was on the ground. But regardless, I'd be in your safe spot. So we got a cam in the path. We'll see if we can confirm it with our own eyeballs. Think you want the south cam back? You think so? Let me check. Oh, yeah. There's the mesocyclone. Let's see. Do we see anything under there? That's where the tornado would be. Look for power flashes. I didn't realize the circulation was coming this close to the southern cam. This is perfect. Oh, that might have been a power flash. It might be on the ground. Oh, I don't know. Might be a little bit too blue. There could be a tornado wrapped in the rain, I guess. That could also be lightning. Man, it just went black and white. And I'm not seeing a tornado. The only thing that I'm like a little bit curious about, I mean, it's decent rotation right in here. But you see our thing is back here, and then our rotation is right here. So it's a little bit misplaced, but there could be a little bit of a tornado on the leading edge of this, but we don't have any official confirmation yet. There's no debris signature right now. I would still be in your safe spots there in Cape Girardeau. This does seem, I mean, the mesocyclone seems pretty large here. And it's definitely going to be a pretty powerful storm too. But I mean, we're looking right out where the tornado would drop out. And it shouldn't be that wrapped in rain, right? So that thing that's crossing over the road right now, that's it. And I'm not seeing a tornado. It looks like maybe a bowl funnel. It could be like maybe an uncondensed bowl funnel.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. Well, it seems like those reports have also made it to the NWS, and this is now being reported on the ground. I mean, we're looking right at it. I just don't get it. That's the circulation, and that's being backlit. And you can see, I mean, it's a bowl funnel, so it must be a bowl funnel. Maybe it's just making light connection with the ground. And let me go back to over to our other camera, which is going to be like right next to this thing. See if we can see it from here. It's about to cross right over where this camera is. If it's truly on the ground, we should be able to see it. And it's just so odd how many confirmed tornado reports we've had today with no debris signatures. Like this one, like the radar's like right here. We'd see it. Oh, it must be a weak one. So continue to be in your safe spots there in Cape Girardeau. It seems like we could have possibly have a weak tornado on the ground. Definitely worth being in your safe spots for, though. I mean, they just confirmed it, but there's no confirmation on radar. So, I mean, I agree with Ryan there, but I mean, a storm spotter saw it, so you know, definitely treat this like this is a tornado on the ground. They might have seen something that wasn't there. It's always possible, but it's best to just treat it like it's on the ground when a storm spotter says so. All right, it should be passing the road right now. Velocity signature is on the road. Oh, they're turning the camera. Oh, we got a storm chaser traffic cam mover. That's not helpful. Don't point it over there. I guess it's fine. It really doesn't matter. I mean, the rotation's right above our right near this camera. Not seeing any power fly. Oh, what was that? Oh, is that something right there on the left side? Or is that a raindrop? That's a raindrop. And those are just lightning bolts, not power flashes. Tornado just crossed the highway? No, it didn't. I mean, our camera folks is literally right here. It's right next to where a tornado would be in this storm. We haven't seen anything. I don't know. Don't ask me, man. Just trust the weather spotters. That's all I can say. Just trust them. Yeah, it's a raindrop, folks. It's been there the entire time. Not moving with the storm. I'll check the other camera again because it has a little bit more of a farther back view. Oh no. I mean, you can see where this camera is. I mean, it's right there, right above that bump. Check the weather in Maryland. I don't know what's happening in Maryland, but I can tell you right now, not anything that's going to bring my attention away from this until we figure out what the heck's going on here in Cape Girardeau. Yeah, I'd be in your safe spot still. Looks like the main area of circulation is now north of Cape Girardeau.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So you guys are good to go. New tornado warning has been issued. Oh, wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. Look at this. It's actually in the inflow of that storm, it appears, but oh, there's precipitation there. Now we got a dangerous area of rotation here going over Artex and McKinney, and that's heading up towards Hope, Arkansas. Now, you guys need to be in your safe spots a little bit. Let me see how this has progressed here. Interesting. Yeah, that seems legitimate to me, as far as I can tell. Oh, yeah, be in your safe spots. We got some pretty strong rotation down here. See if I can get this camera up. Where did I have that camera? Browser 3, okay. I'm going to have that over here. I don't think so. It's okay. It's already past that camera anyways. Yeah, new tornado warning over here. If you live near Hope and Perrytown, need to be in your safe spots. Let's come back up to here. You just get this tornado warning extended off to the north and east. And it is still observed to be on the ground. Still no debris signature, though. Oh, continue to be in your safe spots here near Moccasin Springs, Neely's Landing, Wolf Lake. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This area of rotation right here in the inflow of the storm. So we're likely dealing with some radar or some contamination with this, but weather spotters are saying they're seeing something. So just continue to be seeking shelter and be in your safe spots. Oh, I will. I'll always stay true to who I am. I'm never going to say something about a storm that doesn't exist. Hopefully we can get some sort of confirmation, like real confirmation that is on the ground. Or what the heck? Hold on, this might be my food. Hello? Okay. It's on the mailbox. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the house with the with the oh, you got it? All right, thank you. All right, peace. All right, got it figured out. You're trying to find my address. It's not super simple. All right, latest scan in here. Still a pretty decent area of rotation with no debris signature. So it's not on the ground yet, but if you live in Hope and Perry towns, they'll continue to be in your safe spots. Very close to if it's going to try. I will still note, it still seems like this could be in like an inflow, but I mean, there is precipitation around it, so we got to trust that that's real there. But this one up here is a little bit different. Come over to here. You see our rotations out over here, but our mesocyclone would be here. And so there's really not much rotation near that mesocyclone, but there's definitely a lot of contamination here. So it's hard to decipher what's really happening with this storm. But if you live in Oreo, Egyptian Mills, and Moccasin Springs, I'd still be in your safe spots here in Missouri and Illinois, just in case. Just in case the weather spotter saw something. We can't see on radar. Is anybody getting any damage reports out of Cape Girardeau? Y'all better stay away from my food. What link? No other pictures? Yeah, there's been no confirmation on this yet, but I mean, best to just be in your safe spots. No further notice. Okay, latest scan out of this. Still looking, it still looks funny. Like, not in a way that's hilarious, but in a way that is just abnormal. Just a weird look to this storm. Ah, that's clearing. There still is precipitation over this, as far as I can tell. That would also be the inflow of the storm. Right in there, which is right where our couplet is. But there's another little area of rotation right there as well. That's probably a little bit more legitimate. I'd guess that would be where a tornado would probably drop out of this storm if it did. And that's still pushing up towards Hope, Arkansas, so still continue.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
This tornado warning has also been upgraded. And still another storm with no debris signature getting upgraded. Today's been weird. Latest scan over here. Still looks like that rotation is out in front of this storm right now. And that's the latest information on all of our warnings. I'm going to get my food real quick. Just give me literally 10 seconds. Starving. Not even funny. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 30 people don't want me to eat. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Cannot believe that. All right, latest scan. Sorry. I'm like deliriously hungry, so I'll calm down a little bit. All right, let's come back down here. Tornado watch. It's being coordinated in Arkansas. Should be out within the next hour or so. Okay. That was good. Latest scan with this storm. Is this still confirmed? Yeah, still confirmed. Heading towards Hope and Perrytown. Continue to be seeking shelter. I am turning off the camera. I'm about to start munching. All right. Yeah, I would say our most legitimate circulation appears to be like right in there, but this is starting to look a little interesting back down here again. And this was confirmed by weather spotters to be on the ground. I haven't been able to see a debris signature with this storm yet, but just trust in them. If you live in Hope and Perrytown, be in your safe spots. I swear we used to see debris signatures before tornadoes got confirmed. It used to be a thing. Is this still confirmed? Yep. Rain wrapped tornado at night. Pretty dangerous. So I would certainly be seeking shelter. Do not try to look for this storm in Needy's Landing or Wolf Lake. Y'all doing? Hey, y'all stay away from my pizza. I'll end the stream. All right, everybody that still slices getting a timeout. It's my pizza. Oh, wait. Oh, that's in the clear air. Never mind. Thank you, Regina, for being a member for 24 months. I appreciate that. It's bacon and pepperoni and tomato pizza. Molly's wanting a timeout. All right. Goodness, guys, I gotta watch radar. Help. And Help, can you time out people for 10 seconds if they steal my pizza, please? Yeah, latest scan here. Still an interesting area of rotation, kind of in a weird spot of the storm still, but and the presentation on this storm is still pretty blocky, but still want the same folks to be in their safe spots. And definitely time out Canis for more than a minute, or for at least 30 seconds for trying to say that, please. He's trying to organize a pizza coup. Pineapple? Oh my. That's crazy. I thought you guys were crazy in chat. I didn't know y'all were that crazy. Pineapples on pizza. All right, we're back down to radar indicated rotation here on this tornado warning. Daz is begging for a piece, but he can't get any. His stomach's having some issues. And that was such a good idea. Whoever convinced me to get pizza, this should be the official stream food. Holy crap. It's so good when you're just starving. Yeah. All right, back down to radar indicated rotation, but this is heading off now towards Wolf Lake and Bald Knob Wilderness. It's in the inflow. Pineapple on pizza pole? Well, I guess the pineapple on pizza folks will finally figure out how crazy they are. I ain't even gonna try to spell it right. I ain't got enough mental space for that. Yeah, well, I guess I just have to delete my channel then. Because I refuse to have a chat full of pineapple pizza lovers. You guys crossed the line. Yeah, latest scan here. Still an area of some pretty decent rotation inside of this storm, just to the west of Patmos. Again, this was confirmed on the ground by spotters. We still don't have any new information on that, but there does still seem to be a decent area of rotation. Pineapple anchovy. Okay, you guys are now just trolling. Pineapple and anchovies? Are you kidding me? Are nuts. Wonder. Yeah, that could be. If it was on the ground the first time, this is certainly pretty close to being on the ground again. Over here, just to the west of Patmos. I'm very close to Hope, Arkansas. If they're going to let this one expire. Again, there's our little leading gust front. We really don't have draw a perfect outline. There might be a little tiny bit of circulation there. There's a little yellow speck here. That could be part of the storm. This back over here, though, it's definitely contaminated. How is it 51%? That's nuts. People have spoken. No wonder it's such a sensitive or controversial topic. There's a lot of people that like pineapple pizza. Who would have thought? What's so good about it? Pizza's supposed to be salty. All right, latest scan here. So that rotation's getting a little bit broader as of our latest scan. Hopefully that means we don't have a tornado on the ground, but just in case we still do, because we haven't had anybody tell us any different, you guys know what to do. Just keep staying there. The folks that can come out of their safe spots, though, is over here east of Harvey. Sweet and you're salty? Sweet and salty? Yeah. See, I've never been a fan of that. I think sweet should be sweet and salty should be salty. I'll eat sweet after salty. I'll eat salty before sweet, but I will never eat them at the same time. I'm trying to think if I've ever eaten anything sweet and salty. Salt chocolate? No. The tornado was spotted on the ground, apparently over here near Cape Girardeau. But we don't have any confirmation of that. We've heard reports, but that was about it. The Cape Girardeau is out of the tornado warning. We're still trying to get more reports there. Because the only thing that's kind of weird about that is that there was never a debris signature once with that. And we're like really close to the radar. So we would have seen something if it was on the ground, but there wasn't. So still kind of a mystery. All right, so they're either going to extend this warning or let it expire. I bet you they let it expire. Because that rotation is gone. Let's come back over here. Still waiting on the latest scan for this one near Hope. No, it's not the NWS lying. It's just they have to, like, if a weather spotter calls you and tells you there's a tornado on the ground, you have to believe it. I'm not saying it wasn't on the ground. I'm just saying it's not confirmed. Because we didn't have any definite reports and there was no debris signature. But it very well could have been, but that's all I'm saying. We were too close to the radar, in my opinion, that it would have showed up. And this was just like a really brief one. As it's dark outside, it's rainy. That's when we get the most erroneous reports. We'll see. Expected to increase later tonight. Past the peak. I think unless we get some cells fire over here in like Mississippi, maybe. Right over here. Maybe we get some prefrontals from over there. There seems to be a little bit of confluence. Well, actually, no, never mind. That went away. There was some there earlier, but it's not there anymore. Yeah, I mean, the lower level jet is there. Thermodynamic wise, there is quite the capping inversion in place. And I wouldn't rule out like some, QLCS tornado threat, maybe. I think our threat for like EF 3s and above is over. I think from here on out, we're just going to get these little tornado warnings here and there. And some of them will have tornadoes and some of them won't. The rotation has officially left the tornado warning up here north of Cape Girardeau. So everybody in that tornado warning in Illinois can come out of their safe spots. And we'll let you know if they issue another tornado warning up there. Yeah, baby NATOs, exactly. Your bank got hacked? Man, that's almost as bad as voting yes on the poll that I just posted.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued here for Prescott, Washington, Blevins, and McCaskill. It's be like another radar showing something else. Doing the same thing on both of them. Is this radar indicated? Yes. All right. Confirmation that at the very least this has lifted. $53%. Yes, I know. It doesn't make no sense to me. I see rotation south of Marble Hill, Missouri. Let me see. Where's Marble Hill? It's got to be like somewhere over here, right? Let me see. No, but I see a lot of side lobe contamination. Maybe this south of Cape Girardeau. It's like it's right out in the wrong area of the storm. So it makes me believe that is contaminated. We definitely have some little areas where there are some stronger winds here on the southern side here. West of Cape Girardeau. There's nothing west of Cape Girardeau. You mean like over here near Poplar Bluff? Where's Marble Hill? I see potential rotation over here near Donovan. Is Marble Hill over here? This is like really far away from the radar, though. Let me check this one. That seems contaminated. Oh, boy. What I would do for a radar, like right over here near Batesville, would be so nice. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still have some rotation here north of Hope and south of Hope, heading towards Prescott,
A new tornado
McCaskill,
warning
and
has been
Blevins.
issued.
It is through tornado warning on this storm. It's going to be heading up towards Pleasant Grove, Budapest, Beaver Dam, Milltown, and Stringtown. I'm pretty sure that's a troll who farted. As you can see, if you say it, it sounds like who farted. I don't think it's a real city. Tornado warnings have expired over here near Cape Girardeau. Latest scans down here, still some broad circulation there. And another one over here as well. Still in progress here, just to the north and east, or to the east of Washington, moving up to the north. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be confirmed by weather spotters again? This one I'd actually believe, though, to be honest. It actually might be something. That might actually be on the ground. Decent area of rotation there. Pushing off towards the east, south of Grandin. I think what a lot of these storms are doing, I think they're just latching on to a boundary in this area. I think that's where, let me see where our boundary is. Yeah, it's basically right there. So a lot of these storms are latching on to boundaries. Well, outflow or the warm front's pretty much draped right here. Just stay in your storm shelter. It'll be okay. Just stay in there. Take a deep breath. You delete that message. Help. Now, latest scan just came in, and it's still looking like some pretty decent rotation here. This could produce a strong tornado, potentially. It's latched firmly onto that boundary. Not going to be there for very long, but certainly has some potential. Oh. Yeah. I didn't catch that. Thought they were legitimately in their shelter. And this storm continues to have pretty broad circulation over here near Perrytown. Also another area of rotation still moving up towards Blevins. It's in Arkansas. Back up to Missouri. Still waiting on the latest scan for this one. What happened to the Dow? Probably not enough funding for the Dow, if I had to guess. Seems like research projects are the first thing that the NWS is canceling with the they're just trying to with the cuts that they've been getting from Doge. Because you got to think about it, like they're trying to protect their current infrastructure. So the smartest thing to do is to cancel research. Because you can still maintain your current infrastructure without research. But if you cut things in the main infrastructure and you keep the research, then you're degrading the amount of coverage that could go out. But I mean, they're super underfunded. It's not even funny. Super bad. I don't know why, but I have this sinking feeling that the NWS is not going to last for much longer. Like, there's a point where it all crumbles. You can cut only so much, and then it just falls apart, reaches a tipping point. You don't have to cut all of it to get rid of it. You have to cut around the edges until it just collapses on itself. I just have a feeling that that's close. We're already losing weather balloons. We're already losing cloud servers. Which, by the way, if they cut the wrong cloud server, that's going to be the cloud server that hosts radar data. If they're touching the servers now, all it takes is one wrong, stupid move, and then all of a sudden, we got nothing. It's not political. Liking the Doge cuts on the NWS does not make you a Republican. It makes you an idiot. It's not political. It's just the stupidest thing. It's literally just a financial pitch here. Would you rather pay $4 a year
warning has been issued
for these important warnings? Oh, wow. Tornado warning on this storm. Oh, yeah. Area of rotation over here near White House, heading towards New Chapel Hill and Liberty City. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This storm is in an interesting area here. Seems like you see this outflow boundary pushing down to the south. This storm will run into that. But it's got just a little brief moment here to kind of hang on to the moisture that it's got and produce a tornado, potentially a stronger one. Let me see what our wind shear environment is around this storm. It's a little bit on the weaker side in comparison with what we had, but I would say at least a tornado is possible, for sure. So watch out there in White House and Glade Water and Liberty City. Yeah, if would you rather pay $4 a year for weather warnings with your taxes, or would you rather pay $100, maybe even $200 a year for your weather warnings? And how about you're too poor to afford our service so you don't get tornado warnings. You don't get weather forecasts. Which one sounds better? If you want to pay $100 to $200 instead of $4 a year, that's just being an idiot. It has nothing to do with being a Republican, has nothing to do with anything other than just being financially stupid. So, again, it's not political. If you support it, it doesn't make you a Republican. It just makes you dumb. All right, latest scan over here. Still some broad circulation over here. Still a little bit of something over here heading off towards Prescott. Still in quite the radar hole with this storm, though. It's still pretty hard. Got a really messy signal on this storm. So I would just be in your safe spots there and Hope and Prescott. Actually, Hope should be okay. Yeah, Hope is fine, but Prescott, Arkansas still needs to be in their safe spots. Latest scan on this storm appears to be a new area of circulation forming now on the northern portion of this as it pushes towards Budapest and Milltown. I would be in your safe spots. Yeah. Well, I'm going to be like, I don't even know what we're going to do. I guess, like, if NWS goes down, I'm just going to have to storm chase, right? Because there's no more radar. So, yeah. Rotation's getting pretty tight over here near White House. Watch out. That's getting pretty close to producing there near New Chapel Hill. We will start our own NWS? Certainly possible. You can chase without radar. What they used to do back in the day. You think Tim Samaras, when he first started storm chasing, he was chasing with a radar in his pocket? Chased by looking at the clouds, monitoring dew points. By the best radars in the world. My goodness. Not me. We can barely even afford chasers, man. We're not going to be able to get no radars. That is unfortunately a pipe dream. I would not be able to help keep the infrastructure going. It takes at least 6 to 7 billion a year for the NWS to function with full staff. Latest scan here, a little bit less rotation now on this storm, turning into more of a gust front. It might have gone just over that warm front. If this storm will ever latch onto it. Doesn't seem to be right now. Start selling mugs? Yeah, maybe then we'll start selling out. If it's for a good cause. Sell our soul. Radar Omega. What was seen on a traffic cam? Well, Hamburger sauce, yeah. Well, we needed the severe weather to freaking calm down in order for that to happen. That will happen, by the way. That sauce is awesome. When does the line get to Central Arkansas? It's going to be a while. It's starting to stall out quite a bit. Yeah, it'll get there eventually. You just got to give it probably about an hour or so for the Little Rock region. Still a pretty decent area of rotation here. Heading up towards White House or heading up towards New Chapel. That has not changed. This one, I don't know what it's doing. Could be an area of rotation here, I guess. This seems very blocky, inconsistent. But I'd still be in your safe spots there in Prescott. Again, we're still kind of dealing with the same situation of that storm being in a radar hole. Kind of hard to read. A little bit of consistency, though, between two radars here that there might be developing circulation down there near Prescott. All right, Shalaxy. Well, have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. And I hope you have a good rest of your evening. You're in the path of the storm. Stay safe. Latest scan here. Looks like that rotation still is dying. It seems like they're going to be extending this as a severe thunderstorm warning and letting that warning expire unless some rotation redevelops, which is still technically possible. Because the line is stalling? Yeah, really. I mean, the line stalling will lower the tornado potential, if anything, eventually. Because eventually there's just going to be a bunch of rain-cooled air that just kind of surges out in front of all the storms, cutting off the warm air to all of them. Which is what we're already seeing, but the wind shear is still putting up a pretty good fight right now. And also our frontal boundary up here is putting up a pretty good fight as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued on this storm now. I just don't understand their criteria here. This has been happening more often. I don't feel like we've just been getting a bunch of warnings on storms that just aren't even anywhere near my my threshold for the past couple of days. Really not much rotation aloft either. I don't really get that. But if you live in Garland and Louisville, be in your safe spots. There is some rotation. Don't get me wrong. It's just on the weaker side. Let's come back over here. This storm actually has some decent rotation to it. Well, okay, it's starting to get broad now near Chapel Hill. Live near New Chapel Hill, Liberty City, and Gladewater. Continue to be in your safe spots. That rotation does seem to be getting a little bit less organized. They did allow that tornado warning up there to expire, so we got these guys down here now. 3 tornado warnings, 1 in Arkansas, or 2 in Arkansas, and 1 in Texas. I don't think it costs that much. I don't know. Do they pay their head meteorologists more in the NWS? I would assume they would keep them and then fire the people below. So I don't think that's right. Maybe it's more cost effective to just issue a tornado warning like for everything rather than doing like analysis. I don't know. No, there is no tornado warning in Missouri. All the tornado warnings have expired in the Missouri area. There is, however, a flash flood emergency in Missouri. I gotta refill my water. I'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna eat one more slice of pizza. I think. AI putting out warning that would be interesting. I don't think anybody. I don't think anybody in upper management has been let go. I'm pretty sure. I have to check in with that. If that's true, then that could explain things. But the new positions were probationary. Yeah, not the ones that have been there for years. Hmm. I guess people are claiming that this right here is the tornado. I don't think that's the case. That would have been like an absolute. That would have been a PDS freaking mega warning. That that's not it. That's just an updraft, a dying updraft. Man, I am worn thin. Let me tell y'all what. Holy crap. I am exhausted. Latest scan here. Still an area of some weaker rotation here near New Chapel Hill. That is still continuing to be weak. Trying to find a radar that like justifies these warnings. None of them do. I don't get it, man. There's just and we'll probably get one of these get updated, graded because somebody sees a tornado. I don't know, man. Today's driving me a little bit nuts now. It's like that's not like strong rotation. It's not. Like there's no evidence of strong rotation with this. Like there's your leading edge. All of this is just side lobe contamination. All of it. Down to this one. This one actually has rotation. That's dying, but it actually has some that you can see on radar that is in the right spot. Yeah, the threat's definitely lower, but I'm a we'll stick around until we get 0 tornado warnings, and I think I might hop off at that point because I just don't like. I'll keep watching radar, and if we actually get some legitimate rotation, I'll come back on. But it's just like I don't understand why they keep warning these storms like they're got strong rotation. They don't. It does not meet the threat. It does not meet any threshold. This is obviously broader circulation here. Like I just don't understand. I get the environment is there, but like that doesn't mean you have to warn every storm. You can still be picky and still wait for rotation to develop before warning it. There's one warning with rotation, but this rotation is dying. Yeah, it's pretty much gone. Still have to watch the southern portion for new rotation. Yeah, that rotation was stronger there near Tyler, but it's starting to become outflow dominant and die off. Poplar Bluff is just some severe winds. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible on your storm. So I'd be definitely indoors and away from windows. Power outages could be possible. So, but certainly be indoors and well away from your windows with those storms. They've still got some pretty strong winds for sure. Not seeing any rotations up there though that are concerning me. Yeah. They'll probably warn all of them soon. Yeah. Rotation is continuing to fall apart here. I'm not concerned about this storm anymore, but I am going to keep on coming back and looking at it. No, I mean they're warning storms that just obviously have a crap ton of side load contamination. It's to me screams an inexperienced person that's watching these storms in Arkansas, I guess. I don't know. And I'm done trying to justify it. I'm over trying to justify some of these warnings, and I'm just gonna tell them how I see it. I'm just getting annoyed at this point. we should legitimately be at 0 tornado warnings right now. Oh, the NWS doesn't have different data. They're using the same radar as we are. The drive from extreme Midwest Missouri into Western Kentucky tomorrow. Do I think I'm okay to do so? Sure. Gonna be rainy. There might be some storms, but as long as you stay weather aware while you're driving, you know, you can always pull over, take shelter if needed. See you later, Tabitha. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, Wolf City's fine. There's a little rain near you, but that's not gonna do nothing. Yeah, we already went over that flash flood emergency. Unfortunately, after you go over a flash flood emergency once, you don't need to do it again. Because there's absolutely 0 people in that area that are going to be paying attention to weather coverage. Going to be trying to save their own lives. Kind of like once a tornado goes over a city, you know, you don't keep on calling out their city because no one's going to be watching. Unless another tornado comes, then, you know, you got to let them know. The bad news is with tornadoes, the power goes out and can I explain what the cap has broken is mean on the meso scale? I think it's better to like explain it like just like with a graph maybe or like with a drawing. So here's the ground. Say here's the height of the atmosphere. Say like up here is like 40,000 feet. Down here is 0. So say you release a piece of air and it floats up, right? And let's say this down here. Actually, no. Okay, so let's say by the time it reaches here, it is, you know, let's say it's 60 degrees. And then as it goes higher into the atmosphere, it's actually warmer than that, 70 degrees, right? And if you released a piece of moisture, let's say it here, the dew point is 62. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Let's say it's like 58. And then it goes up into the same portion of the atmosphere. And then up here, it is way drier, like 30-degree dew points. So you have warmer, drier air aloft than what is near the surface. And that causes storms to struggle because it screws up the temperature gradient. So say you had 60 here, right? And then this was 50 instead of 70. There'd be no cap in place because the temperature gradient is steadily going down as you rise up. So air can continue to rise. At latest scan for this tornado warning, still no concerning rotation. This one over here still lacks rotation. And back over here. Might be something in there, but it's kind of hard to tell. We're missing data. We'll have to wait until that gets out over here. Heat dome, kind of, yeah. It's kind of like a little heat dome. Yeah, the air right above it. Yeah, starts to cool down, yeah. Or It's either the air above it cools down or the air below it warms up past that point. Oh. That's not good.
A new tornado
It's got a
warning
flash
has
flood
been issued.
emergency here in Cape Girardeau, Gordonville, Jackson, Oak Ridge, and Pocahontas. You guys need to be seeking higher ground immediately. Maybe they are relying on AI. Maybe there's something here. They're like a... There's a tiny, teeny... Maybe there's rotation aloft on this one. This one looks like it might have rotation aloft. Yeah. This one has a lot of rotation aloft. So that's why this one was warned. If you live near Goreville, you need to be in your safe spots. We got a storm that has a lot of rotation aloft. That could eventually make it down to the surface. This storm actually is concerning. If you live near Cereal Springs and Marion, you need to be in your safe spots. By the way, these cities are in Illinois. We'll see if it makes it down there. All right, Misfit. Thank you for tuning in. What's your question? A couple people with questions. When does the tornado watch expire? This one in Illinois was issued 15 minutes ago. Expires in 1 hour. This one down here expires in 7 hours. This one over here expires in 7 hours. These ones down here expire in 7 hours. I think all these new ones expire in 7 hours. They just extended the time on them. 80 degrees Celsius, no Fahrenheit. American temperatures. Yeah, latest scan doesn't... No evidence that rotation's making it down to the surface yet. It says temperature C. Calling Goreville a quick spin up? No. There's not enough rotation to support that. A little bit back up in here, but there is it's very weak. $176 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that would be a little bit too hot. Moisture could not exist. Looks like they're going to let this tornado warning expire. Let's come check back over here. This one's probably going to be allowed to expire too, if I'm being honest. All these are going to be allowed to expire in a world where reading rotation is a thing. News outlet for iffy warnings? No. The NWS doesn't warn based on what the news says. I don't think. You're going to Kentucky? It will eventually. These storms will eventually make it into like Mayfield, Murray, Benton, and Culver City, Kentucky. It'll be a while because you can see these storms are. Well, this one might actually try to scrape Kentucky here. Also, we just got an extension here of our severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here near Vienna, Simpsons, Eddyville, and Golconda. You think we can sleep in Shreveport? I don't know. One of our last like actual concerning rotations happened down here, so you'd kind of be in one of those areas where I'd say no. Latest scan, our rotation on this storm has completely collapsed. Now it has 0 rotation. Still a damaging wind threat potentially of up to 70 miles per hour. Or the Arkansas tornado emergency, yeah. Yeah, with the fake spotter. Yeah. Did you watch my video on that, Regina? In Texas, Shelly? Several days, yeah. Today was actually a bad day. It's just been really quiet for a while. Let's come back down here. No, Longview needs to be still weather aware. This storm right here is going to go north of you. But eventually another storm could fire and kind of do something similar. It's going to be a while, I think, until you're allowed to go to sleep, at least at 7 hours. Unfortunately, this boundary is just going to sit there forever. Oh, was it bad? We had really strong or a pretty strong tornado over here near Clarksville. Another one near like Lone Star. It was like off and on the ground for a while. All it takes is one, and we got a couple, unfortunately. Everything is flooded. Yeah, it really is. I mean, if we come back over to Radar Omega, I mean, you can see we have 2 flash flood emergencies going on right now. We have a bunch of flood warnings over here in Hot Springs, Little Rock, Conway, Clinton, Mountain View, Mountain Home, Salem, Cherokee Village, West Plains, Doniphan, Poplar Bluff, Fredericktown, Ellington, Ironton, Farmington, Perryville, Chester, Mount Vernon, Fairfield, Salem, Newton. I mean, it's just everywhere. It's pretty crazy. This high risk for flooding is definitely happening, and we could be seeing some catastrophic flooding over here near Van Buren, Grandin, and Ellisnorm, and then back over here catastrophic flooding is occurring over near Jackson, Cape Girardeau, and Oak Ridge. It's bad. I will say the flooding might impact more people than our tornadoes right now. Let's check our latest scan. No, still zero rotation. Nothing has changed since the beginning of the warning. There was rotation aloft, though. I do get that one. That one actually makes sense. There's a lot of rotation aloft. Like this storm right here, if we go up, you can see that it's just kind of the same thing all the way up. There is no tighter circulations up there. It's just really broad circulation. And a lot of that circulation is made up by side lobe contamination that's out in front of the storm. It seems they're going to extend this warning as a special weather statement. I'll do a zoomed out view here. But yeah, I mean, even after like our main band of rain comes through, there's still like a buttload of rain back behind it too. And then we're just getting these storms like one after the other. Like this storm just came through. We got another storm coming through Cape Girardeau. We got another one after that. And we got another storm after that. And then we have all this rain back here too. That's all going to fall in Cape Girardeau. That's looking like a very, very dangerous situation there. You see that little boundary there is just kind of stalled. This is pretty much a worst case scenario for today. And then let me see if we can get some precipitation rates here. Yeah. This is 1 hour precipitation accumulation. We're getting 3 inches an hour right here near Advance. That's crazy rainfall rates. That's about as high as they can get. And then where's our storm total precip? Yeah, and just over the past couple of hours, we've gotten 4 to 6 inches in this region. And there's still way more to come. I'm really hoping everybody's okay in the Cape Girardeau area because that's looking like a serious situation. Yeah, Cape Girardeau's in a flash flood emergency. They've had a lot of rain. They got more coming. Not a good situation there at all. Can you get some of that rain? I'm sure Cape Girardeau would love to give it to you. The rain, yeah, it's very bad. I mean, we do have cams in the area. I'm not sure if I've never been able to find a flood using cams, to be honest. Usually near like river and creeks, and all these cameras are near like highways and bridges and stuff. Rescue teams, oh, they're definitely dispatched. They're on it. Will this line of storms hit Bowling Green? Oh, it's going to be a while. In fact, is it even going to make it there? Yeah, it will eventually make it there. It'll just be a really long time. As you can see, don't really have a whole lot of eastern movement with these storms. They're moving like more northeast east or northeast. And so even though it seems kind of close, it's probably going to be legitimately like 4 to 6 hours before they get there.
Rock, sure.
Yeah, over here in Little Rock, we have a special weather statement. And you guys are still under a tornado watch. Special weather statement: 40 mile per hour winds and 0.5-inch hail. It is possible. Do insurance companies do exactly in states for their customers? They'll approve and then they'll disapprove. So some things that you thought were covered, they would try to finagle you on. It's kind of like their whole job is to convince you to pay the money and that they got your back. And then when they're supposed to have their back, they try to get it as less as possible. Try to think of any excuse not to pay out. As far as I know, home insurance usually is more responsive than health insurance. Don't send anyone to help? No. No. That's not the insurance company's job. It's more of like emergency management. I think that they will extend either a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch into southwestern Indiana. Yeah, I think that's possible. I think it'll be a severe thunderstorm watch. I think that's certainly possible. If we get more tornado activity on the eastern side of the line, it seems unlikely at this point. Definitely not impossible, though. I would still give this line maybe a 2 to 5% chance for tornadoes. I'm leaning more towards 2%, but technically, the highest wind shear that we had is in this area. So even though our thermodynamics are absolutely terrible right now, still like a brief spin up on the leading edge of this line can't be ruled out. Severe flooding in West Plains, Missouri. That's a little above you. You're on a little hill. Well, as long as you're on a hill, you'll be okay. You are 1 hour behind. All right. Quick reminder, everybody check to make sure you're not behind on the stream. Severe weather coverage is pointless if you get behind. That should be your number one priority when you're watching on YouTube. Make sure that you're not behind. Always check the time. I have the time above my head. Always check your time and compare it to my time. If it's off by anything more than like 30 seconds, then you're behind on the stream. They're not gonna know. They're not gonna hear the warning. They're not gonna know a tornado's coming. Like honestly, I think I'm gonna remove the live feature. Let me see if I can do that right now. You can turn off people can go back. I'm starting to realize although people want to go back into the stream, that's a luxury. I think the live chat replay should be off. Just check. Because that's honestly more dangerous. It's pretty dang dangerous if that happens. Someone's behind on the stream. I've never even really thought about that. Now, you can go back and check it. No, live replay is still on. Is it on for you guys? I didn't save it. Oh yeah, I didn't save it. Let me try to save it now. It says changes saved, but then it's still on. Oh, no, that's live chat replay, not live replay. Never mind. I don't think there's a way I can turn it off while streaming. I have to do that before my next one because I do think that's important that people don't get behind, and they could get behind without even knowing. So I think I'm gonna disable that. Sorry, guys. I never even thought about that. Like someone's relying on me for coverage, but without their knowledge. New tornado warning over here near Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, and Malvern. Let's see what we got on this guy. Ooh. Is that legitimate? Could be. Could be. Watch out. We got a decently well, that looks so blocky and so wrong though. And the inflow. That might be in the inflow. Hard to tell. Just in case that's legitimate rotation, I would be in your safe spots. That's looking pretty dangerous if it is. That's Arkadelphia, Midway, Malvern, Rockport. Kind of hard to discern. So see, the precipitation is wrapping around into the inflow, so that'll either just randomly disappear or it will stay. It is starting to disappear. But even what is still staying, there's still a decent area of rotation there south of Gum Springs. No debris signature on it yet, but I'd be in your safe spots. This thing's trying to wrap up. It's south of the boundary. It definitely could. Oh, yeah. We definitely got some contamination in there for sure. See right there. But the precipitation is trying to wrap in. And where it's actually hitting, the contamination is going away. So next scan for sure should give us a clear picture of whether or not it's a storm to be concerned about or not. Why are there EF3s possible with the squall line in the latest MCD? No. And there's still decent shear. I mean, I think these storms, like in like this area of Arkansas, they're becoming quite outflow dominant. But I mean, some of these guys might be able to kind of poke out into the warm, unstable air, and if they can, I mean, there's 45 knots of shear. It's technically still possible. I mean, if a storm can perfectly take advantage of the environment. It could spit out a strong tornado still. But that's the big question is, you know, can these storms become inflow dominant instead of outflow dominant? Is this a discussion for Kentucky? Let me check it out. Okay. Yeah. I mean, up for here, this is different. So it's more of, can these storms latch on to the warm front? If they can, technically a strong tornado would be possible. Just really depends. We got an outflow boundary out in front of them right now, but I mean, the boundary is still there and it's still producing, you know, some enhanced vorticity. So, I mean, an EF3, probably not. We usually don't get those types of tornadoes in an embedded line of storm, so we probably won't see an EF3. So, but can't rule out tornadoes. Another tornado warning over here near Sykeston now. Area of rotation is definitely there. Sykeston, Charleston, and Anniston here in Missouri need to be in their safe spots. How do we know it's misinformation? Just depends on what's happened. We're pretty plugged in. All of us behind the scenes are pretty plugged into the weather world. Look, it sounds false. It's false. I mean, yeah, theoretically speaking, yeah. The environment around Shreveport could produce a tornado. Let me see if there's any webcams near Sykeston. There's one right there in Sykeston. Okay. Let me go to that real quick. Storm passes. Well, this is directly in the path of our circulation yet again. Let's see what this storm's got. Keep your eyes peeled for power flashes. Latest scan on the storm. No new scan yet. Camera is located right off of I'll draw the camera here. Here's our camera. Okay. Yeah. I'll delete the first one you sent. Whoa! Nice little lightning bolt there. Jeez Louise, that was like right there. Yeah, you can see the leading edge of the cloud back there on the right side. It does appear to be a lowering. Latest scan, though, not very strong rotation. Still want Sykeston, Bertrand, Charleston to be in Missouri. I mean, to be in your safe spots. No need to get into Missouri. You're already there. All right, latest reflectivity just came in. See if we got our latest velocities. Not yet. If there is a tornado in this storm, it would be near Sykeston. Oh man, yeah, there's a mesocyclone back there. That is for sure. You see the bottom half of it on the right side of the screen. Is the tornado chance spike overnight? No. It'll stay pretty consistent, though. As long as there's storms near instability and there's some decent shear, we'll still have somewhat of a tornado chance. But I mean, the tornado chance has already spiked. Be very surprised if we got a stronger tornado tonight than what we have already gotten. But I do think technically a strong tornado is still possible. All right, latest velocities are in. Yeah, still not a whole lot of rotation with this storm. Oops. Shoot, I keep doing the wrong thing. Oh, storm's really close to our camera now. Like, this is a perfect example of a storm that could latch onto the warm front, but it's just not doing it because it's got an outflow boundary right in front of it. So it's not tapping into the instability. This would be a dangerous storm if it could. Would have strong tornado potential. So I got to keep an eye on this. This thing can like form an inflow. I mean, that would be a worst case scenario, but it's not ingesting any warm air right now. It's only ingesting its own rain cooled air. Let's go check back in on this NATO warning, see if it's getting any more organized. Not yet. Still radar indicated. Seems like our mezzo is back over here, and that would be the rotation. There is rotation in there now. Storm's piquing my interest a little bit more. If you live over there near Arkadelphia, Midway, Malvern, and Rockport here in Arkansas, south of Hot Springs, I would certainly continue to be seeking shelter from that one. It seems like it might be trying to do something. All right, the rain should be coming any second now. Storm is literally like 4 pixels of radar reflectivity away from this camera. Thank you, James, for subscribing. Oh, here comes the rain. New information on our warning. Still radar indicated. Rain is moving in. Latest, that's not the latest scan. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in for the velocities. Oh, wow. Yeah, I hope it calms down there for you. Actually, it should. Might have another storm after that one. All right. Well, that's that. Thankfully, there is no tornado in that part of the storm. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, you've been a little bit too busy with these tornado warnings to look at your area. I'm glad it made it through all right. Hey, it's good that we didn't talk about it, right? Because that means you weren't under any serious danger. All right, latest scan here. Still some broad circulation. Nothing really tight or concerning just yet, but still keeping a close eye on our correlation coefficient drop for anything surprising. I'd watch out for flooding there, though. Potentially. You guys do have a decent amount of rain coming. 1, 2, 3. I think you guys are probably already in a flooding warning. Yeah, you guys are already in a flood warning and could get a little bit worse over time. This scan on our radar. This little broad area of circulation. Back over here. Our mesocyclone is still back in this region, it seems. Like they have updated this warning, still radar indicated. Heading towards Malvern and Rockport. Parts of Illinois and Indiana until 4 a.m.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
The latest updates up here in our severe thunderstorm warnings. We're warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards McLeansboro, Norris City, El Dorado here in Illinois. This one further to the south, still heading towards Golconda. With 60-mile-per-hour winds, small hail. We have this, but it's kind of in the inflow. There's a little precipitation in there, so still keeping an eye for a debris signature under there just in case. About 95% sure that's inflow contamination. You got some pretty intense MCSs coming on over here. Jeez Louise. Oh, I want to try something. I wanted to do this earlier. I wanted to test this out to see if you guys would like this. Totally forgot. Where is it again? Forgot where it was. Where's the MWS bot located? Is it? Where is it hiding under? Snark, complaints, memes. Is it in weather chat? Oh, there it is. Do I just click on it? No. Never mind. Your thunderstorm warning for Independence and Jackson, Arkansas. That's for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Commands, yeah, but doesn't it put it somewhere in particular? No problem, Becky. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry, I'm just like such a vacuum of energy tonight. I'm exhausted. And I'm just keeping my energy levels as low as possible so that I can just keep going as long as needed. Burn out a little bit burnt out, but that is something I can battle. I'm not gonna let it win. Latest scan here. On the latest velocities yet. We'll wait for that down here. Tomorrow's worse? No, probably not. Been live for a hot minute. Yeah, I mean, we've been live every day for at least 9 to 12 hours. Some days 14. You are right. I reserve the right to be tired AF. We're still going. Oh, did anybody figure out where the NWS bot is located? Every time I get a notification for it, it shows up in like a very specific area. All right. I have the latest velocities. We do. Yeah, so this has just been inflow contamination, it seems, the whole time. Maybe. Kind of a weird it's kind of a weird precipitation signal, though, I will say. Does appear to be some precipitation wrapping in there. It's kind of a mess. So I'm still keeping an eye on this area just in case. If I see a debris ball signature and an increase in reflectivity, we'll let you know. If you live in Rockport and Malvern here in Arkansas, I'd still be in the safe spots. This storm's a little bit far from the radar, but we should get a better understanding of what it's doing in a little bit. Got any more information on that Cape Girardeau possible tornado yet? Is this Evan or the pizza speaking? Well, right now, as you can see, it's the pizza. I'm just gonna keep my camera off for the rest of the night. To allow me to rest my eyes a little bit and turn off this light. Oh. My eyes getting strained. Image says pizza. Yeah, I was eating pizza, but I'm not anymore. Change it to something else. Or maybe I just want to keep it off. It's been a long week, man. I'm struggling. I do need some Advil, though. I am starting to get a headache. Let me get that real quick. I'm back. Oh, shoot, I forgot. All right, I'm back again. All right, what do we got? Storm might be. Something's changed about this storm a little bit. Seems to be something wrapping in there. Brief increase here of some actual legitimate, what appears to be actual legitimate rotation. Here north of 57. Do we have any cameras beyond this? Let me just double check. No, we don't. Tag me in Discord. Where? Oh, I found it. All right, somebody give me a city. Who's got a question about timing for severe weather? All right, Loanoke. Ignoring yours. We'll see. Oh, that's what I'm doing wrong. Shoot. Well, that's not working. This is harder than I thought. Loanoke. I'm spelling it right. Loanoke, Arkansas. It's saying your city doesn't exist. Sorry. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Never mind. Never mind. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, we actually are getting pretty darn close to a tornado here, north of Charleston. That's looking concerning. You live north and east of Charleston, in and along the Illinois Missouri border. You guys need to be in your safe spots. It's also looking a little interesting out here. We do have Brett Adair near that one. Brett has came out of the woodworks here. Do a late night chase, it seems. Just make sure it's him. Let me use his stream. like this right here near Malvern. This here in that area. Now that's concerning. Or a little bit more concerning. We do have some legitimate rotation trying to develop here where our mesocyclone is. This right here is side lobe. You can see it looks like there's a tornado there, right? But it's in the rain-free air. Gonna wait for the latest scan for this storm. Do not like that. Ping pong ball sized hail for Polk and Scott, Arkansas with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Watch out. Loanoke is Rio. I know, but the NWS program does not think so. It does not exist. According to the bot. Okay, still waiting. Just got the latest reflectivity in, so we should be about to get our latest velocities. Let's see if this tightens up anymore. Latest CC drop does not appear that a tornado has formed. Weird little velocity signature here. I'll see this over here. I wonder if that's like the warm front. All right, latest scan here. Still some rotation, but looks like it's weakening just a tad. But I still want everyone near Texas Bend, here in Missouri, near our Alfalfa Center to continue to be in their safe spots. It's going north of Charleston and Beachtrend, so you guys can come out of your safe spots. But this thing tried to latch onto something for a second there, for sure. Got a little jolt of life. North. And its velocities are in. They could look pretty similar to the last time. Still an area of rotation trying to develop here south of Donaldson. I know it is. I'm trying to do this. The MWS bot has really cool graphics. Oh yeah, I can get y'all in the Discord to do it for me. So this is it's for Little Rock, which is close to Loanoke. The threat for tornadoes will exist until about 11 p.m. Well, that's not the scene I wanted to switch to. Yeah, we have revolutionized the weather world. Yes. Yes, indeed. Indubitably. This is your risk for
A new
for Little
tornado
Rock.
warning has been issued.
Is that helpful at all? I can just get like help or somebody. Like type that in or somebody. I don't know. Anybody want to be the answer chat location questions? Person? Still a pretty decent area of broad circulation right here. No debris signature yet, but I mean, that could eventually end up doing something. Still radar indicated. Haskell and Benton are now in a tornado warning. Anybody can do it. So, someone has a question about White County. Does it do it for counties? I'm not sure if it does it for counties. I think it does it for cities, and I think some cities are not in its database. Latest scan here. Looks like, oh, and there's still a decent little area of rotation here, east of Texas Bend. Still no correlation coefficient, though, as this pushes off to the east towards 57. It's about to cross into the border of Illinois and Missouri. Yeah, unincorporated towns won't work, I don't think. Is Sullivan, Indiana in the database? Oh wow, we got a view of the storm. This tornado warned storm in Arkansas now from wow. Dude. This lightning is crazy. Dude. That's wild. There's just like 3 lightning bolts in a row just right there in the center of the screen. This storm is extremely electric. Whoa. That is nuts. Oh my god, 2 more lightning bolts. Dude. We have seen so many unreal things today. We've only seen 1 tornado, but dang, we have seen just so many beautiful storm structures. This storm has got like 1 billion lightning bolts per second happening. It's crazy. A lightning warning on it? I think we should have one. You'd think there should be a lightning warning. Why isn't there lightning warnings? This seems dangerous. That was so many lightning bolts that went cloud to ground. It's crazy. This is this is the storm down here in Arkansas. This just got an amazingly high amount of lightning. It's crazy. And there's Bernadette. That's who we're watching. He's lined up and ready to go there. Heading up towards Malvern and Rockport. We should get a pretty good view of whatever this storm is looking like here in a little bit. Oh man, is that lightning crazy. Like, that's actually insane. It's nonstop. It's literally every millisecond there's a lightning bolt happening inside of this storm. Wow. This is not the storm to go outside and be like, wow, there's a thunderstorm coming. There's a chance you might get struck by lightning. It does kind of look like there's like a big old war going on. Like, it looks like there's like an alien invasion happening. Oh my god, look, there's like 8 there's like 2 lightning bolts right after the other there. What the heck? This is nuts. This storm is going insane. Yeah, the NWS bot is a failure. It doesn't have like half of the cities. That could have been a good idea. That might be something I program later. I can program something like that. Shouldn't be too difficult. That would be a major help. All right, the storm we were looking at is this one here. It honestly doesn't have a whole lot of rotation inside of it. There's a little bit still. An area of circulation is in this part of the storm. It's not very strong. It's back over here in that scan. Yeah. It's not very strong rotation, but this storm has a lot of lightning. Holy moly. So it might try to do something eventually. Over there near Malvern, Haskell, and Benton. Just be in your safe spots. I'm check back up here with this storm. See if it's trying to get more organized. It's not. It's actually lost its rotation, so that's good news. Oh, wow. Actually, the old circulation has just completely died. This is actually a new area of strong winds filtering in behind it. Back over here near Evansville, we still have this line of storms. Severe warn for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards New Harmony and Mount Vernon, Carmi in Indiana, and Indianapolis. So they're going to be spreading this storm out as a severe thunderstorm warning here in Mounds and Mound City and Cairo. We got another severe thunderstorm warning over here near Newport and Augusta. It's heading there with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And now we're about to watch Brett Adair intercept this storm. Here we go. Let's see what we can see. Right there. Whoa! That was a close one. That kind of lightning bolt will make you need to change your pants and your underwear. Oh, it's too close. It was like right there. Is that a drone? Look at that drone. Whose drone is that? It's not Brett's. Or maybe it is, and he just hasn't switched to it because he forgot. Yeah, that's either Brett's drone or somebody else's drone. It's in the area. How we doing so far? Doing pretty good. We haven't had a confirmed tornado in a really long time. We have a lot of close calls, but nothing quite getting there. Earlier today was bad though, but it's been pretty relatively calm since then. Once that drone gets struck by lightning, I guess I can bring up my radar since it won't be blocking anything. Get a little small. Storm we're watching here is the one in Arkansas, heading up north towards Haskell and Benton in Arkansas. Area of rotation, still south of Malvern. Still not very organized. Pretty low tornado threat with this as of right now, but I'd still be in your safe spots just in case it tries to wrap up. It's still in a decent environment. It's just it's not quite getting there. The cat just might be holding it down too much. I said Storm Runner Media is back live. Check. Oh, yeah. They're on the same storm. Never mind. We got Brett. He's got better view anyways. Man, oh man. Cannot believe we are still live. We still haven't had like a time with 0 tornado warnings. Check back in on this tornado warning in Missouri and Illinois. Little rotation trying to develop here. Moving off towards 57. This new circulation might try to wrap onto that boundary. All right, here comes the rotation here near Brett now. This one's in Arkansas, as you can tell by that sign over there. But this Chazzy, are you still whining? Yeah, there's Brett right here. See, this little tiny bitty area of rotation is trying to approach him. Mainly just enjoying the lightning show. Am I feeling about Alabama this weekend? We got a line of storms coming. Probably will be like a little bit of a tornado threat in there, but it'll mainly be damaging winds. Oh. There's something back in there. Might be the mesocyclone barely getting lit up a little bit. Maybe, or maybe I'm just seeing things. No, there's something back in there. Can't tell what it is. I would assume that's the mesocyclone. Buried in the rain. I guess what we're watching for here are wind shifts. The wind's coming out the left, going to the right now. If it goes the other direction, then the circulation's passed over us, or is passing over us. Jeez, that lightning was close. Yeah, but y'all see how this rain near that inflow completely closed in? And then where did that side lobe contamination velocity couplet go? It disappeared because the clear air is gone. It's all rain. So now we're seeing the true rotation of this storm, which is pretty broad, pretty weak. I tried to warn you guys not to watch that if you guys have storm anxiety. But y'all seem to do the opposite of what I'll tell you to do. So don't like the stream. Don't subscribe. And don't donate $10,000 right now. Still some damaging winds heading towards the Mount Vernon area, New Harmony. Is that hail? Oh, yeah, it is hail because you see little tree bits falling around. I don't think he has any audio, though. Let me check. Oops. got a little bit of audio. Is there hail? I'm not even listening. I got my earphones off. Y'all hear any dinks? Any hail dinks? There's gotta be hail in there, right? All them leaves. Thank you, ice cream, for the 2. Appreciate that. How bad was El Reno? Not as bad as it can get. It's almost impossible, I feel like, to get a storm stronger than that. All right, tornado warning has been allowed to expire near Mound City. Everybody can come out of their safe spots. Back over here, we still have this guy trying to do things. Not really a tornado threat, just damaging winds. Yeah, tornado warning will be allowed to expire. And heck, if we don't get any more rotations up here further up to the north, we might have. No, I'm not going to say it because we all know if I do say it, we're done. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Keep my mouth shut. Mother Nature's always listening, specifically to me. Apparently. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's I think the El Reno tornado was an example of pretty much the biggest, strongest tornado you could possibly get on planet Earth. We are so lucky that it did not go through like a city. Is this an outbreak? I think like it's an outbreak in the sense. Actually, it might not even be an outbreak. Hold on. Like even in the weak sense of the technical term. Yeah, we've had 3 tornado reports today. That doesn't make any sense. None of them are the ones in Texas. Here we go. We've had 6 tornado reports today. We have not had, I guess, yeah, 6 I think is like the lowest you can have for a tornado outbreak. But me personally, I think that's like, I think it's like 6 to 9 tornadoes. That's not a tornado outbreak. Like, I think that's just too weak of a definition. I mean, you can get that on a 2% day sometimes. To me, like 20 tornadoes is a tornado outbreak. It's pretty crazy though. You could have like a couple of EF3 tornadoes and then nothing after that. Like potentially strong tornadoes, we'll just say that. 15, yeah, 15 to 20. I'm just saying it's not a tornado outbreak yet. What am I supposed to say? That it is a tornado outbreak? I have to lie to you guys in order to get Mother Nature off our back? I'd do it if it worked. I'm surprised they haven't let this expire. Like, just let it go. That storm is not rotating anymore. It's not even rotating that much in the upper levels either. Can we get 0? Going for the big O. O tornado. 0 tornado warning. Come on. We can get there. We can do it. We got this. We got this. Good. Ever find out about the tornado on radar that you thought was not a tornado? Oh. I don't got enough mind space. The interesting thing about that is that one was never reported. We only have one tornado report from yesterday. And that wasn't even any of the ones that came through the Tennessee area. The lightning going crazy again. Anything of concerns? The mess coming in the Jonesboro area? No, not right now. It's all outflow dominant. I wouldn't rule out like an area of side lobe contamination getting warned, but for now, there does not appear to be any legitimate rotations nearby you. Just a lot of rain is coming. A lot. That's my main concern for you, is flooding. Like a day or so ago? Yeah, I think it did. Check. And there was one very close to Jonesboro. Wow. The second is up to 56 tornado reports. Now that's a tornado outbreak. They're 10% tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see how it does. We shall see. All it takes is one. Like just those couple of tornadoes in Texas is enough to confirm today. It's been pretty quiet after that, but that's all it takes to confirm a 15% tornado risk. There are a lot of parts of this that didn't go as forecast or as the original forecast called for. Like this stuff over here in Arkansas. It should have been, it could have been like really dangerous here in the Arkansas area. Like real dangerous. But that boundary stalling there, that forcing taking a little bit longer to come through than expected. That saved a lot of folks from a lot of problems. We could have had strong to long track tornadoes all the way into Missouri today if the warm front would have made it like up to here. Like some of the models were saying, but it just never did. Thankfully, geez Louise. That front has been our best friend. Unfortunately, didn't help the folks down here in Texas, but for a lot of folks, it saved a lot of folks a lot of trouble. Oh, no way! Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Am I sleeping? I love you, front. You're my best friend, front. Come here, front. Give me a hug, front. Every time I'm down and sad, front makes sure that I'm okay. Think Louisiana will have lots of tornadoes tomorrow? Honestly, I don't know. We won't know until tomorrow. I mean, I'll be up bright and early again watching the environment like I did over here. Now, you can ask help and pretty much anybody in the reporter chat. We were chatting about today's environment in the morning, and I noticed that front was taking a little bit longer to get up to the north, and it was starting to stall out a little bit more than what the models were saying, and that ended up playing a significant role in cutting our tornado threat. Like potentially in way more than in half. Like if our frontal boundary made it all the way up to Missouri, we could have had at least 30 to 40 tornadoes today. Some of them very nasty tornadoes, especially here in central Arkansas. Because the environment was there, but it all depended on the front. Just when we needed it, the front had our backs. It's like that friend you thought was not your friend anymore. Because they don't ever text you again. And in your worst, most down moment, they show up. That's the front. This front's like that. You know, like when you're out in your backyard and you get a text from your girlfriend, she's breaking up with you, and your mom comes over and gives you a hug and says everything is okay. This front's like that. What the heck? Anything else? Are we good yet? I don't trust this line of storms. I feel like it's going to try to do something sneaky. Warned for 60 miles an hour, but seems like one of those mesoscale convective complexes that caused trouble throughout the night. Pretty please go to sleep in Ohio. I mean, you guys do have a severe thunderstorm over there. But yeah, y'all can go to sleep. Get your old butt to bed. Just make sure you have a way to get some alerts. This time difference is not good. What do you mean? You got jet lag? Someone's drunk putting out tornado watches. You know what? That's not out of the question. I mean, you got to put your heads in the NWS's headspace. They're losing employees. They're losing online research. My gosh. I think Brett's got a crazy view of this storm. Oh, we're in drone mode. Oh, wow. Oh, oh. I was like, at least 4 lightning bolts. Like a little zappy to wake you up. A little zappy in the morning. Dang. This is nuts. You ever plug a, oh my gosh. You ever stick your thumb into a light socket? This storm's like that. Thank you, Ice Cream, for the 50. You ever heard of the discovery Egypt under the pyramid? Dude, that's completely fake, brother. You ever think hair on the back of your head, like a loose hair on the back of your neck is a bug, and you swat at it, but it's just a piece of hair? Not pyramid stories like that. Man, this storm is crazy. Fake hair. It was fake bug. But you know what the scariest part is? When you think it's just a piece of hair and you swat it and there's a big freaking bug there. Oh my gosh. That lightning bolt was pretty spicy. This storm is so cool. Just so electric. Brett's the GOAT for putting up his drone. Now, that was a smart move. Can't catch a tornado, but you can catch some really cool lightning. Would pizza have green toppings on it? No. Miriam. No, I'm just enjoying. Y'all never seen that one Saturday Night Live show or episode where it's like these two country people eating ice cream? They're like, this tastes like that. You've never seen that? I also don't trust. What is he doing? Oh, he's getting the drone back down. No, why? Don't do it to us, Brett. Bring us back to the sky. We want to see the lightning. Okay, maybe it's a little bit of delirium. Maybe just a tiny bit. I'm allowed a little bit of delirium. Just a little bit. I got plenty of sleep. I'm just like worked to death. Overworked. Haven't had like any dopamine whatsoever in so long. Haven't been able to scroll on my phone and check out the latest posts. It's just work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep. The only dopamine I get is when I eat food and pizza. Let's see what this dude. Let's see what we're doing here. Any rotation developing? Actually, maybe a little bit. A little bit of something there. North of Pascal. It's not dangerous yet, but I wouldn't rule them out throwing a tornado warning on that. You've only been out live for a couple of hours? Are you trolling? We've been live for 10 hours. What do you mean just a couple of hours? There goes chat. Chat's back. More than enough dopamine. I have no dopamine. My brain's dopamine-less. And sitting on my computer, work. I had no time for entertainment or nothing. Although every now and then we get a nice little cool look at the storms. Like what we just got there. That was a little dopamine. I love a good lightning show. Still not seeing nothing concerning yet. Where's all this taking place? It's got a line of storms. Looks like it's slowly going outflow dominant. I still don't trust these storms over here. They're like Evansville and Paducah yet. But yeah, we still got these storms. They go really all the way from Arkansas all the way up into Indiana and even into Ohio. And even some storms over here in West Virginia. Nothing in Pennsylvania yet, though. I'm not good to go to sleep in Shreveport. You can go to sleep. Just make sure you have a way to get alerts. I mean, there's no threats coming your way. Eventually, something will form. But whether that's tonight or tomorrow when the next storm comes in is kind of still in question. That's why, like a lot of people say, get a weather warning so you never miss a warning, or a weather radio so you never miss a warning. I mean, you can watch TV during the day and watch, broadcaster and get your warnings that way. But it's actually really good. So the best reason to have it is so you can go to sleep. And it will wake you up at night. So if you're one of those people that likes to get sleep during severe weather but have no way to get alerts, you probably get a weather radio because that is the best thing in terms of waking you up. It'll wake you up 10 times faster than any phone alarm. Really? You go to sleep in Benton? Not yet. Storm's kind of got a little bookend vortex. It's going out flow dominant. The boundary's about to pass you. You can go to sleep, though, in exactly 10 minutes. You'd rather sleep during a tornado warning? That's an interesting take. I mean, is your bed in your safe spot? Now, if that's the truth, then that makes sense. If you're like on the top floor, that's a little bit stupid. I'm not seeing any rotations. This severe thunderstorm warning is being turned into a special weather statement. On Runner Media. I mean, Brett's getting lightning. Whoa. What the heck is on Brett's view? That just Scud? Looks like just Scud. eye for a little bit. Kind of looked like a funnel. Little prefrontal cells firing near Clarksville, Tennessee. We got anybody in chat from Clarksville, Tennessee? Yeah, the storm was a lot more electric earlier, but it still got a decent amount. Earlier today, it was just nonstop. It's crazy. Thank you, Paladine, for the 2. Do you think Boone County is safe? Where's Boone County? Like, what city's in Boone County? I don't have a way to search counties. I will soon, but I don't have them there. The last 40 minutes they have, yeah. Little Rock's been sitting here like, when are the storms coming? They're finally coming here. This is forming into a little MCS. See that outflow boundary spreading down to the south. All right, y'all. I'm gonna end the stream here. There's still definitely a little bit of a tornado threat, but I am exhausted. I wouldn't rule out something over into the Paducah, Princeton area, Madisonville. I'd still be pretty weather aware there. I'd also be pretty weather aware in front of this line, but a lot of these lines are outflow dominant at the point. See that outflow boundary surges all the way down to here. So it's a pretty low chance for a tornado, but like maybe a quick brief spin up can't be ruled out. Down over here, there is still a little bit of tornado threat, but as you can see, almost all of our storms are going outflow dominant down here as well. So they're going to struggle to produce. There's still a small chance, though. So in Little Rock, I'd still watch out. The main thing I want you guys to be just aware of tonight is the flooding. I mean, like seriously, I think that's going to be something like a very serious problem. Somebody out here in this area today is going to go to sleep on the first floor and wake up with water in their house. So I definitely want you guys to be aware of that flooding in this area, especially over here in Kentucky, where you guys have already gotten a lot of rain. You're just going to get more. Your ground's already really saturated. And then back over here near Cape Girardeau and Van Buren, I hope they're all right, man. Does seem like the rain is settling down for them, but man, oh man, they got a lot. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Huge shout out to everybody that liked the stream, subscribed, also donated as well. Thank you for continuing to help us keep this channel reporting as effectively as possible. Your donations go directly towards that every single time, either my bills or the channel. So, the only reason this coverage is as good as it is because of you guys. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. I mean, I just couldn't do this without you. So, also huge shout out to the mods. You guys have been doing this marathon with me this entire time, and I really do appreciate that. And yeah, I guess we will see you guys again tomorrow. We got another round of severe weather. See y'all later. Peace.